Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hope you had a wonderful extended weekend. Before we begin with the opening statements, I want to remind you of some of the instructions I gave you Thursday afternoon, the high points. Something first, most importantly, that I've repeated multiple times, the most important element of a fair trial is that the jury base its decision only on the evidence presented officially in the trial. Therefore, as you know, don't talk to anyone about the case. Definite or fixed opinion about the merits of the case until you heard all of the evidence, the arguments by the lawyers, and the instructions on the law from me. With regard to note taking, you've been provided with a pen and pad to take notes should you wish. You're not required to take notes. Please remember during the breaks when I send you back into the jury room, leave your notepad on your chair and it will be there for you when you come back into the room, into the courtroom. And that also follows for the every day of court session. Of course, during deliberations, you'll be entitled to take your notes back with you to assist you during deliberations. We're about to begin with the opening statement. If you recall, on Thursday, I advised you of the importance of the opening statement. If you recall what I told you, what the lawyers say to you at this time is not evidence. This is not part of the evidentiary portion of the trial, but it's very important. The way I like to explain it to you is if you could imagine if we didn't do opening statements, we would just start with the state calling witnesses and you would have no idea what this case is about. We have an adversarial system. Each side opposes the other, And there are things on both sides that they think are important. So it gives them an opportunity to prepare you for the evidentiary portion of the trial. It gives them an opportunity to tell you what evidence they think will be presented once we start hearing the evidence. And that's a huge advantage. Rather than you going into the trial cold with no idea what the case is about, now you will be able to have advance notice of what they believe you should be paying close attention to, and that will give you a tremendous advantage in all regards, but in particular at the end of the case when you hear their arguments reflecting on what the evidence was. With that, though, remember what they say is not evidence in that regard. And we start off with the state has the burden of proof, and they may begin with their opening statement. Mr. Cormier.
I have to do it, Eric. I have no other choice. I'm going to lose everything. If my wife finds out something like that, oh my God, bro, I'm going to lose everything. Bro, I have a spot. I have to find a spot where I'm going to dump her. I'll throw away all the clothes, or I'll burn them, or I'll wash them with Clorox. Those are the words from the defendant in this case on August 21st, 2018. The evidence will show you that Jose Soto-Escalera, the defendant in this case, he had a problem. He had a big problem, and he needed to find a way to get rid of it. He had no other choice in his eyes. And that problem that he had was the victim in this case, Tania Wise. On August 21st, Tania Wise was a mom. She was 38 weeks pregnant, and she had no idea that this defendant was carefully planning out her murder. You're going to learn that the defendant in this case, he worked for Waste Pro. He was a garbage truck driver, and he worked with his nephew on the garbage truck. And the reason we're going to know and hear how he planned out this murder is because he did it on the garbage truck while they're driving around, picking up trash, doing his route. But what the defendant didn't plan on is that it's all recorded. There's video, there's audio, and even though they talked in Spanish, everything is going to be translated in this case, and you're going to hear the defendant as he drives around on his trash route trying to figure out where he's going to get rid of her body, where he's going to leave 38-week pregnant Tania Wise for dead, how he's going to kill her. Let's go 2 days later. That was August 21st, 2018. Let's go to August 23rd. That's the date of the murder in this case. And it's a normal day for Jose. He's driving in his garbage truck, and he's planning out a murder. He cannot let his wife know that he got another woman pregnant who's now 38 weeks. He's running out of time. She's getting ready to schedule a C-section. She's going to have this baby, and he cannot let that find out because he's going to lose everything. That's all he cares about. What's going to happen to him? Not that he's going to kill a 38-week-year-old pregnant mother. That doesn't concern him at all. And he's talking casually in this car to his nephew. You think I should choke her? Or would it be better if I just do a big blow and it's all over with really quick? And then he tells him, you know what? She's not the type of person that anyone's even going to look for. They're not even going to look for her. They're not going to worry about her. And you know what? If they don't find anything within the first 48 hours, they're never going to find anything. Well, despite the defendant's planning and discussion over and over again of where he's going to do it, which way he should do it, how he's going to commit this murder, he made some mistakes. And on August 23rd, you're going to hear from the victim in this case, Tania Wise. You're going to hear from her mother, Elizabeth Bedola. She is helping Tania put her son to bed that night. And then Tania leaves the house. The last time she sees her daughter alive is sometime after 8 o'clock on August 23rd, 2018. She doesn't know exactly where her daughter's going. She thinks she's just going out for a little bit. Tania didn't have a car. She didn't have a way to go anywhere. And you'll learn through the recordings that the defendant, part of his plan was to lure her out, to get her out of the house, and then to take her somewhere to murder her. So that's August 23rd. That's the night of the murder. And you're going to learn the defendant, he goes, he picks her up, and then he takes her out to complete his plan. So fast forward to the next morning. It's August 24th, 2018. Tania Wise has been murdered. Christine Gabin is driving in St. Lucie County. The site of this murder is it's on a road called Russo Road. It's just north of Indrio. It's a little bit west of town. There's an intersection between Russo Road and Johnston Road. And it just so happens that this route is along the defendant's trash route. It's a spot that he passes, that he drives on his garbage truck route. But Christine Gabin, she's driving down that road that day, and on the side of Russo Road, she sees what she thinks is trash in a ditch, in the swale on the side of the road. But when she looks closer, she realizes it's not trash. It's Tania Wise. So immediately she sees a body on the side of the road, and she calls 911. St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office is going to respond out to the scene. One of the first officers, Deputy Gilkey, he gets there and he takes some photos of Tania as she is found the way that she is initially. You're going to hear that crime scene investigators, there's 3 different crime scene investigators that worked on this case: Donna Carmichael, Kayla Lim, and Janine Vasquez at the time, now Janine Hiller. They go out to the scene because now there's a dead body and they need to figure out what happened. So they go and they look at the body. Tania Wise is face down in the swale on the side of the road. There's still some water. She's wet, she's damp. They see some hair, loose hair around the area where her body's found, and she is completely face down. They turn her over. They can see that she has some injuries to both her head and to her neck, and that there is what appears to be vomit within the swale of where her face was laying down. They collect all the evidence at the scene. They document all the evidence at the scene. They take photographs, and Tania Wise is brought to the medical examiner's office to have an autopsy performed. So now we're on August 24th. She's been found. She's brought to the medical examiner's office, and the defendant is there riding in his garbage truck again as if nothing happened. And he's talking to his nephew again about what happened. And he's telling him, he says, yeah, even though I had gloves on, I washed my hands with that brake cleaner. His nephew asked him, was there any blood? And he said, yeah, there's blood. It was all over the clothes, but I got rid of it. They're not going to find any evidence. And once again, he's talking in this truck. He doesn't know that she's been found at this point yet, but he's saying, no one's even going to look for her. She's the kind of person that runs away for a few days. I'm fine. He thinks he's in the clear. No one's going to find her. So that's August 24th. And what's going to happen is now law enforcement's going to start to work the case. They are going to figure out who knew her, how did they know her, when's the last time people saw Tania Wise, because they need to start gathering evidence. They need to figure out who she was with, who she saw, what could have happened to her. And they start to bring in people for interviews the next day on the 25th. And what also happens the next day on the 25th is her autopsy. And what you're going to learn what happened to Tania Wise is that she suffered 2 major injuries that could have caused her death. She was struck, and you're going to hear from Linda O'Neill, the medical examiner at the time, she was struck on the top of her head, and she suffered skull fractures. She suffered hematoma, edema, and that the cracks in her skull came all the way up to her orbital bones. Linda O'Neill will tell you that that was a significant blow that she took, and that it couldn't have been done with a fist, that it had to be done with some type of extremely hard object. The other injury that you're going to hear that Tania Wise sustained was a 19-centimeter cut across her neck. It comes from the front to the back, consistent with it, someone possibly standing behind her, and there's multiple cuts. There's 2 separate cuts, and the cuts were so deep, it went through her jugular vein and almost to her spinal cord. And you're going to see photographs of that. And the reason those cuts are so deep, and she's hitting the head so hard, is because this defendant had to make sure she was gone. He planned it out, and he was worried that he was going to get found out. He thought he was going to lose everything. And his solution was to kill Tania Wise and Josiah Wise, which was going to be the 38-week-old baby that she had that was getting ready to be born within the next couple of weeks. You're going to hear that the sheriff's office continued to work on this case. They gathered evidence, and they eventually talked to the defendant in this case. He goes into the sheriff's office on August 25th, 2018 for an interview. And when he comes in, he drives in a silverish gray Dodge truck. Now, what you're going to learn about this truck is that same day of the finding of the body or the same day of the murder on August 23rd, there's another individual by the name of William Mullen. William Mullen owned a pizza shop at the time, and he was driving on Russo Road in that area at about 11:30 at night. And he sees something that's odd to him. As he's driving down the road, he sees a silverish truck, meets the description of the defendant's truck. It has some fog lights on, and it's just sitting on the side of the road. He says he sees the truck, he pulls up, it turns its lights off, it turns its lights on, and then it drives off. And he thought that was kind of weird. So the next day, when he sees law enforcement there, he goes and calls 911 and says, hey, I saw this truck out right there where that body was found last night. And just so happens that the day that this defendant comes in to give an interview, he's driving a truck that matches that description, consistent with the truck that starting to look like.
Hi, y'all. I got camera. Always have extra cords, my dear friends. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining. For those who are just hopping on, forgive me. I've had no camera. Well, I have tried 2 cords and they didn't work. And I tried the third one and it worked. So we now have a camera. Angela, is my sound good? Is the video, audio, is the visual good? Yay. Thank you, Jesus. We have everything. Oh my gosh. Now I'm going to go get me my cup of coffee. I'm sorry, y'all. It's been the gremlins have been at it this morning. Okay. And we have fabulous court sound. Thank you, Jesus. We're back.
Jose Soto-Escalera. So he gives consent to search his car. Law enforcement, they swab his car that particular day. And then they talk to him. And when they talk to the defendant, you're going to hear his interview. You're going to listen to his words. And you can watch him. He comes in as if, despite what he just did, despite after cutting her throat twice and bashing in her head, he's surprised. He's sad. I can't believe this happened. I feel bad for her family. Hope you find who did this. I don't know anything about it. He minimizes his relationship with Tania Wise. He's like, yeah, I know her. We're not friends. She comes over. Her son plays with my son. They start to ask more questions. She was pregnant. Is there any reason that we're going to find out this is your child? Are we going to learn that this baby is yours? Nope. Not my child. That's not possible. I've never had sex with Tania Wise. That's not me. So obviously, law enforcement, there's a medical examiner. They're going to do a paternity test of this baby that Tania had. And they're going to look into that. But what they're also going to look at is they're going to start to look at phone records. They're going to look at calls. They're going to do search warrants. And that's exactly what is done in this case. After the 25th, they do a search warrant subsequent on the defendant's vehicle again on September 24th of 2018. And at that time, they use something, and it's called Blue Star, and it's a chemical that they spray inside of his truck. And if there's blood inside, it lights up blue in the dark. So they spray that. And sure enough, they look inside of his truck, and there's parts that are glowing. Evidence that there was blood in his truck. So what do? They cut out the carpet where they see some of that blood. They swab that. They send that off also for DNA testing. So what you're going to hear about the DNA evidence in this case is that they took a lot of swabs and they tested a lot of stuff. But there's a couple things that are extremely important. And one of those is that they checked multiple people to see who could be the father of that child, and it's 99.99%, it's the defendant. So not only Did he kill Tania Wise? He killed his own son that she was 38 weeks pregnant with because he didn't want his wife to find out that he had been with someone else. He cut her throat and bashed her head in, knowing that possibly it was his child, but he did it anyways. Because he had planned it out, and he said, I have to do it, Eric. I have no other choice. You're going to hear some additional evidence that even though that evening he's going to tell law enforcement what he did and where he went, and the cell phone evidence that's going to introduce in this case, the cell phone tower evidence, it's going to show that's not correct. That's not where he was. The evidence is going to put him out at the scene of the crime. It's going to put him near that area where this crime occurred out on Lucie Road. So throughout the trial, listen to the evidence, use your common sense. But when you go back and you listen and you watch and you hear what is said on these recordings and you consider what the facts are, that the fact that this was his child and that he lied about it and that he hid it and that he then planned this murder for multiple days and then he carried it out, at the end of this trial, you're going to find the defendant guilty of both first-degree murder of Tania Wise and first-degree murder of an unborn child, because that's what the evidence is going to show. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cormier. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement at this time? Ms.
Yes,
Lee?
sir.
Please do. Thank you.
Unfortunately, the profession that Miss Wise was in, a dancer and an escort, brought her into contact with many unsavory characters. And what you will learn in the days following the discovery of her body, law enforcement got DNA samples from many men, not just my client. They got a DNA sample from a gentleman by the name of Mark Burke, who she was involved with and was her longtime paramour and pimp. They got DNA from a person named Bradley Rodriguez Jr., who was also her longtime boyfriend, who had been kicked out of her mom's house because he was violent with Tania in front of her mother. They got DNA from a gentleman named Eric Alvarado, who is my client's nephew. And they got DNA from a person by the name of Giovanni Alvarado, who dropped Tania off on the night that she was murdered. You will also learn that Miss Wise had told Bradley Rodriguez Jr. that he was the father of her son. And you will learn that she also told Mark Burke that he was the father of her son. It was in this fraught situation that her untimely demise occurred. And the judge is going to tell you, when we talked about it during jury selection, that reasonable doubt can come from the evidence, lack of evidence, and conflicts in the evidence. I'd ask that you use a discerning ear and eye during the course of this trial and listen to not only the evidence that you see and hear, but the evidence that you won't see and that you won't hear. And I have no doubt that at the close of the evidence, you'll have no other alternative but to find my client not guilty of both charges. Thank you.
Thank you, attorneys. We now begin with the evidentiary portion of the trial, and the state may call its first witness.
Yes, sir. People said for it on Christine Gabin.
Okay, I'm back, y'all. Now trying to get everything else done that we normally get done behind scenes before we go live. I will have to tell you, those were pretty short opening statements. My gosh. Those lasted how many minutes? Less than 30 minutes for both. 21 minutes for both sets of opening statements total in time. Come here, kitty, kitty. Oh, she's going in there. 21 minutes, y'all. Very precise, very clean, very short, to this point, very sweet opening statements. I wonder if other lawyers should take note. We don't need to always have to have 30, 40 hours of opening statements. I really appreciate the way this court is being run right now. It is amazing.
Do you swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Give that over this way for the witness.
And you may inquire of the witness.
Everybody is talking about the wonderful courtroom
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
audio.
Christine Gabin, Gabin,
Okay, Ms. Gabin, have you lived here in Fort Pierce all your life?
since I was 7 years old.
Okay, and let me take you back to August 24th of 2018. Do you remember what you were doing that day?
I left my house and
Forgive me.
And spell your last name, please.
Christine Gabin, Gabin,
Okay, Ms. Gabin,
Okay.
have you lived here in Fort Pierce all your life?
since I was 7 years old.
Okay, and let me take you back to August 24th of 2018. Do you remember what you were doing that day?
I left my house and in Spanish Lakes Fairways, went to Johnston Road and was going to take a shortcut to my granddaughter's and went down Russo Road.
Okay. And you go down, and where did your granddaughter live?
She lives over all the other side of Emil Avenue.
And you left your home and you're going to your granddaughter's house?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you took a shortcut and you got on Russo's Road?
Mhm.
Okay. And describe in as much detail as possible what happened and what you saw on August 24th of 2018.
Started down Russo and I was looking out my windows and there was like somebody had thrown bags of trash out the window. And so I got to the end of the road where Rusacas crosses and I stopped and I thought, oh, wait a minute, that's not what I saw. And I stopped and got my bearings again. And I thought, I think that was something more than just a bag laying there. So I turned around and I went back and saw that it was a body laying there. So I stopped and called 911.
Okay. And do you remember what time you called 911?
About 10:50.
Okay. And how do you remember that time?
I was very shocked, very upset. So I just sat there and waited for him to arrive.
Okay. And when you called 911, did you take a look at the timestamp on your phone?
Yes, I think it was like 10:54, something like that.
Okay. And the police officers arrived?
Mhm.
Okay. Without telling us what you said, because that would be inadmissible hearsay, but did you tell the police officer what you saw?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gabin, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
No cross-searching.
May this witness be released from her subpoena?
She may.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, Ms. Gavin. You're released from your subpoena. That means you're free to stay or leave as you wish. You may step down from the witness. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
Yes, sir. The people of the state of Florida call Deputy Josh Gilkey.
Stop.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Deputy Joshua Gilkey, Gilkey.
Okay, and it's obvious based on your dress, what will you do for a living?
Road Patrol Deputy, in St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, go ahead and give the jury a thumbnail sketch of your education, your training, and your experience, please.
I have an associate's degree in criminal justice. I've attended the Basic Academy for law enforcement. I'm a traffic homicide investigator, and I've worked for St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office for about 8 years now.
Okay, and were you working back on August 24th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in what capacity were you working? What was your assignment?
Road Patrol Deputy.
Okay, and go ahead and just give the jury a brief summary of what a road patrol deputy does on a day-to-day basis.
Road Patrol Deputy typically responds to calls for service. So you call 911, and if it's within that area that I'm working, I will respond to that call. I also do routine traffic stops as well.
Okay, and on August 24th of 2018, first of all, were you on duty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and describe for the jury how you were dressed.
We had a different uniform back then. It was like the other deputies in this room, polyester uniform. So I was dressed in that uniform.
Okay, and were you in a marked unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you receive a call or to respond to the area of Russo's Road and Johnston Road in St. Lucie County?
I heard my zone partner, he got dispatched to the call. I just happened to be a little bit closer, so I arrived on scene first.
Okay, about how far, just give the jury an idea, about how far away is that area from Indiana Road?
So it's approximately about a mile and a half.
Okay, and so you get dispatched and walk the jury in as much detail as possible what you see. You are the eyes to this jury, so walk them through what you see.
So whenever I first arrived on scene, I saw the caller in a black car, made contact with her. I believe her name was Gabin. And she informed me that she had saw what could possibly be a deceased body down the road, approximately 50 feet away from us to the east on the south side of the roadway.
Okay, and did you approach that body?
Yes.
Okay, tell the jury what you saw.
I saw what appeared to be a female body, and she appeared to be deceased at that time.
Okay, and what did you do in response?
I immediately determined that this was going to be an active crime scene due to there being a deceased female on the side of the roadway. Rescue that was there with me as well. Nobody went up and touched the body or anything like that.
Did you touch the body?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 116 and 117 for identification purposes. Take a look at those and tell me if you recognize those.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are those photos? What do they depict?
Those are photos of the deceased female laying face down.
Okay. And are those photos of the deceased female as they appeared on August 24th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And what time did you arrive on scene?
I believe it was approximately 11 a.m.
11 a.m. Okay. And are these photos fair and accurate representations of how the deceased female looked on August 24th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, the state moves into evidence Exhibits 116 and 117.
No objection.
These two items will come into evidence without objection at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let me remind you of something I told you on Thursday, since it's been 3 days in between. The items that officially come into evidence by my pronouncement take on a different significance. So the actual evidence in the case, they will go back with you into the jury room during deliberations. There may be other items that are used during the trial that do not officially come into evidence, such as items used to refresh a witness's memory or a demonstrative aid here in court. That's not the actual evidence, will not go back with you into the jury room. Also, now that an item is officially in evidence, it may be shown to you or published to you by either of the attorneys. And you may proceed, Mr. Richardson.
And permission to publish that.
You may do so.
Okay. So as we're looking here at Exhibit 116, go ahead and describe for the jury and also for the record what we're looking at.
That is what I saw whenever I first arrived on scene. made contact with the body.
Okay. And exhibit 117,
It's another angle.
same body.
Yes, sir.
And both of these depict the victim on August 24th of 2018.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from that point forward, you're a road deputy, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then did you then notify detectives within the homicide division of the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office?
I notified my supervisor, and supervisor makes the notifications from there.
Okay, so from that point forward, this was not your case. More homicide detectives came in and they began their investigation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Gilkey. I have no further questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Just very briefly, sir, that area that you found the body in, that wasn't a wooded area, correct?
It's partially wooded. Just depends on where, but that's what it is.
Okay. Do you remember taking a deposition in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember stating in the deposition when asked if the area was wooded, you said, I wouldn't describe it as wooded?
Right.
No further questions.
Any further questions from the state?
No regret.
Okay, Deputy Gilkey, be released from the subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, Deputy. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish.
Thank you.
And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
William Mullen.
What? You have never been a lovey kitty. Now all you do is want loving. At the other studio, she wouldn't do this before. Just saying.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
What? I know. It's been a morning.
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 If you could, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
William Drew Mullen III, Mullan.
And what do you do for a living?
Stop.
Self-employed.
All right. And back in 2018,
I've had camera problems this morning, and now I have a cat who's insisting on laying on my keyboard. So I can't type. So I missed the name of this wonderful man. So I froze it just right. I'm not going to do the whole thing. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Now I got Kitty out of the way.
business?
Yes.
Okay. And what business did you own?
There's a pizza restaurant in Vero Beach.
Okay. And during that time, would you ever have to travel along Russo Road in St. Lucie County?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you travel along that road?
It was just a cut through from my house to get to Vero. So like a back road, stay away from traffic, that kind of stuff.
So what I want to do is I want to go back to August 23rd of 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. Was there something that occurred that led you to reach out to law enforcement?
Yes. Are you talking about this is the day during the day, right?
Or during the nighttime?
During the nighttime.
Is there something that you saw that on an evening along Russo Road?
Yes.
Okay.
What
What is it that you saw as you were? Well, first off, were you driving at night on August 23rd?
Yeah, I'm at night. Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah.
And where were you going?
I was going back home from the pizza place. So I was pulling onto Russo Road, and usually there's nobody on that road at that time of night, and just so happened to be a truck sitting there. So
All right. Now, before I ask you some questions about the truck, approximately what time of night is this?
this was between 11 and 11:30.
And if you could describe for the jury, you're turning down Russo Road.
Yes.
Describe for them what you see. If there is a vehicle, describe the vehicle. What do you see it doing?
Yeah. So as soon as I turned on the road, it was dark, and then all of a sudden, lights popped on. So it was probably about 150 yards down the road. So I thought that was very suspicious. So I started coming towards the vehicle, and that vehicle started coming towards me. I noticed it was a truck, and and it was kind of creeping towards me. It was a silver or gray truck, like a big truck, like a full-size truck, and it was like a clean truck. I noticed it had like shiny, like kind of chrome, like rims and pieces on the truck and whatnot. And then I just passed by the truck. So dark tint windows.
And you described something happening with the lights when you saw the truck?
Yeah, as soon as I pulled on the road, it was like the fog lights had popped on right away. Which I thought was suspicious, because instead of turning on all your lights, it was like fog lights. I feel like a lower light, so.
And that's my next question. So you described it as fog lights. Where would those lights be?
What happened?
Headlight that came that.
Okay, I'm going to go back. We got gremlins, y'all. We got gremlins. This is Gremlin Monday. I'm going to go back to the beginning of his testimony. There we go. I don't know why I lost you.
Okay,
there we go.
Travel along that road.
It was just
we
cut
are good.
through from my house to get to Vero. So like a back road, stay away from traffic, that kind of stuff.
So what I want to do is I want to go back to August 23rd of 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. Was there something that occurred that led you to reach out to law enforcement?
Yes. That was are you talking about this is the day during the day, right?
Or during the nighttime?
During the nighttime.
Is there something
yes.
that you saw that on an evening along Russo Road?
Yes.
Okay. What is it that you saw as you were? Well, first off, were you driving at night on August 23rd?
Yeah, at night. Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah.
And where were you going?
I was going back home from the pizza place. So I was pulling onto Russo Road, and usually there's nobody on that road at that time of night, and just so happened to be a truck sitting there. So.
All right. Now, before I ask you some questions about the truck, approximately what time of night is this?
This is between 11 and 11:30.
And if you could describe for the jury, you're turning down Russo Road.
Yes.
Describe for them what you see. If there is a vehicle, describe the vehicle. What do you see it doing?
Yeah. So as soon as I turned on the road, it was dark, and then all of a sudden, lights popped on. So it was probably about 150 yards down the road. So I thought that was very suspicious. So I started coming towards the vehicle, and that vehicle started coming towards me. I noticed it was a truck, and it was kind of creeping towards me. It was a silver or gray truck, like a big truck, like a full-size truck, and it was like a clean truck. I noticed it had like shiny, like kind of chrome, like rims and pieces on the truck and whatnot. And then I just passed by the truck. So dark tint windows.
Can you describe something happening with the lights when you saw the truck?
Yeah, as soon as I pulled on the road, it was like the fog lights had popped on right away. Which I thought was suspicious, because instead of turning on all your lights, it was like fog lights. I feel like a lower light, so.
And that's my next question. So you described it as fog lights. Where would those lights be on the truck that you saw?
More down towards the bottom. So that's why I thought was suspicious. It wasn't like your normal headlight that popped on. It was like a light, two lights that were on the bottom. So.
And as you approached the truck, what did it do?
Immediately started, I could tell it just started like kind of creeping towards me. So as I was going east from Johnson Road, it started coming west towards Johnson Road.
All right. And then where did that truck end up going?
Since it was kind of weird, I was watching it in my rearview mirror. It stopped at the stop sign, and then it took a right, which would be north on Johnson Road.
And did you do anything in response at this time?
No, I mean, I just kept going and went home that night, like normal. So
So you didn't contact law enforcement?
Not that night, no.
All right, what caused you to end up to reaching out to law enforcement?
Well, this was my everyday route. So the next day when I was coming down that road, I noticed they had it blocked off. And I was coming west towards, I was on 27th Ave. I'm from Vero, so I call it 27th Ave. Then I went down to Indrio, went down, then went west, got on Johnson Road, started going towards Vero. And then when I came up on Russo Road, I noticed that there was police officers parked there. And I had saw a tent set up right where I saw that truck. So I figured maybe I should stop and at least tell them what I saw the night before in case it had something to do with it. So.
And is that what you ended up doing?
Yes. I immediately pulled over on the side of the road and spoke with the detective.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No cross-section.
May Mr. Mullen be released from the subpoena at this time?
Yes, sir, you may.
Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Mullen, you are released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish. Thank you. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
Yes, sir. The state calls Elizabeth Bedola.
I didn't catch the last name.
Do you swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Morning, ma'am. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is Elizabeth Bedola. Last name,
Scoot up to the microphone and maybe we could angle it so it can amplify her voice. There you go. Thank you.
okay. My name is Elizabeth Bedola, Bedolla.
Okay. And did you know a female by the name of Tania Wise?
Yes, she's my daughter.
Okay. She's your daughter. Okay. I want you to go ahead and describe Tania for us. So first, way back on August 23rd of 2018, how old was Tania?
She was 23.
I'm sorry.
She was 23.
Okay. And did she have children?
Yes. At home, she had an 8-year-old, Jamar, and she was pregnant.
Okay. How far along was she in her pregnancy?
She was about 8.5 months.
And had Tania decided on the name of the baby?
She decided that on the baby shower. It's Josiah Thomas Wise,
Okay. A boy.
a boy.
Okay. And did she live with you on August 23rd of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you guys live? What was the address?
2014 Southwest Larchmont Lane in Port St. Lucie.
Okay. Is that located near Bayshore Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. And is there like a is there a Winn-Dixie close to that area?
Yeah, if you continue the road, it's 2 blocks down. There's a Winn-Dixie.
Okay. Do you remember her phone number?
I believe so. It's 772-607.
Okay. And did you pay for her phone or did somebody else pay for it?
Bradley paid for it.
And what's Bradley's name?
Bradley, I think it's Rodriguez. I'm not sure if Rodriguez or Hernandez, one of the two.
Bradley Rodriguez?
Uh-huh.
Bradley Rodriguez Jr.?
Yes.
Okay. So let me go back and I want to focus you in on the events of August 23rd, 2018 in the evening time. Do you remember that time?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. What were you doing around 8 in the evening on that day in your house?
Me and my daughter, Tania, we had given her son a bath because he was going to school. So we gave him a bath around that time always. And I was going to get him dressed. She was going to go out. She needed to get drinks because he didn't have no drinks for lunch the next day.
Okay. And And about what time did she leave?
It's probably about anywhere between a little bit after 8. I'm gonna say a little bit. I mean, I didn't exactly look at the clock, but I know it was a little bit after 8. Could have been 8:15, 8:20. It was around that time.
Okay. And when she left, where was she going again? I couldn't quite hear you. I'm sorry.
She was gonna go get drinks for her son for school for his lunch.
Okay.
That's the purpose she left the house, because she had problems walking and everything because of her pregnancy. So she left just to get the drinks.
Okay. And was that the last time you ever saw your daughter, Tania?
By the door, yes.
And are you aware if Tania had a follow-up doctor's appointment the following week?
Yes, it was a Tuesday for her C-section. They were going to schedule her C-section.
On the next Tuesday,
Mm-hmm.
and that was a scheduling appointment for her C-section.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Any questions from the defense?
And prior to your daughter's murder, you were aware that she was dating Bradley Rodriguez Jr., correct?
Yeah, they kind of had some type of relationship
Because he actually lived with you in your house, is that right?
for a short period of time.
Okay, and in March of 2013, you had actually kicked him out of your house, right?
Correct.
And that's because he got violent with Tania?
I didn't like the way he treated her, yes.
Okay, but he laid hands on her in front of you.
I don't recall seeing him hitting her at all, but I just didn't like the way he treated my daughter.
You were also aware that she was dating another gentleman by the name of Mark Burke?
Objection, relevance.
Overruling objection. You may answer the question.
She was dating him. Like she separated from Mark. They kept the friendship and she dated Mark.
Were you aware that Mr. Bradley Rodriguez Jr. would threaten Tania?
Objection, relevance, and exceeds the scope of direct examination.
I'm concerned about, no, I'll overrule the objection. You can answer the question.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Were you aware that Mr. Bradley Rodriguez Jr. had been threatening Tania?
At one point, she had mentioned it to me.
Did you believe that Bradley Rodriguez Jr. was the father of your daughter's child?
I did.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection as to what this person's opinion was is irrelevant for purposes of the trial.
Around August 15th or 16th of that year, you took your daughter to Bradley Rodriguez Jr.'s house to pick up the baby clothes, is that right?
Yes.
And you told law enforcement that Mr. Burke actually was also abusive with your daughter, right?
Objection, hearsay.
Hold on a second.
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay, if you want to rephrase it.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Burke was violent with your daughter, correct?
I think he was.
Had your daughter just started speaking with another gentleman who went by the nickname of Casino, but his real name was Jared Christie?
That was her friend, yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Direct from the state.
No regret.
All right, thank you. Now you may step down from the witness stand. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
Yes, sir. The people sent forward to call Dr. Linda O'Neill.
That is my birth last name, O'Neill. My birth name was O'Neill, hence the very pale skin. I'm Irish.
Please swear affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
I
but the
wonder what kind of doctor she is.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Linda Rush O'Neill, O''Neil.
Okay. And Miss O'Neill, what did you do for a living back on August 23rd of 2018, 25th of 2018?
I was an associate medical examiner for District 19 Medical Examiner's Office in the state of Florida.
Okay. Can you give the jury a thumbnail sketch of your education, your training, and your experience, please?
I graduated from the University of Memphis in 1987 with a Bachelor's of Science degree. Following that, I attended East Tennessee State University Quillen College of Medicine, where I graduated with a medical degree in 1992. After that, I did a 5-year residency program, which I completed in St. Louis at St. Louis University Hospital in St. Louis. After that, I did a 1-year fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office in Broward County, Florida.
Okay. And are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida?
I am.
Okay. And I want to talk specifically about your career track. You just mentioned Broward County. So can you go ahead and elaborate on that for the jury? What did you do in Broward County?
I joined there. I did my fellowship training there. And then I joined as an associate medical examiner there in January of 1999. I continued to work for the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office until 2004. And then I became an associate medical examiner for the West Palm Beach County Medical Examiner's Office. And I was there until May of 2009, which at that time I joined the District 19 Medical Examiner's Office. And I was there until I retired in 2020.
Okay. And go ahead and just give the jury a general description of what a medical examiner does on a day-to-day basis.
Basically, in the state of Florida, a medical examiner is investigating certain deaths that fall under their jurisdiction. Most of them, of which we do autopsy examinations on, and the autopsy examinations are done to determine cause and manner of death.
Okay. And go ahead and describe what an autopsy is. Give the jury an overview about what an autopsy is. What an autopsy is. I'm sorry.
Basically, an autopsy is an examination of a deceased person. It's an external examination of the body and an internal examination of the body. The external examination of the body is not only just the characteristics of the body, female, male, height, weight, also whatever's on the body, be clothing or anything else that you would find on the body. Evidence would be collected from the body. Then there would be documentation of injuries or any kind of other kind of abnormalities on the external part of the body. Photographs would be taken during all these parts of the autopsy examination. Sometimes x-rays are taken prior to the internal examination. And then an internal examination is done in which the chest cavity is open, the abdominal cavity is open, the cranial cavity is open, and all the organs inside those cavities are taken out and examined.
Okay. And approximately how many autopsies have you performed in your entire career?
I don't remember the exact count, but when I retired, it was over 5,000.
Okay. And have you ever testified in circuit court regarding your findings from an autopsy?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
Over 100 times. I don't have an exact number.
Sure. And were you working on August 25th of 2018?
I was.
Okay. And what were you doing that day?
That day on August 25th of 2018, I became involved with the case of Tania Wise and did an autopsy examination on her that morning.
Okay. And what materials did you review in order to form your opinions in this case?
You mean just recently or at
Ever.
the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, obviously, all the findings of the medical examiner's office, any information that would be given to me by law enforcement or their personnel, laboratory findings, because we do other things like toxicology analysis and microscopic examinations. We did an X-ray examinations on her body. So all of those would have been involved in determining the cause and manner of death.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned a toxicology test.
Yes,
Was it, we'll start there. Was a toxicology test performed on Tania Wise?
yes.
Okay, go ahead and first explain what the toxicology test is and what it's testing for.
During the autopsy examination, we take blood and other body fluids. Those are sent to a laboratory that does the toxicology testing. They test for, they do drug screen and alcohol screen, testing for the presence of those in the body. And that was done in this case.
Okay, and what were the results?
The results in this case, I took heart blood from her body, and the heart blood showed a level of 0.017 grams per deciliter of ethanol. Also, at the time of the autopsy, I took vitreous fluid, which is fluid from the eye, and that was tested and showed no ethanol present in that specimen.
Okay, and ethanol is alcohol.
Correct.
Okay, so can you go ahead and explain to the jury why that number for ethanol is important to them?
Yes, in this case, there was some decomposition occurring, and ethanol can be created by bacteria that is in the body and is affecting the body after when decomposition starts. It can create ethanol in the body. So her level was so small that in all likelihood, in my opinion, it's from the decomposition, because the vitreous fluid in the eye, there's none present. And also on this particular autopsy, there was a collection of blood in the cranial cavity called subdural hemorrhage, which would be unlikely as affected by bacterial decomposition than the heart blood would be. And it showed no evidence of ethanol either. So none in the vitreous fluid, none in the ocular fluid, and just a small amount in the heart blood fluid.
Okay, is that more consistent with decomposition and inconsistent with ingesting alcohol, like what, beer, wine, etc.?
Yes.
And did you, I think you mentioned it earlier, but as part of your autopsy, do you take photos to document the injuries and the other important aspects of the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 118 through 143. If you could take a look at those for me for a second. What are those numbers, Mr. Rickard? 118 to 143.
While she's fumbling through those papers, I want to take a moment to thank everybody for being here today. It has been a day full of gremlins already. Your patience is so appreciated. I look forward to the rest of this trial. The sound is phenomenal. The video is phenomenal. The pace is phenomenal. This is a phenomenal trial, and I'm excited for it. Not excited that a woman and her baby were unalived, but as far as trials, courtrooms, take note. Get together with this judge and figure out what they're doing right, because it's amazing. It is absolutely amazing. You can hear everything's good. Everything's great.
These are all photographs from the autopsy examination.
Okay. And those exhibits right there, 118 through 143, are those fair and accurate depictions of the autopsy that you performed on Tania Wise and her baby Josiah?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves into evidence 118 to 143.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Okay. So here we're looking at exhibit number 118. Go ahead and just briefly describe what we're looking at here, Dr.
This is an initial photograph. This is how she was at the medical examiner's office before we started any of the examination. So it's an initial photograph showing her at the medical examiner's office.
Okay. And is it part of your process for every autopsy to take photographs like this where the victim comes in or the body comes in and you take initial photographs without unclothing them first?
Yes.
Okay. And let's advance to exhibit number 119. And same question, what are we looking at here?
This is an identification photograph. This is taken after the body is cleaned so we can get a good picture of the face for identification.
Okay. And I first noticed there's some red marks on her face and shoulders and chest and arms. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
One of the things that happens after we die is the postmortem settling of the blood, which is called livor mortis or lividity. When we die, our blood stops moving in our body and it will settle to the dependent area by gravity. So if you're on your back, it can settle on the back. If you're lying face down, it could settle on the front of the body. And for a period of time, that can move. Like for a period of time, if someone was on their face and moved over to their back, the lividity can move to the back and vice versa, or in any other way that gravity is affecting the body. But after a certain amount of time, that lividity becomes fixed, which means that it's not going to move when the body moves. So it's fixed in the position of the dependent gravity in a body position.
Okay. And if we could advance to exhibit number 120, please. Okay. So here we are looking at exhibit number 120. What exactly do you see here, doctor, that's important to you?
This is a photograph of a wound on the top of the head. It's on the top of the head, but the posterior aspect, so the top back of the head. You can see there through the head hair, you can see that there's a large wound that's visible.
Okay. And exhibit number 121, please.
Again, that's a close-up showing that this is a gaping wound, and it's a full thickness gaping wound because even now, even with head hair there, you can see at the bottom of that photograph skull, you can see visible skull through the
That's
margin of the wound.
horrific, y'all.
And exhibit number 122, please.
This is that same wound.
123.
This is after the head hair around it has been shaved, so you can get a better look at the margins of the wound and the tissue involving the wound. And then again, you can see the skull through the base of that laceration.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, we're looking at exhibit 122 here. Okay, so tell us about this wound, doctor. Can you go into more detail about that wound? First of all, what you believe caused it, and what were the consequences from it?
Well, this type of wound is a blunt trauma injury, meaning that it's a forceful blow to the body. Blunt trauma injuries include bruises or contusions. It includes abrasions, scraping of skin. It includes lacerations, which is kind of a crush and tear injury of the skin. And fractures are also common blunt trauma injuries. In this case, this wound is a full thickness laceration or blunt force trauma. And there is fracture of the skull too underlying this. So this is a full thickness laceration full thickness blunt force injury, which would have been a very forceful blow with some type of heavy object. I can't say specifically what that object was.
Is this something that could have been caused by human hands, or does it require something heavier and more substantial?
I cannot think of a way that this could have been caused by a human hand.
Okay. So when you say a heavy object, can you elaborate on that?
Objection, Judge Costa.
Overrule the speculation, objection, so long as it's within your ability as a doctor to describe it with some specificity.
Heavy object being something not lightweight, something with some weight to it, and it would be used forcefully to cause this injury.
Okay. Would it have had to have had a sharp edge to it at some point?
This is a blunt force injury, so blunt force injuries wouldn't necessarily be caused by anything sharp. There's no sharp margin of the wound. When you think of a laceration is kind of a tearing, a crushing, tearing injury. Like if you had a piece of material and you tore it and you have those little bridging fibers between it, that's kind of what happens with a laceration that you can see in that photograph. A sharp force injury is going to have smoother margins, like if you had that same material and you cut it with scissors, and it would be nice and smooth on each side. So this is a blunt force injury.
If we could advance to the next slide, which is exhibit 143.
123? What are we looking at here?
This is the same wound. In the previous photographs, it's gaping open. So we try to reapproximate the margins to see if we can get any other identifying features, not necessarily to determine right from the picture what it was, but if we have something that we could compare it to later, it might help, in that comparison.
In exhibit 124.
That is the same wound, reapproximated with the margins pushed together. You can see there's some perpendicular lacerations extending from the margins of the wound.
Okay. And how long was this wound?
The wound was 9 centimeters in length, which is approximately 3.5 inches.
And go ahead and describe the consequences of this wound. What condition did you see? What flowed from that?
Well, on the internal examination, when the skin is removed from the scalp, there's a skull fracture that's visible. And then when the top of the cranium is taken off, when we look at the brain inside, there's actual bruising of the brain. There's subarachnoid hemorrhage of the brain, which is the thin layer that covers the brain itself. And then the dura, which is a thicker membrane around the brain, there was subdural hemorrhage or hemorrhage underneath that dura. So it not only affected the skin and the skull, it also affected the brain.
Okay. And when you say subdural hemorrhage, what exactly does that mean?
That means that there's a collection of blood, that there was bleeding inside the cranial cavity that collected in the subdural space.
Okay. And you also used the word that I have the same question for, subarachnoid hemorrhage. What is that?
The arachnoid layer is a very thin, translucent tissue that covers the external part of the brain. And so it would be hemorrhage underneath that layer.
And you indicated that there was a skull fracture present as well?
Correct.
Okay, can you describe that for the jury?
The skull fracture starts at the point where you see this laceration, and it curves around to the left side of the skull, the left parietal and frontal region of the skull. So it's a linear fracture extending from the point of the blow.
And is there also cerebral edema
Yes.
present? Can you explain to the jury what that is?
When the brain undergoes trauma like this, one of the things that quickly happens is the brain swells because of the injury. So cerebral edema is swelling of the brain.
Dr. O'Neill, Can you, based on your training and experience, can you describe for the jury, as best you can, how much force was used to cause the injuries to Miss Wise's head that we've seen thus far?
What I could say is it's extreme force. It's one forceful blow with an instrument that would be heavy enough to create that wound.
Okay. Is the wound that you just described and the pictures that correspond to it, would that have automatically rendered Miss Wise unconscious, or could she have maintained at least some measure of consciousness after receiving that blow?
It may or may not have rendered her immediately unconscious.
And I want you to set aside the other injuries and just focus on this injury, okay? If we set aside those injuries, is this head wound, is this head injury sufficient by itself to cause death, assuming that there's no immediate medical attention that Miss Wise could have received?
Yes, this one could have caused death.
Okay. Now, as we're sitting here, you've just described the injury. We've seen the photos. Let me ask you this. Did Miss Wise feel a high degree of pain as a result of this injury?
Objection, Counselor Speculation.
Sidebar. We have our first sidebar. Yes, sidebar. I feel for this mom. I really, really do. To sit there and have to listen to all this. Yeah, you're right, Angela. I mean, it sucks, but it's a part of court, and it's horrible. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Please remember, hit the thumbs up. Yes, and if you do, make sure you comment, I liked, I shared, and I subbed to be entered into the drawing. Also, be forewarned, we do have a warning up. This stream contains content and references to infant fatality. So please, 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 self-care and be mindful of your needs. Thank you, Angela.
Let's proceed to the next exhibit. What number is it? Okay. We're looking at 125. I'm sorry. Go ahead and describe this.
This is a photograph of the same injury. The skull is present at the base.
Okay. And 126. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the skull after the scalp has been removed. During the autopsy examination, we make an incision across the top of the scalp and reflect it forward and reflect it backward. So this injury, that you can see the skull is visible, the entire skull is visible. And you can see that linear, there's a line that's going in the picture. It's horizontal just above where the ruler is, and that's the fracture. The point of impact being on the right side of that, and then
Don't look, Mama.
fracture extending.
Don't look,
across
Mama.
that photograph.
And the next exhibit?
Okay, this is the only thing I don't like. The camera is focused on her. They needed to get back on the witness. Back on the witness, boo. I'm not liking this. I understand you want it for the drama. Get the drama off the mama and put it back on the witness. That's good. Get the drama off the mama. I like that.
We're looking at 127 here. Go ahead. And
Hello, love. How are you?
That is the fracture, linear fracture. The top of the head is actually just above the ruler there. The top of the head is towards the right. So that would have been underlying that point of impact. And then you see the linear fracture. It gives you a little bit better location of how that fracture starts. The top posterior part of the head and then goes the around the left side of the skull.
Okay. And 128, please. Okay. Again, what are we looking at?
This is a photograph of the brain after the skull cap has been removed. You can see there's darker red regions of the brain, and then there's more pink or lighter regions of the brain. The darker red regions are where there is hemorrhage and contusion of the brain. And that would be, there's a little thin translucent membrane. That's the subarachnoid membrane that we were talking about. And you can see that there's hemorrhage underneath that.
And the next exhibit, which is 129. Okay, so let's transition from the head injury to other injuries of the body. What were the locations on the body that you observed additional injuries?
There was a large incised wound that extends from the front of the neck to the back of the neck. And then in this photograph, you see a smaller incised wound, which is on the left clavicular region of the body. So just near the left clavicle. That's an incised wound. That's a sharp wound. If you look at the margins of that wound, you see they're nice and smooth. So it's caused by something that's sharp.
I believe we're looking at 129 here. And go ahead and I believe you said this was on the clavicle?
In the clavicular region of, yes.
Okay. And how deep and long was this wound?
This one was 2 centimeters in length and 0.5 centimeters in depth. To give you a comparison, 2.54 inches is related to a centimeter. So, I mean, 2.54 inches. I believe that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And we'll move on to exhibit 130. What are we looking at here?
This is the incised wound of the neck. This wound starts in the front of the neck and goes around to the right side of the neck and to the right back of the neck. This is the incised wound at the anterior margin, and it's really bifurcated. Right here, you're seeing one margin of that wound. If we go to another photograph, I think you'll see that there's more than.
Yes, ma'am.
Just-
Go to 131.
Right. So this is the wound margin when the head is tilted back, and you can see that there are 2 distinct lines, a V-shaped bifurcation of the anterior part of the neck where this incised wound starts at the front of the neck. You can see it goes full thickness through the skin, and then it goes around the side of the neck to the back of the neck. In this case, there are 2 wound tracts that merge. So there's 2 incised wounds that merge into one wound tract.
Meaning that there were 2 wounds, not one. This is not one continuous wound. This is 2.
2, yes.
And can you explain and describe for the jury how long each wound was as well as the depth?
Yes. I believe I said it backwards before. So an inch is 2.54 centimeters. To give you, I think I said it backwards last time. But this wound in centimeters was 19 centimeters in length. And in inches, that would be 7.5 inches in length.
And the depth?
The depth of the wound ranged from in the deepest part of that wound, it went to 1 1/2 inches. And in other areas, is 1 1/4 inches in depth.
Okay. At any point along that wound, did it approach or even touch the neck bone or any bone in the neck?
At its deepest margin on the lateral neck, you could see the cervical vertebrae at the base of the wound, yes.
And describe the amount of force that had to have been used to create those wounds that we're seeing here in Exhibit 131.
This would have been caused with a sharp force instrument. So it's a cutting, incised, sharp force injury. So depending on the wound and how sharp it was, it would depend on the force.
You mean the instrument? You said the wound and how sharp it was. You mean the instrument?
The instrument would have a sharp edge, yes.
So go ahead.
Yeah, so depending on the instrument and the sharpness of the instrument, that would depend on how much force it would take to create these injuries.
Okay. And what is the directionality of these incised wounds?
These wounds start on the front of the neck and end on the posterior part of the neck,
Okay, so front to back.
front to back.
And if we could advance to the next slide. Okay, now we're looking at exhibit 132. Go ahead and describe this for the jury.
So this is on the right side of the neck. This is where those two incised wounds have merged together and have created one larger incised wound. And you're looking at that wound gaping open on the right side of the neck.
Okay. And the next exhibit, 133.
Again, that's the incised wound. You can see the bifurcation on the anterior neck. And then on the right side of the neck, you can see that there is depth to this wound. You can see where it's gaping open. Those are the regions where it went the deepest on the right side of the neck.
And exhibit 134.
This is showing the wound approaching towards the back of the neck. So this is the right side of the neck, and the wound continues to the posterior right neck.
Okay. And exhibit 135. What are we looking at?
Because there's an incised wound of the neck, we want to see what things were damaged by that. There's obviously skin, soft tissue, and some muscular damage because of the sharp force trauma. But also we're looking at the vessels, what vessels would have been affected in the neck. In this photograph, you can see the forceps is holding up. This is the external right jugular vein that's completely transected. You can see the hole underneath the forceps, where the forceps holding it open. That's the jugular vein incised open.
Okay. And just a little bit more detail. What is the purpose, or what does the jugular vein do?
The external jugular vein, it drains blood from our scalp and face. It's draining it from our head in those regions and taking it back to the heart.
Okay. And and we're seeing here that the external jugular vein has been cut or severed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury the amount of loss of blood that would have resulted from this wound?
Well, this wound, there would be quite a bit of blood lost from this wound, and this blood loss from this wound could cause death in and of itself if it's not medically treated.
Okay. And the next slide. 136 we're looking at here.
That's a close-up of that external jugular vein. You can see it better in this photograph. The opening there is the external jugular vein incised open.
Okay. Exhibit 137.
And this is the posterior neck. So you can see that this incised wound goes all the way around from the front of the neck, the right side of the neck, to the back of the neck.
And I want to return to the head injury for a second. Okay. As you know from the materials, the victim was found in near some vomit. Can you describe to the jury what would have caused the vomit?
Well, nausea and vomiting is not uncommon with head wounds and head trauma. So in this instance, that type of head injury could induce vomiting.
Is there a relationship between the victim vomiting and the loss of consciousness or the ability to stay conscious?
No.
And did you observe?
Could you be asking, clarify that question and answer? I'm not sure I understood.
Okay. With respect to the vomit, okay, when somebody vomits, does that mean that can someone vomit in a state of unconsciousness?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And did you observe any defensive wounds on Miss Wise's body?
I did not.
And based on the materials that you've read and your overall understanding of the case, based on your examination and your photographs and everything that you've described, can you tell the jury what can you tell the jury about the time of death in this case?
Time of death is it's a very difficult thing to determine. There are very factors that we look at to see if we can narrow down a time frame.
July.
Basically, when we're looking at time of death, in a case like this where a body is found outside,
She's not looking up.
we start with the window that's the easiest,
Thank
which is
you.
when do we know they were last alive? When can we verify they were alive? And then when were they found? So that's the time frame we start with. As far as I recall, I believe she was last known to be alive around 8 o'clock the night prior. And then she's seen by a passerby close to 11 o'clock in the morning the next day. So that's our time frame window. And then we look at other factors of the body to see if we can make any determination of anything that we can narrow that down. One of the things that we look at is the stiffening of the body. Stiffening or rigidity or rigor mortis is when the body, after someone dies, because of reactions that are happening in the muscle fibers of the body is first flaccid, then it becomes stiff, fully stiff for a certain period of time, and then that stiffness goes away. Typically, and under normal circumstances, that rigidity, it would take approximately 12 hours for it to become really full. So a person is really fully stiff. Then it would stay about 12 hours. And then after that, it would go away in 12 hours. So in about 36 hours, they've gone through the whole range. She was seen there at 10:53. Investigator from our office was at the scene around 1 o'clock and noted that there was full rigidity. So at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, on August the 24th, she was in full rigidity. Another thing that we look at when we're looking at the body is the lividity that we just discussed. The lividity is the pooling of the blood. The blood goes to where the lowest point that gravity is taking it, and it will stay there. And if it stays there and the body's not moved, it becomes fixed. In other words, even if we move the body after that, that lividity is not going to move. That usually takes somewhere between 8 and 12 hours. So in her case, at 1 o'clock, the investigator's there, she's moved, and her lividity is on the interior part of the body. So the next day, when I do the examination of the body, it's still on the anterior part of the body, which means it was fixed there. So at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that was fixed. So if we look at those time frames, assuming that the rigidity is there at 1 o'clock and the lividity is fixed at 1 o'clock, it could be at least 12 hours from the time of her death, and it can be longer, up to 24, which we know it wasn't that long because we know that she was alive.
Before you continue on with your examination, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our mid-morning bathroom break for 10 minutes. Please remember, leave your notes on your chairs. Do not discuss the case with each other. Please proceed to the jury room. Feel free to use the restrooms, and we'll be with you in about 10 minutes. All right, jury has exited the.
What? Oh, court is on a short break. Okay. Whew. I was like, what did I do? We were a little bit behind. Let's hear him. We were a little behind, so we're going to catch up.
All right, jury has exited the courtroom. We'll take a 10-minute bathroom break, recess. We'll come back in 10 minutes. Go off the record.
Okay, so right now we have learned of the gruesomeness of the wounds. We have learned that pretty much she was found on the road, side of the road in rigor mortis, and poor mama got on the stand. I'm still trying to figure out why mom was on the stand. In all honestly, I didn't understand. I don't know. I don't know why they put mom on the stand. There was no pertinent information other than the fact that she did have another boyfriend, or had seen somebody else. They did do a DNA test, and of course the accused is definitely the father of the child. I want to thank everybody for hopping on and being here with me today. My apologies for the rough start this morning. Y'all, I got up this morning with no camera. Not at all. Thank God I have extra cords because, cord went out. I guess I need it. So thank God. And the other miracle of all this is, let me tell you the miracle of this. I had 2 cords. One was this one, and another was just a earbud type cord in a drawer. All my other cords are packed away somewhere in the myriad of boxes in the house. My house looks like a hoarder's house right now because we moved out of the office. And good morning, Case One. And so the sheer luck of having the additional cords and actually having my hands go, I couldn't believe it. I pulled it out that drawer and I went, no, because I was about ready to just do it all via cell phone, because these cords we can't find locally. I have to order the cords. From Amazon because it's a very specialized cord for this camera that plugs into the ATM Mini Extreme switcher, and then it's just very techie stuff. And so, by the grace of the Lord, thank you, Jesus, the cord was there. So it's been a gremlin kind of day, but the angels came to the rescue. They sure did, y'all. Okay, for those of you who are just joining us and really don't know anything about this trial, this is a Florida versus Jose Antonio Soto-Escalera, and I said it, I think, pretty decently. Difficult name. Anyway, he is accused of unaliving his girlfriend, his mistress. He was married. I don't know if he still is. At the time of the red room, she became with child, which was not something that he was really happy to hear or see by any means. And so, long story short, I can do that. I got a new hair clip. I bit the bullet and bought a new hair clip. But anyway, long story short, he did not want to lose his marriage, I guess. So he decided to red room the significant other girlfriend, or mama, who was pregnant with his child at the time, which to me is actually quite heinous and very disheartening. Dude, anybody who's married, if you play and get pregnant, you pay. It's that simple. Bite the bullet, admit your mistakes, admit what you did was wrong, move along, take care of your responsibilities. But I feel bad for his current wife, or the wife he was with at the time. That's horrible to know that not only was your husband cheating on you, but he was also red room the woman he was cheating with and his child. I mean, and she, the victim in this case, had another child who was 8 years old, who has been raised now without a mama because of him. It's horrendous. And in my heart of hearts, I pray that he pays well. I got to figure out how to do this clip. It's a cool clip, y'all. Have you seen these clips?
With the witness.
One final question regarding this neck wound. If you were to set aside the other injuries in this case, and simply look and examine the neck wound on its own by itself, is that sufficient to cause the death of Tania Wise? So if she did not receive immediate medical attention.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And part and parcel to your autopsy, is there a process by which a blood standard is collected?
At the autopsy examination, we do collect a blood standard DNA sample.
Okay, and what is the purpose of that?
It could be for anything, for comparison with other DNA, for comparison with evidence, for anything that might come up in the future.
Okay, so if investigators find a blood spot and they don't know the identity, would they be able to take the blood standard and then compare it to see if there's a match?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as
Okay,
state
hold on. I'm getting it.
number 144. Do you
Sorry about that.
recognize this?
Like I said, it's been glitchy this morning. Even my mod had a hard time getting into StreamYard this morning. I don't know why it's so glitchy
By
today, but it is. Okay, back to the testimony.
Final question regarding this next.
Yes, case one. Sorry.
If
Today, the gremlins are attacking StreamYard today. Even Angela can sit there and attest. She had a hard time getting in today. She's in the background. I have a mod now. Thank you, guys. I have mods that can get in the background and kind of watch and help a little bit. But they have been gremlin-y. So while I was talking to you, I'm trying to get everything up. So my apologies. What I might do is during lunch, I might reboot StreamYard and see if their gremlins have gone to bed.
you were to set aside
We're going to put them to bed.
other injuries in this case and simply look and examine the neck wound on its own by itself, is that sufficient to cause the death of Tania Wise? So if she did not receive immediate medical attention.
Yes.
And part and parcel to your autopsy, is there a process by which a blood standard is collected?
At the autopsy examination, we do collect a blood standard DNA sample.
Okay, and what is the purpose of that?
It could be for anything, for comparison with other DNA, for comparison with evidence, for anything that might come up in the future.
Okay, so if investigators find a blood spot and they don't know the identity, would they be able to take the blood standard and then compare it to see if there's a match?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as states number 144. Do you recognize this? And you can open it up if you need to.
This is an envelope that contains postmortem evidence collection, Tania Wise, her autopsy number, and the date of the autopsy examination are on the envelope, and my initials are signed on this. So this would have been collected at the time of the autopsy.
Okay, and is that the blood standard of Tania Wise?
I can't see inside the envelope, but this would be an envelope that would be in. This is a DNA standard envelope.
Okay, is the packaging consistent with that being a blood standard of Tania Wise?
Yes,
Okay, and are your initials actually on that?
yes.
Okay, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition that it was in when it was collected on August 25th of 2018?
There are other initials and other tape on here that have been added since I did this.
Sure.
So it's been to other places, but the envelope, yes, is in the same type of condition, yes.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Your Honor, the state moves into evidence exhibit number 144. doctor. Now I want to turn your attention to the baby, Josiah Wise. And I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 138 for identification purposes. What are we looking at here?
During the autopsy examination, as we open body cavities, we take photographs of things that are, any findings, internal findings. This is the abdominal cavity.
How do you like the special pin he has to use? Because I think he's still in custody. Or I don't know. Is he? I mean, look.
Of Tania Wise opened, and that large object you see there is the uterus, the womb, and it is extremely enlarged because of a pregnancy.
Okay. And turn your attention now, and we'll move ahead to Exhibit 139. What is that?
This is a photograph of the womb opened up. The head of inside this amniotic sac, you can see, which is still intact. There's a fetus, a near full-term fetus. The head of the fetus is toward the birth canal, the vaginal canal, so it would be in a head first type of positioning, and it's a near full-term fetus.
Okay, so it was head first into the womb. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. In Exhibit number 140.
This is the baby after I've incised the amniotic sac and I'm removing the baby from the body. You can see that this is the same position it was in. Full-term child with no abnormalities noted. Full-term fetus with near full-term fetus with no abnormalities noted.
Okay. And Exhibit number 141.
This is the fetus, Josiah Wise, on the examination table. You can see that anatomically is well-formed male fetus. All the weights and measurements are consistent with the estimated gestational age of 38 weeks.
Okay. Exhibit number 142.
And this is the back showing there's no abnormalities, nothing abnormal about the development of this fetus.
Okay. And finally, the last exhibit is 143.
Again, this is examination of the fetus showing that it's well-formed. All extremities are well-formed. Hands, feet, fingers, and toes are all well-formed. Head and face are well-formed.
Did you weigh the baby and measure the baby?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe your results?
The weight was 5.22 pounds, and the measurement was 20 inches in length.
Okay. And I believe you said that there were no abnormalities. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Based on your autopsy as well as your review of Ms. Wise's medical records, is there any indication that this was anything other than a healthy baby boy?
No.
This was a healthy baby boy.
Yes.
Okay. Did the baby live after Ms. Wise died, or did they die at the same time? Can you provide some detail on that issue?
At this gestational age, that infant, any infant or fetus inside the womb is dependent on the mother's blood flow for nutrients and oxygen. When the mother has died, that blood flow stops. So the infant doesn't die instantaneously, but as it's depleted from oxygen and blood flow, it would die after she died in a matter of minutes.
Okay. And what was the baby's cause of death?
Well, this was an intrauterine fetal demise, and it was an intrauterine fetal demise due to the maternal death due to blunt and sharp force trauma.
Okay. And final few questions. Based on your training and experience, could the head injury to Tania Wise have occurred before the neck injury.
It could have, yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge. Just very briefly. Ma'am, you said that you reviewed Ms. Wise's medical records.
Yes, I was given medical records to look at.
Okay, and did that include her records from her OBGYN?
There were some OBGYN records, yes.
Okay, and you were aware then at the date of her last appointment with her OBGYN on August 13th of 2018, that they estimated that the fetus was 31 weeks gestation. Is that correct?
I don't recall that from them.
Would you refresh your recollection if I showed you her OBGYN's records from that date?
Okay.
Permission to approach the witness, Judge? Thank you, Judge. You'll see the date right there,
Yes.
and then the
August 13th.
highlighted portion right there.
Gestational age. It does say 31 weeks.
Okay, so on Ms. Wise's visit to her OBGYN, who had been monitoring her pregnancy the entire time, on August 13th of 2018, her OBGYN noted that the baby's gestational age was 31 weeks. Is that correct?
According to those medical records, that's what they put in their medical records, yes.
Okay, and that was her OBGYN for the entirety of her pregnancy, correct?
I don't recall, but possibly yes.
Okay, would you like to see all of his medical records?
No, thank you.
Okay.
If that was her OBGYN, that was her OBGYN.
Okay, and also on that record that I just showed you, the estimated date of delivery for the fetus was October 15th of 2018. Is that correct?
I don't know if that's correct or not.
Would it refresh your recollection again if I showed you the OBGYN's records that you reviewed?
I don't know if I reviewed those specifically, but you can show them to me.
Sure,
yes.
permission to approach the witness. Thank you.
Yes, it just says, it does say 10/15/2018.
EDD, estimated date of delivery, correct?
That's correct.
And ma'am, in your review of Ms. Wise's OBGYN's records, you learned that she had something called SVT.
Yes.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what SVT is?
SVT is supraventricular tachycardia, meaning that the heart can go into a rapid beat.
And it can be potentially fatal for the mother and the fetus, is that correct?
It's potentially fatal, yes.
Okay, and that's why Ms. Wise's pregnancy was actually a high risk pregnancy.
That along with, I think that she had had a previous C-section also.
And just one final question. I think that you said this when you were talking to the state, but there was no independent injury to the fetus, correct?
That's correct.
No further questions, Judge.
Any further questions from the state?
The difference in gestational age of the child, does that affect the cause of death for the child?
No.
No further questions.
And may Dr. O'Neill be released from her subpoena this time?
Subject to recall, sir.
You may step down subject to recall from the attorneys. Please be sure to have a contact number for them to get in touch with you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break a little bit early now because the attorneys have some business to attend to outside of your presence to keep the case streamlined. And counsel, if we could get 12:45 suffice, we got done a little bit earlier than I thought. 12:45. So take your lunch break. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't do any research whatsoever. Please leave your notes here. Let's aim at 12:45 coming back into session. Thank you. The jury has exited. before we break, there was that issue that the state mentioned earlier about taking testimony outside the presence of the jury to establish the unavailability of Ms. Lim, I think it was. Lim.
Yes, sir.
Did you want to do that at 12:30 perhaps?
I don't know if I can get my witness here in time.
Okay.
I'll try to get her here as swiftly as I can. I just don't know.
Well, it might be convenient just to, since we got the time, or
Yeah.
I don't know when you were planning on putting on her testimony.
Yeah, either today, we might be able to get to it tomorrow.
Okay, so
Um,
we'll come back at 12:45 then.
Okay.
We're here. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you at 12:45. Go off the record.
Okay, so we had no sound. Like I said, the gremlins are attacking. The gremlins are attacking. And thank you for the alert. The gremlins were attacking yet again. So if you were just joining us today, I came in this morning, no camera. Then my live StreamYard has been glitchy as hell today. So if I go silent, I got a mod there that gives me the hone. I got the hone. I was like, what the hell? That's the first time we've used it. It worked. Okay, so let me go back and start reading what I was reading. I did find information on the divorce question, so let me go back and get that up and going for y'all. My apologies. Like I said, this is a StreamYard glitchy. It ain't happening today. It is a Monday. So anyway, here we go. I'll start it all over again. So it is reported that there is an original 2018 case that shows Jose San Antonio Soto-Escalera was married and a father of 4 when he was arrested. Recently, in family court, there are records to show that Deborah Jean Soto-Escalera filed for divorce from Jose Antonio January 6 of 2025 that indicates that his spouse initiated legal separation and steps to end the marriage. She filed for divorce is not the same. It is not finalized at this time. There are also multiple news pieces about the ongoing Capitol Red Room proceedings right now that we are watching. So right now, there is a filing of divorce, but there is no finalization of divorce found on record. Does that help? Did that answer? I did it, y'all. I have to laugh at it, guys. I have to laugh at it. My apologies. I do have to laugh at this. It's been a day. I went to bed last night. I preset everything. I never turn off the camera. Never turn off this camera. Because if I turn this camera off, boo, you never know if it's going to come back on. So anyway, I had everything preset. Everything was great. And I come in with no camera. Oh, I just want to say thank you again, Miss Angela. We do have a challenge going this morning. So just be aware of that. Let me get to comments. There we go. This too shall pass. I know, right? It needs to pass. It needs to like disappear, go bye-bye, never to return again. So, do you know what? I need to copy and paste his name because it's a long one for me to do. Right now, we have had 6 witnesses. The longest one on the stand is the medical examiner, of course. Just to give you all a breakdown, the first witness this morning was Gabin. She testified that she found Tania Wise's body on the roadside drainage ditch. She thought it was a bag of trash, and then she realized, oh, that's not what I saw. So she pulled over and confirmed what she hoped was not to be and called the police. She said she initially thought, like I said, it was a bag and turned around and realized it was a body. Deputy Jose Gilkey. It's interesting. Gilkey's an unusual name. I wonder if he's related to a friend of mine named Gilkey. In St. Louis County Sheriff's Office, his first responder at the scene reported meeting Gabin after she called 911, viewing the body in the partially wooded area. Then we had William Mullen, owner of a pizza restaurant in Myrtle Beach. He said that late that night, August of the 23rd, he saw a truck parked or creeping slowly on the side of the road with his taillights off or not fully on, which struck him as very suspicious. The next day, when the road was blocked, he contacted police about what he had seen. Now, Elizabeth Bedola, the mother of the victim, she testified about her daughter's pregnancy, that her daughter was excited about the upcoming child and planned to name him Josiah Thomas. Now, I don't normally mention names, but she brought it up in court. So that's fair game, but I will not bring up the name of the living child. She does have an 8-year-old child that is still, well, back then was 8. Now he would be, this happened when, in 2016? I'll have to remember. So anyway, she last saw her daughter before she went to get drinks for her son and had a scheduled follow-up doctor's appointment planned for the C-section of her child and within the week. She testified that her daughter's phone was being paid for by Bradley Rodriguez Jr., who is described as her longtime boyfriend, and that Rodriguez was sometimes violent. So it was like she had a long-term boyfriend, maybe that was off and on again, and so she cheated on the boyfriend with Jose Antonio Soto-Escalera. Yep, they were cheating on theirs, or she was on a separation from the boyfriend. It's not clear. In questioning, she was asked whether she saw Rodriguez act violently and if he threatened her daughter. Yeah, was kind of her answer. The associate medical examiner, Linda O'Neill, provided the autopsy statements. She said that she had a large wound to her head and skull, fractures, hematomas, deep, 19 centimeter. That's deep across the neck, through the jugular, nearly to the spinal cord. That is a lot of force, y'all. Y'all don't understand how much force it takes to actually cut that deep. It was very aggressive and very, very violent cut. And then she described her wounds as a blunt force trauma, force blow, which is a blow from an object, and said that in her opinion, these injuries could not have been caused by human hands alone. What? Okay, that's what she said. That's what I wrote. So anyway, she definitely is one. They showed the pictures, of course, in court. We did not see them. Thank you, Jesus. But Mama Boo did see them. And I really feel bad for the mother. I mean, I really, really do, to sit there and see those images of your daughter I hope she looked down and did not entertain those pictures, because y'all, that's bad. That'd be bad. Not a pretty sight. That was bitter. I put a liquid IV in my drink, and that was bitter. Whew. If you need to wake up, put a lemon lime. I'm deadly allergic to citrus, but synthetic citrus doesn't bother me. And I'm having a synthetic citrus drink, and boy, it was pungent. Just saying, y'all, that woke me up. So anyway, that is where we are right now with this trial. This is what we've caught up on. Let me go. I am looking for something for us to do. Oh, we have Titanic #2 coming out with Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet. Oh my gosh, we're having another. Are you kidding? Oh my gosh, Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't know why I didn't find him all that handsome back then, but I think he looks better. I like more mature people for some reason. Maybe that was, I don't know why they're doing that, but okay. Interesting. I'm trying to find. Everything is about right now is about Charlie Kirk, and kind of rightfully so, but wow. What are y'all doing today? It is a wonderful, beautiful morning here. They may not always be. Yeah, that's so true. So true. Two's not always the best. What? That's interesting. Your fiance is bleeding, dying on the K4, and you leave. That's interesting. I'm looking for some more coverage about this case. This case does not have a lot of pre-coverage. Yeah, he did die, but maybe he could come back to her in the dreams, or maybe he'll pull a Dallas. Y'all remember JR in Dallas? How he got shot and everybody thought he died, and then he came back. I want to watch this. This I want to see, y'all. I have not seen.
Is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala, out of Florida, following the guilty verdict in the matriarch mastermind murder trial of Donna Adelson. More jurors are speaking out. It only took the jury about 3 hours and 15 minutes, to reach this verdict last week. Adelson was left in tears and disbelief when she was convicted of first-degree murder and conspiracy and solicitation to commit first-degree murder in the death of her ex-son-in-law, Dan Markell. We are now hearing from another one of the jurors in the case who sat down with Scripps News Group reporter Maya Sargent in Tallahassee. Juror number 6, Evan Hickenbottom. Now, he reveals how they arrived at their guilty verdict.
Did he say Hickenbottom?
Going in, I was leaning towards guilty after seeing all the evidence laid out. And I did my best to try to stay on the fence and not lean in one direction until we got in there to the deliberation, because I did feel like she deserved to at least have that unbiased bit.
And so tell me, when you walk in that room, what was sort of some of the first things? Was everyone kind of stunned? What was sort of
That is horrible audio. Come on, Court TV. Really? You could not get a better location than the side of a road? If so, put a better mic on the dude.
Reaction when you got inside the room?
Yeah, I expected for all of us to immediately start talking, for it to be an eruption of speech, and it really wasn't. It was kind of silent, and everyone was kind of, so where do we start? And it kind of took us looking at the jury instructions to really get the ball rolling to talk about it.
Yeah. What did I guess where did you start when you say we didn't know where to start?
Well, we first started by breaking the silence by going, well, who wants to be the foreperson? And then kind of like passing around the idea of who wanted to do it. And JC had throughout the entire week talked about how she would be happy to be the foreperson. I think she was the only one that really wanted to do it.
Yeah.
So everyone was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, that's perfectly fine by us.
And I'm curious, when you're sort of going through, you saw so much witness testimony, so much evidence. For you, did you take notes throughout the trial? How did you sort of keep log of it, keep track?
Yeah, I did. I know there were a lot of bigger note takers than me. I think I only used like 4 pages worth of notes, which most of those were honestly in the first 2 days when I was trying to write down everything. But I felt like halfway through the first week, I felt like I wasn't really taking as good of notes as I probably should. I was just kind of writing down everything, which I felt like wasn't helping me retain the information as much. So by the end of the trial, on the last few days, it was just me jotting down points that I felt were important for deliberation.
Yeah. And so you get inside that room, you said you were on the fence, or you tried to be on the fence whilst you had those conversations. What were those steps look like until you decided on the verdict?
Yeah, so when we got in there, we first started by laying out and going just count by count, starting with count 1 of first-degree murder, and then going around and seeing how everyone felt about where we're currently standing on just this specific one and not overarching. And everyone, at that point in time, I felt pretty comfortable. I was leaning towards a guilty verdict. And there were a few people on the jury that weren't so sure, especially after going through the jury instructions, because you have to be very specific in the way that you go about coming to your verdict. Finding intent before the murder was being committed was one thing that a few people were hung up on, because when you're looking at the broad scope of all the evidence, so little of it comes pre-murder. It's really at the next years after the fact where most of the evidence against her was collected.
And was there sort of standout evidence for you that made you go, she's guilty?
For me, the bump operation was a big part of that, and the code. Innocent people don't speak in code, and that was what really was pushing me towards a guilty verdict. Her, as well as when the operation happened and she was handed that sheet of paper, just taking the paper and putting it straight into her bag without looking at it. I'm not taking anything from anyone and putting it in my bag before looking at it.
And I was going to say that I think that bump operation for a lot of people really solidified it. Was there any witness testimony that sort of sold it for you, or that sticks out in your mind when you think back to it?
Rob was a big state of character, I felt like, because he's got so much insight to her as a person that we don't get to see. Because I'm not supposed to use any of my impression of her being on the bench there, so I did my best not to pay any attention to her and just base my thoughts on her based off of the testimony and evidence presented.
And you mentioned some of those holdups in the jury room. How long did it take for you to sort of work through and deliberate those to come to 12 jurors agreeing unanimously that she was guilty?
For count 1, we spent probably the first hour, 45 minutes or 2 hours of our 3 and some change that we were in there just talking about the first count and laying out all the evidence and digging through everything that we wanted to go back and look at again. Once everyone laid out the evidence and we had spent some time, about an hour and a half, an hour, 45 minutes just looking at count 1, then the other 2 were a lot easier to go back and make our decisions on.
Sort of you had the guilty verdict for count 1, and then it sort of helped sort of line up the evidence for count 3.
Because at that point we had broken down so many different things and laid out, so we even pulled out some of the phone calls again to go back through them and the transcripts before.
All right, let's bring back in our guest. Joining us still, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Marsha Monell, former federal prosecutor and president of West Coast Trial Lawyers, Nima Rahmani. And Marsha, I'll start with you. It's always fascinating to hear jurors talk about that process and just how hard they do work to reach justice. They take it very, very seriously. What jumped out at you about some of the things that he mentioned about the deliberation process in this case?
The first thing that jumps out at me is that it appears that he was leaning towards guilty at the gate and was struggling with trying to keep a fair and impartial mind as the evidence came in. That interview concerns me because if appellate counsels use it, they can come back and say, hey, this juror violated his oath because his testimony or his statements in this interview was that he was leaning towards guilty and was fighting to try to lean towards not guilty and reserving judgment. That's not how it's supposed to work.
See, now I agree with that. And I was waiting and listening. The first thing he said was just that she was guilty. He was fighting against trying to yeah, that to me is definitely an interesting perspective on where his mind was. Objection, speculation, ma'am. Yep, that's true too. But he did say that. He did say that. But was he talking about when he walked into when did that speculation begin? Was it the first day of trial, or was it the first minute or two of deliberation? I would have wanted to ask a little more clarifying questions on that.
Work. She's supposed to start off with not guilty. And then as the evidence comes in, you lean towards the guilt and then find that. So that's really what jumped out at me, an appellate issue that may be raised by this interview.
Nima, I want to send that to you. I didn't quite see his comment that way. I thought his comment was, after listening to all the evidence.
Let's go back and listen to his comment again.
Number 6.
Let's listen to the beginning of this again, because look what he says.
Going in, I was leaning towards guilty after. Going in, I was leaning towards guilty after seeing all the evidence laid out. And I did my best to try to stay like on the fence and not lean in one direction until we got in there to the deliberation, because I feel like she deserved to at least have that unbiased bit.
And so tell me, when you walk in that...
She makes a good point. Like, not guilty. And then as the...
Okay, so when he started that comment, he's talking about in the jury deliberation room. So for me, once you've heard all the evidence and you walk in that jury deliberation room, you're going to either be guilty, not guilty, or somewhere in between. And he had every right to say, when I walked in that room, when we started, I was on the guilty. I don't have a problem with that. Now, if that was said that he walked into court on the first day with the word guilty, that would be a problem, boo. But when you're going into the deliberation room after you've heard all the evidence, that's where you're supposed to be. Do you believe guilty? Do you believe not guilty? Are you on the fence? I don't have an issue with that, but let's see what they say.
Evidence comes in, you lean towards the guilt and then find that. So that's really what jumped out at me, an appellate issue that may be raised by this interview.
Nima, I want to send that to you. I didn't quite see his comment that way. I thought his comment was, after listening to all the evidence, he went into the room with this idea that maybe it's sort of added up to guilty, but he wanted to keep an open mind, which is what they're asked to do. Not going into the trial. Do you agree with Marcia? And what's your take on that issue?
I agree with you, Michael. I read it as at the close of evidence and after closing statements, when he went into that jury deliberation room, he was leaving guilty, which is appropriate. But Marcia makes a good point. Look, as a former prosecutor, any lawyer, whenever you get a good verdict, you cringe when the jurors speak, because the last thing you want is for them to say something that may create an appellate issue, like they discussed something inappropriate or some evidence that was excluded or wasn't even presented came into that jury deliberation room. Here are my really 3 key takeaways. And like you said, it's fascinating to get a peek behind the curtain, but what you think as a trial lawyer is important may not be the most important evidence for the jurors. And obviously in this particular case, the jurors thought the bump was important. It was, for me, it was the one-way trip to Vietnam, someone that's fleeing, but obviously that wasn't a big deal. The second thing that I took away, I thought solicitation would be the hardest of the 3 counts to prove, because again, Donna was removed from McBanawa, at least one step removed. And the jurors really spent most of the time on her being a principal, and then they moved to conspiracy. So that was a key takeaway for me. And the third was the discussion of Wendy. And juror number 6 said that they really didn't spend too much time on Wendy. They followed the instructions. But of course, the big question everyone is asking is, will Wendy be charged, right? What about Harvey? But everyone's focused on Wendy. I've gone on record and saying, I don't think she will. But the fact that the jurors had that same question was one thing that really stuck out to me.
Yeah, quickly in the last 20 seconds, Marcia, I agree. Hearing that made me think that at least they thought there was something there as far as Wendy is concerned. Your thoughts on a possible prosecution of Wendy?
Oh, that's going to be tough, because there's some immunity that was granted to Wendy prior to these trials occurring. And I know they were limited, and the state got the outcome they wanted. They needed Wendy's testimony so they can convict her brother and her mother, and they got it. So to go back now and to try to, to come back on those agreements and then use Wendy and go back and try her, I think that's going to be tough. I don't see the state doing that.
All right. When the prosecutor was asked after the trial, she said, stay tuned. Same thing she said when she was asked about Donna. So we shall see. All right. Stand by, guys. Coming up on the other side of the break, Evan Higginbotham recalls what key evidence made up the deciding factor in finding Donna Adelson guilty of murdering her ex-son-in-law, Dan Markell. That's next here on Court TV Live.
When the
Was there sort of standout?
Thank you so much for being a member for 5 months. Oh my gosh, has it been that long already? It feels like yesterday you became a member. Thank you so much for supporting this channel, you guys. I can't do this without the support. I can't. And I really thank you so much for your love and support. And Tash, you were a sweetheart. Thank you so much for supporting us. Little Miss Red Velvet. I am well, Gremlin. It's a Gremlin day. I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. Anyway, it is a Gremlin kind of day, and but we have gotten the Gremlins. I think we put them to bed. I hope they're in bed. Do you think they're in bed yet? I hope we got them in bed. So thank you so very much for popping in. I appreciate you so very much. I'm gonna get a Gremlin. Okay, here we go.
For you that made you go, she's guilty.
For me, the bump operation was a big part of that, and the code. Innocent people don't speak in code, and that was what really was pushing me towards a guilty verdict. Her, as well as when the operation happened, and she was handed that sheet of paper. Just taking the paper and putting it straight into her bag without looking at it. I'm not taking anything from anyone and putting it in my bag before looking at it.
It's amazing how jurors use their own common sense, their own life experience to come to their conclusions. And we're watching the interview with juror number 6 in the matriarch mastermind murder trial of Donna Adelson. Evan Higginbotham, he explained how he and a group of 11 others arrived at the guilty verdict last week after deliberating for just over 3 hours. He says the length of deliberations didn't surprise him at all. Let's listen in to his interview with Scripps News Group reporter Maya Sargent.
Were you surprised at the time that it took you to deliberate? Was it shorter or longer than you expected?
It was honestly about where I expected it to be. I felt, at least I can't speak for everyone else, I felt going in there that I felt pretty comfortable and that I knew how I was leaning on this. As unbiased as I tried to stay all the way until the end, at that point I'd pretty much made up my mind. And I felt that everyone would probably be in that same spot that I was, which I think everyone was pretty much in the same position.
Yeah. And I'm curious because this was such a huge, it felt like this was a huge trial for all of us. I was amazed that we were able to find a jury. I always said, I'll be amazed if we find a jury that hasn't heard about this case.
Right.
How was it that you hadn't heard about it or any of the trials beforehand?
Yeah, I was really young when Mr. Markell passed. I was 13 years old, turning 14 that year, and I didn't pay attention at all. I was a pretty big goofball, so I wasn't looking at any local news or anything like that, and neither of my parents were really paying attention to much local news at the time. And then as I got older, I moved away and was living in Gainesville from 2019 to 2023.
Okay.
And so
you missed all of it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I had heard when Mr. Markell passed away, I heard that there was that someone was murdered, but that was the furthest that I knew about it.
I know you mentioned the bump operation and Rob Adelson's testimony. Was there anything else that sort of came up for the jury when you were deliberating that you sort of kept going over?
We talked a lot about phone records in there and the text
between Donna and Charlie.
Right. And that and some of the phone tracking stuff.
Yeah.
Whenever Donna sent the outside your house text was part of it, because that's one thing that does show intent a little bit prior to the murder actually being committed.
Yes.
That's one of the few pieces of evidence prior to the murder actually happening.
And I'm curious, I know you said you were trying to focus on just the witness testimony or just who was speaking. Were you paying attention to Mrs. Adelson's husband or other sort of members in the gallery, I guess?
Whenever we would have pause, and which there was quite a bit, as you know, in there, I would kind of be looking around and looking at people, but I wasn't trying to dig in or take note at all or read into their behavior or anything. I really tried to act like Miss Adelson wasn't there, because her behavior there doesn't change whether she's guilty or not, or if she's innocent. And I need to presume that she's innocent, even if if I were to think she was acting in a strange way.
Yeah. And I was going to ask about, there's been a lot of speculation about, now I'm sure you know that Mrs. Davis was the 5th person convicted in this chain of really unfortunate people connected to Mr. Markel's murder. Did you have discussion about any other suspects in that room?
Not really. We briefly spoke about Wendy Adelson, but she's not the one on trial, so we tried to stay focused and follow the jury instructions and stay only discussing Donna's part in this. We spoke about Charlie in some points, but him being convicted has nothing to do with whether she was involved or not.
Yeah.
So we really tried to stay focused on the evidence and follow Judge Everett's instructions.
And sort of looking back on the last 2.5 weeks, what was sort of like the overall, if you could sum it up in a phrase, what was it like for you?
This was an incredible experience for me personally. I was intrigued and fascinated the whole way through. I know that some of the time the evidence that was presented was kind of hard to get invested in, like the phone calls that we were digging through for 5 hours. But for most of it, I was able to stay pretty intrigued. And I came out on the other end of this fully. I actually went and changed my major. I've been talking about this now. I'm now going for a pre-law degree from engineering.
Wow, because of this experience?
Yeah. It was a lot of it because of the way the prosecution represented themselves. And Ms. Kappelman, I was insanely impressed by. And it made me want to go and pursue a career in that. I think walking out of there, we all expected to have some sort of feeling of like accomplishment after serving the verdict. But the overarching feeling at the end of it is really just sad that we're all there.
I was going to ask about that. Any sort of lingering feelings that, I don't know.
It's a little weird trying to get back to like normal life after it. I mean, having to get caught back up with school and work now has been a challenge, but it was absolutely worth it to have been a part of this experience that many people will never get to be a part of.
What evidence allegedly ties Donna to the murder for hire plot? Because that's going to be the focus of this trial. That's what they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Here to help answer that question, Joel Waldman. He is the host of the Surviving the Survivor podcast, which has been on this story from the beginning. Joel, great to see you. I want to begin, before we start chatting away here,
Why am I muted again? I didn't touch the mute button. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Lord have mercy. Well, I guess this is going to help us. Maybe. I don't know. I'm doing something. Give me a split second because this is really irking me off. Really irking me off. We got some gremlins up in the house, and Mama Bear is getting upset with the gremlins. And we getting ready to deal with the gremlins. We getting ready to wash out the gremlins. Yep, not fun right now. We got gremlins. You see the little gremlins up there? You see my gremlin up there? Yep, we got gremlins in the house. So my apologies again. I didn't push the mute button. I didn't touch it. Had nothing to do with it, but thank you for the horn. So right now we got a new law in Florida that took effect recently, and it affects the DP penalty. Florida jurors can now send someone to DP row with an 8-4 vote. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed into bill Thursday, or whatever day that was, that year, unanimous jury requirements of the DP sentencing, a response to the verdict that spared the life of a school red rumor who killed 17. The new law, which went into effect as soon as the governor signed it, allows capital punishment in Florida with a jury recommendation to at least, you got to have at least a minimum 8 to 4. It can be 9 to 3. It could be 10 to 2, 11 to 1, but it has to have at least 8 to 4 split in favor of execution. The only 3 states out of 27 that impose the DP do not require unanimity. Alabama allows a 10 to 2. In Missouri, Indiana, let the judge decide where the division needs to be for that jury. Okay, so morning, Joe Schmo. Once a defendant in a capital case is found guilty by a unanimous jury, one juror should not be able to veto a capital sentence, says DeSantis. Said that in a statement that day, I am proud to sign legislation that will prevent families from having to endure what the Parkland families have endured. Proper justice will be served in the state of Florida. A few months ago, they endured another tragic failure of the judicial system. Now, Florida's law will hopefully save other families from the injustice that they had suffered, said Ryan Petty, whose 14-year-old daughter, Alina, was unalived in a shooting. This legislation is easily passed, and I mean easily passed, in the Republican-dominated House. Some Democrat critics had argued that the state should not make it easier to send people to DR in reaction to with the Cruz's case. For decades, Florida had not required a unanimity, I can't say that word, in the capital punishment, allowing the judge to impose the capital punishment as long as the majority of the jurors were in favor of the penalty. But in 2016, the U.S. Supreme Court threw out the state law, saying it allowed judges too much discretion. So now the state legislature has passed a bill requiring a 10 to 2 recommendation. But the Supreme Court said such recommendations should be unanimous, prompting lawmakers in 2017 to require a unanimous jury. 3 years later, the Supreme Court, now conservative jurist appointed by DeSantis, rescinded the earlier decision and ruled that the DP recommendation does not need to be unanimous. Florida's unanimity standards have remained untouched, though it was not an overwhelming desire to change the state law, but it did. So now it has to be an 8 to 4 minimum split, minimum, in order for the DP to be upheld as a decision for punishment in the punishment phase. Thank you so much, everybody, for hopping in and liking. Thank you, Joe Schmo, for your little DNA. I appreciate it so much. Yeah. I did now see that y'all can hear me now. I don't know why we're having such glitchy gremlins, but I got the gremlins up in the corner so y'all can see that we're having a gremlin-y kind of day. Yep, we're having a gremlin-y kind of day. I started the day with no camera. Yikes. And as a lot of you know, I have been moving out of our facility and we are now in my home. Looks like a hoarder house. We have 2,000 square foot worth of office space, office furniture, supplies, and everything in my currently filled 1,200 square foot home. So it's a pathway right now. So every day when I get done, I'll be unpacking boxes. But the miracle of this is that I could not figure out why my camera wasn't on. So I said, okay, go to the cords. And I went and I have a drawer in my office that had 2 cords. One is like one of these kind of cords for my ears. And the other one, by Hail Mary, full of grace, thou art thou. It was a camera cord. So always have backup cords. But if you understand how crazy everything is, all of my other cords are packed in boxes under a pile, which I'll be getting out today. And so the fact that I actually could lay my hands on that specific cord at that specific time was a sheer miracle in and of itself. And I said some thank yous, let me tell you. The gremlins are attacking. That's why they're up there. But I say, not today, gremlins. Not today. We are not going to let you win. And all of a sudden I'll be talking and all of a sudden my sound will be gone and I haven't touched the mute button. I haven't touched anything. My hands are off. So again, thank you so much to Angela, who is in the background being my emotional support mod today. She is learned how to come into the background of StreamYard. Always good to have a backup person in StreamYard if you can. Because if my live goes down, she can pop up. If my internet goes down, she can pop up the trial and keep it going while I fix the issue. But if y'all hear this sound, because somebody's already asked me. Somebody already asked me what it was. Let me get to it. If y'all hear that's for me. That's for me to look. Something's going wrong. It's sometimes a different. It could be this. I don't know if you can hear that. Nah. We got some fun new sounds. How about this one? This is my favorite. I played this sound a lot in the Saraboon. Put in here the taser sound. I have a taser sound. I have to find my taser sound. Where is my taser sound? Oh, I don't know where. I'll have to find my taser sound. I do have one somewhere. I do have a sound that is a taser because she wore the belt, the tasing belt. I'll have to find it. Oh, there it is. Let's see if it works. It's processing. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to turn it all the way up because it's some. Can you hear it, Angela? Is it loud or is it just soft? I can barely hear it in my ear, but that is our taser. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So we have some fun sounds now in StreamYard, which is awesome for my mods that they can reach on and play at their will. So sometimes they can at any time if they have a sound they want to. What was too loud? The taser? Because I can't hear it. Okay, Little Miss, was it the taser? What was too loud? So I know how to adjust the volume on it, because the regular taser sometimes is. Oh, wasn't too loud for you? Okay, maybe it was the explosions. We do have fun over here. We try to have fun. We are waiting for court to resume from their lunch break. They will resume approximately 15 minutes from now. But in the meantime, we're just sitting here hanging and having fun. Sitting here just hanging. Okay, yeah, I thought I had something else open, but I don't. Oh, the bomb one. Oh, my apologies. See, each sound has a different volume built in inherently, and sometimes, I just don't realize it's that loud. So now I know. Now I will know. Oh, we're going to listen to something. You guys know that Mackenzie Sharilla jail calls with mom. Well, now they have some more jail calls with mom, and she's all like, I shouldn't have effing been in prison and all that kind of stuff. Oh, y'all, Mackenzie Sharilla is becoming a gorilla. She's becoming a nightmare in prison. So we're gonna be looking for some more of her updated phone calls from jail. Oh my God. You were multitasking and it startled you. My apologies, boo. Also, we are following the Michael Proctor appeals. Someone asked when. Okay. Sorry, I had a note from my professor. I got a big report due on Friday, so I got to start working on it. But anyway, we are going to be following the Michael Proctor. Somebody did ask. I am multi-streaming on different formats and media, so you may not see those. But they did ask, when will we be seeing more Michael Proctor? Well, Proctor, and I don't call him Trooper because he ain't Trooper no more. Michael Proctor's hearings will continue again in October. Oh, sure. Okay, here is a catch up of this case. The witness, let me give you a breakdown. So I'm getting my notes up. The defendant is Jose Antonio Soto-Escalera, Florida man, married with children. He was married at the time. He is separated now. He had 4 children. The victim was Tania Wise, age 23. She was pregnant with his 8.5-month gestation baby. So the baby she was 8.5 months pregnant with his baby. Just so you know, it was announced in court, so I can tell you this. The unborn deceased baby was Josiah Thomas. He is charged with first-degree redrum of Tania Wise and the unborn child, along with 2 other charges. The prosecution's theory is that he unalived Wise to keep his affair and unborn child with her a secret, fearing damage to his current marriage and his reputation. The defense has suggested another man in Wise's life, a boyfriend, including Bradley Rodriguez Jr. and Mark Burke, were violent and could have unalived her. They argue the investigation overlooked these possibilities. So here's the timeline. Oh my gosh, honey, just put it in members chat and we'll pull it. Thank you so much. I want to see that. Put it in members chat, honey, 2800. So the timeline is August 23rd of 22. So 22, 23, 24, 25, 8, 9, 10, 11. So her alive son is now 11. Wise was last seen leaving her home to get drinks for her and brother. A witness, William Mullen, later recalled seeing a suspicious truck pulled over on the side of the road that night, which we've already heard from him. August 24 of 22, her body was found in a drainage ditch by Christine Gabin, whom we've already heard from, who called 911. The deputy Joshua Gilkey responded, confirmed the discovery, whom we've already heard from this morning. The autopsy findings were blunt force trauma to the head, 4 fractured skulls and hematomas. A deep 19-inch cut across her neck. Her jugular was severed. Wounds extended near or right at to the spinal cord. So it was very deep. It was very, 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 very deep. And people don't understand. Doing that kind of a cut takes a lot of aggression and strength. It is not easy, believe it or not, to cut that deep through all those tendons and tissue. The baby did die in utero from the trauma. The key evidence in this case, of course, is the autopsy confirms the homicide with extreme violence. The civilian witnesses and the medical examiner are the key testimonies in this case. The motive again is he was living a double life and he was cheating and he wanted to maintain the relationship with his wife and wanted to hide the pregnancy. The key players in this case are Soto-Escalera was killed Wise to silence her. Let's see. The victim's mother, Elizabeth Bedola, did testify this morning to the extent of the pregnancy, how far along, the relationships, and the past incidents with other men. So the opening statements this morning, the prosecutor's quote of the day, as I put it, this was brutal unaliving to keep a secret hidden. The state rushed to blame Jose, but others had a motive and history of violence. The testimony this far has focused mostly on the discovery and the medical findings, and that is where we are in this case. That is where we are. Did that help you, my love? Did that help? I hope it did help everybody. Let me get to the comments because I was reading. Let me get to Discord. Where's my, I forgot, Discord's not there. Where did I put my Discord? My Discord, I had to reinstall the app. Don't ask me why, but I did. So now I have to do the long route to get to it. And it won't let me do that. Okay, I'm going over to my Discord. To members chat. Okay, I don't see that you got it in there. Did you get it in there, bud? What kitty, kitty? I know you want out of this room, but you're not getting out of this room. We got the other kitty, kitty in here. Yes, the two cats met. And last night, Mama Kitty, the 15-year-old cat, whooped the other one's little butt. And so it was a cat fight in here. And so we're not doing that. We're not doing a cat fight today. Hello, Miss Linda Long. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you being here. What, baby? Come here. Come here. Come here, kitty, kitty. Come here. You want to say hello? You want to say hello? This cat is normally not a lovey-dovey, hold me, hug me, pet me kitty. Like once in a month, she'll jump up in your lap. Right now, all she wants is loving. She was found at the shop that we just moved out of at about 3.5, 4 weeks old. And this is her. She's never been out of that shop. She's a shop kitty. And now she is like, oh my God, where am I? I'm not in my home. I'm scared. I need attention. But she clicks on my keyboard. You want to lay down right there? You want to get comfy? Get comfy. I'll move everything around you. What makes you happy? She's just not in the best of moods. I mean, she just wants. You still want to see the monkey. Monkey Butt is really not happy right now because Monkey Butt is just, we got piles about chest high of boxes and things in the living room, and it is really wigged her out. She is not in the best of places. So we will get her out soon. Pet area? Okay, I'll go look in the pet area. That's fine. Put it there. Wherever you can find it. Put it in there, boo. Put it there. That's fine. They say this case could last up to 2 weeks, but I got to tell you, y'all, they're moving quick. Honey, I don't know why. You should be able to access everything under Members tab. Let us know if you cannot. Okay, let me Google it. Hey, can you just post the link here? I don't see a Bugs Bunny gremlin. Is that what you said it is? No, quit it. This cat is crying. I'm going to ask a mod to step in if they can to assist you. Because I don't know. Everything should be open to you under Members. That is weird. Let me go look at permissions. Let me go look at permissions. I'm going to permissions now. Wow, there is no. Try now. Well, let me give me a second. Okay, I made some changes. Check it and see it now. Hold on a minute. My dad's calling. Sorry about that, y'all. My dad is 91 in October, and he called to speak to my son, and it was like, oh, we always answer mommy and daddy's phone calls. They're 84 and 91. 90 now, but will be 91. And he acts like he's 75, but when you never know when they call what's happening. So one thing on my channel, there are certain calls that I will always take. I don't care what's going on. So thank you so much for being very understanding about that. Okay, so I have messed with the honey. Try it again. I have made some changes. Let's see if that worked in the permissions. Go under pet and see if you can download it there. Hello, Miss Virginia Little. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for stopping and saying hi. We are waiting for the lunch break to be done. We've had some interesting a little interesting, and the Emmy reports was interesting in this case. Thank you. Hey, Matt, can you try and bring something back for me? Think about it?
I'll think about it.
You'll think about it. Certainly, Papa wants to have lunch with my son. So that's a good thing. That is a good thing. He needs to go have lunch with his Papa. I want to have lunch with Papa, but I'm working. So I just adore that man. He's just an amazing, amazing Papa. Amazing Papa. Papa knows best. Yeah, I know. That's ridiculous. I absolutely despise, doing two things at once. Trying to get ready for the next witness, which would be number 6. Okay. So Virginia Little, haven't seen you in a while. Thank you so much for hopping in. Mother of Papillons, welcome. Appreciate it. Honeyboo 2800, give me another try. No plus sign. It's gray. Let me, mods, I don't know what's going on. Give me a minute. That's not where I need to go. I'm working on it, guys. Give me a second. I don't know what's going on. When June is in an appointment, when she gets back, I will communicate with her. My Discord is not happy with me. Why are we struggling today? Gremlins in the go. Go, Gremlins, go. I am downloading my Discord. trying to get it back in place. We will get it fixed. I apologize so much. I don't know why it's giving us trouble, but it is. Oh, finally, I can do this. Okay. So let me get out of the internet version and let me get over here where I know how to work it. Okay, let's go here. Server settings. Was it roles? No. I'm working on it, guys. Doing the best I can. I am not. Yeah, it's going silly on a lot of. I'm trying to get to access. Why can't I get to access? Oh, there it is. Access. What? That's not what I'm used to. No. Angela, can you try to reach out to Tracy K and let her know that people are not able to access the camera or the settings? Something's going on in the members chat, please. I don't understand what's going on. I have no idea. Oh, do me a favor, honey, 2800, go up to members, go to the rules, click on the rules and accept the rules. That may be part of the problem. I forgot to tell y'all that is my bad. Really my bad. We have had some issues with our Discord and members and some things that have been going on. So in order to access the members section, go into Discord, go to members, go to rules and accept. Once you accept, honey, 2800, let me know if this works. Once you accept it, you should have access, but we need to make sure. So if you will do that for me and let me know. Anybody in Discord, I know we've been changing things a little bit and I forgot to tell you. No, I think that's what it is. We have changed the rules. So people, nope, nothing. Discord is wonky. So did you go up under members and accept the rules? And did you verify? That was the other thing. We had a bot that we used for verification. And y'all, let me tell you, it was real glitchy and difficult. So we've changed it. So if you go up under verify, click the little verify. I think it's the check. I haven't done it yet. And then go under members and then accept, and you should be just fine. If not, let me know. My apologies. I was going to do a live stream about that. I needed to let everybody know that that was happening. So my apologies that I have not done that yet. I did not know that it had gone effect yet. I wasn't sure that it was working. My live chats went down too. Gremlins are all over the place today, y'all. It's a gremlin day, hence the gremlins. So we got that up there. We got to have that there. All is well. That's there. Okay, we're up and running. Pet pics. There it is, honey. It worked. Oh, that's funny. Oh, I love it. I'm going to copy image. I'm going to create that gremlin for my thing. Let me create it. Let me create a new one. 9090. There we go. That is cute as a bug, boo. I love it. I'm going to blow it up. We're going to use it. We're using it. We're going to use it. Yep, we is. Wunderbar. There we go. Oh, that's precious. Let me get this done. Download. We are definitely having a grim. Definitely having that kind of a day. So thank you so much for this. That is stinking cute. We're going to put it up right now. I am going to download one. I hope I don't have too many slots. I have to be careful. I only have so many slots for things. So let me get this. There's the gremlin. Debbie the Gimlin. There we go. Oh, that is definitely cute. And then now I got to do this one. Let me get the color. I'm working on the second one. She sent me two. They are so stinking cute, y'all. Just nope, didn't mean to do that. Control Z. Edit. Background expander. No, that's not what I want. That's what I want. Expand. Okay. Yeah, definitely. That is definitely the gremlin that has been whacking my server today. It has been not the funnest. It really has not been. We're going to share download. We got that one. Now I can, let's see if I have one more room. Let's see if I have room for it. Let's see if I can add one more. I can. And then we also have this one, which is cute. There we go. Thank you so much for those. I appreciate it. Oh, honey, those are too cute. Too cute. So definitely it's been a gremlin day. All right, now I got to get back to the proper page. Put that down over here. Okay. So what? They extended it? Court was supposed to be back at 12:15, right? Now it says 12:45. What the hey? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and replay the mother's testimony. For you guys.
Road, I noticed that there was
Okay, here we go.
Officers parked there, and I had saw a tent set up right where I saw that truck. So I figured maybe I should stop and at least tell them what I saw the night before in case it had something to do with it. So.
And is that what you ended up doing?
Yes, I immediately pulled over on the side of the road and spoke with the detective.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination?
No cross-section.
Need Mr. Mullen be released from the subpoena this time?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Mullen, you are released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish. Thank you. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
Yes, sir. The state calls Elizabeth Bedola.
Elizabeth Bedola. Raise your right hand and face this way.
Do you swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Morning, ma'am. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is Elizabeth Bedola. Last name.
Scoot up to the microphone and maybe we could angle it
Okay. My name is Elizabeth Bedola, Bedolla.
Okay. And did you know a female by the name of Tania Wise?
Yes, she's my daughter.
Okay. She's your daughter. Okay. I want you to go ahead and describe Tania for us. So first, way back on August 23rd of 2018, how old was Tania?
She was 23.
Absolutely not.
She was 23.
Okay. And did she have children?
Yes. At home, she had an 8-year-old, Jamar, and she was pregnant.
Okay. How far along was she in her pregnancy?
She was about 8.5 months.
Okay. And had Tania decided on the name of the baby?
She decided that on the baby shower. It's Josiah Thomas Wise.
Okay. A boy.
A boy.
Okay. And did she live with you on August 23rd of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you guys live? What was the address?
2014 Southwest Larchmont Lane in Port St. Lucie.
Okay. Is that located near Bayshore Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. And is there like a is there a Winn-Dixie close to that area?
Yeah, if you continue the road, it's 2 blocks down. There's a
God, I haven't heard of a Winn-Dixie in ages.
Do you remember her phone number?
I believe so. It's 772-607.
Okay. And did you pay for her phone or did somebody else pay for it?
Bradley paid for it.
And what's Bradley's name?
Bradley, I think it's Rodriguez. I'm not sure if Rodriguez or Hernandez, one of the two.
Bradley Rodriguez?
Uh-huh.
Bradley Rodriguez Jr.?
Yes.
Okay. So let me go back and I want to focus you in on the events of August 23rd, 2018 in the evening time. Do you remember that time?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. What were you doing around 8 in the evening on that day in your house?
Me and my daughter, Tania, we had given her son a bath because he was going to school. So we gave him a bath around that time always. And I was going to get him dressed. She was going to go out. She needed to get drinks because he didn't have no drinks for lunch the next day.
Okay. And did she, about what time did she leave?
It's probably about anywhere between a little bit after 8. I mean, I said a little bit. I mean, I didn't exactly look at the clock, but I know it was a little bit after 8. Could have been 8:15, 8:20. It was around that time.
Okay. Okay. And when she left, where was she going again? I couldn't quite hear you. I'm sorry.
She was going to go get drinks for her son for school for his lunch.
Okay.
That's the purpose she left the house because she had problems walking and everything because of her pregnancy. So she left just to get the drinks.
Okay. And was that the last time you ever saw your daughter, Tania?
Yeah, by the door. Yes.
Okay. And are you aware if Tania had a follow-up doctor's appointment the following week?
Yes, it was a Tuesday for her C-section. They were going to schedule her C-section.
Okay. On the next Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a scheduling appointment for her C-section.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
And prior to your daughter's murder, you were aware that she was dating Bradley Rodriguez Jr., correct?
Yeah, they kind of had some type of relationship
Because he actually lived with you in your house, is that right?
for a short period of time.
Okay, and in March of 2013, you had actually kicked him out of your house, right?
Correct.
And that's because he got violent with Tania?
I didn't like the way he treated her, yes.
Okay, but he laid hands on her in front of you.
I don't recall seeing him hitting her at all, but I just didn't like the way he treated my daughter.
You were also aware that she was dating another gentleman by the name of Mark Burke?
Objection, relevance?
Overruling objection. You may answer the question.
She was dating him. Like she separated from Mark. They kept the friendship and she dated Mark.
Were you aware that Mr. Bradley Rodriguez Jr. would threaten Tanya?
Objection, relevance, and exceeds the scope of direct examination.
I'm concerned about, no, I'll overrule the objection. You can answer the question.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Were you aware that Mr. Bradley Rodriguez Jr. had been threatening Tanya?
At one point, she had mentioned it to me.
Did you believe that Bradley Rodriguez Jr. was the father of your daughter's child?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection as to what this person's opinion was is irrelevant for purposes of the trial.
Around August 15th or 16th of that year, you took your daughter to Bradley Rodriguez Jr.'s house to pick up the baby clothes, is that right?
Yes.
And you told law enforcement that Mr. Burke actually was also abusive with your daughter, right?
Objection, hearsay.
Hold on a second.
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay, if you were to rephrase it.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Burke was violent with your daughter, correct?
I think he was.
Had your daughter just started speaking with another gentleman who went by the nickname of Casino, but his real name was Jared Christie?
That was her friend, yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Direct from the state.
No regret.
All right, thank you. Now you may step down from the witness stand.
Okay, so that was it as far as her testimony. It was short and sweet. Thank you, Jesus. It was not a very long and drawn out and arduous testimony. So, but boy, she had to see all of the images and everything from the autopsy, which followed that. We are no longer with the ME. The ME's testimony is complete. Very gruesome photos were shown. I have to tell you what families have to go through when their loved ones are red roomed is absolutely horrible and horrific. So it's horrible. It's horrible. And it breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. Don't want to do that. So we are in lunch break right now. They are supposed to be back in about 15 minutes, which kind of stinky because they were supposed to have been back at 15 minutes ago. But that's okay. We will survive. We will survive. Ugh. There is so much going on right now with Charlie Kirk. No matter where you look, that's all that's on. Bless his poor family. I am looking. I'm looking for something specific. Wow, we're going to watch this.
This is Marcella Chidester, and she has just realized she is responsible for the death of.
We won't watch all of it.
This is Marcella Chidester, and she has just realized she is responsible for the death of 8-year-old Elena Phillips and 4-year-old Zane Phillips.
In the name of Jesus, please, God, in the name of Jesus.
Kenner County 91 operator.
We're at Swan Boat Club and an explosion at Swan Boat Club in Newport just drove through the building.
But how did a children's birthday party turn into tragedy?
You probably are the most hated person in the United States.
Was it all just a horrific accident or something more sinister?
So you woke up in the police car.
Yeah.
Okay, and then basically, we know the events after that.
No, I don't recall anything prior to that at all.
Detectives would soon start to discover the horrifying truth. On April 20th, 2024, children were celebrating a birthday party at the Monroe County Swan Boat Club. It was filled with fun and laughter, just like so many other birthday parties. There were cards, gifts, and all kinds of party games. No one had any reason to suspect that anything was going to go wrong that day. That was until sudden devastation struck.
So when we got here, there's all kinds of people all over. A whole bunch of people's already been transported by ambulances to different hospitals, but there is a large amount of people still inside here, family members, people that were at the party. Okay.
Some of them that would be okay, so they're done yet?
How you doing?
Yeah. Yes, they're on your smell. No, I do not. I guess there's in my truck, but
Emergency services were immediately called, and police and ambulances were quickly on the scene, treating the injured kids and trying to get the confusing and inexplicable situation under control. A car, driven by Marcella Chidester, unexpectedly sped from the road, across a parking lot, and into the boat club.
No, you're lying. This is a dream. This is a dream right now, bro. Please wake me up. Please, I'm begging you, wake me up. No, right now. He's bro, please, he's fucking lying. Bro, please, he's lying. Please tell me he's lying. Please. There's no way. They just was with me. No, bro, he's fucking lying.
Unfortunately, amongst the injured, there were also dead. Families and friends reacted with understandable horror and grief. The woman who had been behind the wheel, Marcella, was slightly injured, but soon it was clear she was not just a victim. She was taken into custody, and detectives prepared to question her while officers tried to get to the bottom of what had gone so wrong that day. Was the crash caused by a simple yet devastating mechanical failure, or was there something else behind Marcella's actions that day? Elena and Zane were like any other kids. They had family and friends who loved them, and as such, they had been invited to a birthday party at the Swan Boat Club. The large function room in the club was going to host a fun and entertaining party where friends could play and celebrate a special day together. And it was something both Elena and Zane had been looking forward to. At only 4 and 8 years of age, the two children were the apple of their parents' eyes and needed all the love and protection they could get. The day of the birthday party had started with excitement and smiles, and no one could have predicted the dramatic turn of events that was to come. Any death is tragic, but the fact that Elena and Zane were so young and innocent makes the story all the more heartbreaking.
Okay, so what happened today? Where were we at today?
I went to lunch with some friends.
Okay, about what time was that?
Noonish.
Okay, so around noon you went to lunch. Do you remember what you ate?
Yep, I had some chili and a fish sandwich.
A fish sandwich? Okay. Where was that at?
At Vernus.
Okay, and then where were you driving to?
Just from Vernus to here.
To here? What were you coming here for?
Home.
You're going from Vernus to home?
Yeah.
And you left Vernus at noon?
Yes.
Okay. But then you said you went home first?
I'm home here.
Oh, okay. So you were trying to go from Vernus to home?
Yes.
How long were you at Vernus then?
Maybe an hour, not even that long.
Okay. So you made no stops between Vernus and here?
No.
And when did you go to Vernus again?
About noon.
About noon. Okay. Do you remember what happened when you were going around here?
No, not really. I pulled into the parking lot and I thought I was driving up to the boat club, and evidently I was driving right into the pavilion.
Which direction did you drive from?
I live.
When you got to the parking lot, what happened?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay.
A police officer goes to talk to the driver of the vehicle in order to find out what had been going on and what she had been doing in the time leading up to the crash. She seems calm and relaxed and cooperates with the questioning.
What'd you drink there? Did you drink water, pop? Anything?
I had a glass of wine.
Just one glass of wine?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so you have one glass of wine at Verna's. After that, what happens? You leave at noon. Where do you go?
Came home.
Pretty quickly, the officer on the scene tries to establish how much Marcella had been drinking that day and whether she was fit to be driving.
Law requires that you submit to a preliminary breath analysis upon request of a peace officer. Your refusal to submit as requested shall result in you being charged with a civil infraction with a penalty of up to a $100 fine. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a preliminary breath test. I just want to see where you're at with your alcohol level. If you have one glass of wine, it's going to be really low, okay?
Okay.
So just go ahead and blow like you're blowing a balloon, okay? Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Thank you.
Why are you laughing?
The officer verifies how much Marcella has had to drink and logs the
0.18?
results as evidence.
I just want to make sure everything is okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my gosh, that was so scary.
Yeah. Give me one second, sorry. When you got to the parking lot, what happened?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Marcella seems concerned and worried, though the officer still keeps focused on establishing the facts of the incident.
So on a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being like you're stone cold sober, you can drive perfectly. 10 being you're passed out drunk. Where do you think you're at right now?
7.
A 7? Okay. Do you think you're okay to drive?
I wouldn't want to drive.
You wouldn't let you drive?
No.
Okay.
With the evidence pointing towards one conclusion, the officer tries to establish if Marcella herself thinks she is capable and fully functioning at that moment. And though she answers, she also tries to laugh it off.
I was drinking quite a bit there, but I've kind of switched over and I'm doing a free now, more so because of the...
What's a free?
It's alcohol-free. Alcohol-free Cabernet.
Alcohol-free Cabernet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Who has heard of alcohol-free Cabernet? Any of y'all heard of alcohol-free Cabernet? I haven't heard of alcohol-free Cabernet. If there's an alcohol-free Cabernet, let me have it.
Is it like I guess it was like
Alcohol-free
ojules of wine?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I still have an occasional regular, but I've been trying to stay away from regular because of the...
Is that what you had at Verna's or was it regular?
I had a regular.
Okay. And it was just one glass?
Yes.
You recall who your server was?
The detectives continue the line of inquiries about Marcella's drinking habits, specifically on the day of the incident.
We know that you weren't drinking alcohol-free wine.
That's correct.
Okay. You had a little much. Would you agree?
Again, I don't remember.
Okay. So, we know that you had a little much.
Okay.
Okay. And
But because of the test the officer did on the scene, the detectives already know that Marcella's alcohol blood level had been tested to establish this evidential fact.
Again, I just had one glass at Verna's.
do you drink hard liquor?
No.
Vodka?
No.
Beer?
No.
Okay. So one glass at Verna's.
Despite this, and despite what she told her initial arresting officer, Marcella was adamant that she didn't drink enough to be over the legal limit.
What's the next thing you remember?
Waking up in the patrol car.
So you woke up in the police car.
Yeah.
Okay. And then basically we know the events after that.
No, I don't recall anything prior to that at all.
Marcella states that she doesn't remember the incident at all, and that everything that happened is a mystery to her. Detectives need to establish whether this was because of the alcohol or something else.
We gather evidence. Okay, and part of that evidence is, say, like surveillance footage and this, that, and the other. And so what we do then is we create a timeline, and that's what I'm trying to do here with you. Okay. So we know you're at Verna's at 12:10, and then you say you go to the boat club, right to the boat club. So that's not exactly accurate, because I have surveillance footage of you at the boat club at 3 o'clock.
Okay, that could be.
Okay, so that's why I'm trying to get a full account.
Having given Marcella a chance to tell them how much she had been drinking, they revealed the actual results of her breathalyzer test that checks the level of alcohol in the body, indicating she was above the legal limit.
Those are puzzle pieces. Now, however, a lot of times people's statements aren't always 100% truthful and accurate, but however, there is accuracy there to where it makes sense. And so with this puzzle, or like a picture, I'm trying to paint a big picture or put together this big puzzle.
Okay.
And so I noticed that you had a phone. There was a phone in your car.
Yeah.
Do you get a black iPhone? Was it an iPhone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, these days, you know, part of our job and putting those pieces together is a lot of times people will use a phone as like their attachment.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And so we can fill in those puzzle pieces sometimes if we can see like who the person called or text or anything like that. And so would you want us to do that to paint an accurate picture?
Sure.
And is there a passcode on the phone?
Yes.
What?
Marcella tries to explain herself and the timeline of events, but detectives are trained to look for inconsistencies, and they seem pretty unconvinced by her explanation of events.
Questions that are unanswered. Okay. Because again.
Okay, we do have movement in court, so we're going to go back over to court. We will be following up on this. I'm going to go ahead and let y'all know more about this case. I didn't know about this case, but here's the summary of what had happened on April 20th of 2024. The vehicle driven by Marcella Chelster crashed into the Swan Boat Club in Burlington Township, Monroe County, Michigan during the child's birthday party and alive 2 children. She was charged with 2 counts of second-degree redrum, operating a vehicle while intoxicated, causing redrum, 2 counts, operating while intoxicated, causing serious injury, 5 counts. Evidence presented, including the blood alcohol evidence of 0.18 over twice the legal limit from Michigan. Prosecutors also introduced the video that showed her moving about with wine bottles, glasses in her home shortly before the crash. The defense challenged the handling of the blood samples, including the claims of contamination. The sentencing was May 15th of 2025, where she was, of course, found guilty, sentenced to 25 to 50 years in prison, a life sentence for her, 24 to 36 months additional for the counts of intoxicated driving causing injury, additional 84 to 180 months for the count of operating while intoxicated causing the death, etc. The judge made remarks saying it wasn't just an accident, but it was a crime. The parents of the victims, of course, gave their very emotional victim impact statements. The community held a visual after the crash, and the crash has brought up a discussion about driving under the influence, negligence, legal accountability when serious injury or death is a result, and how the courts handle the intoxication and evidence. So the appeal is ongoing at this time. She will have, overall sentence would be 25 to 50 years for her. Again, that would be life because of her age. Parole options on early release, if any, under Michigan law will be relevant. So that's where we are on that case. That is that information. We are now getting back into trial here. Let me get the sound on and get going.
She maintains.
Let me get the sound up.
How Miss Lynn is doing.
Let me enlarge everything.
Friends, I know her husband, her child.
I don't know why they're not on the mic. They've been great on the mic all day. Why they're not now?
Okay. Did she have a baby recently?
Yes, she did.
When did she have the baby?
About 3 weeks ago.
Okay. And have you been in communication with her since she had the baby?
Yes, several times.
Okay. Or do you have personal knowledge as it relates to her health?
Let me figure out what's going on with this court. I want to figure out what's going on. That's awfully low. Okay. That's what we got. Let me know how the sound is for y'all. Hey, G14. I'm 100% gained on this.
Okay. And you're recently retired, is that correct? Yes, sir. What was your former occupation?
As the crime scene supervisor for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office.
How long did you work there?
31 years.
Okay. And while you were the supervisor of the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, was there a crime scene investigator named Kayla Lim that was under your control and supervision?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know her well?
Yes, sir.
How well do you know her?
Very close friends. I know her husband, her child. We talk on the phone. Actually, spoke with her this morning.
Okay. Did she have a baby recently?
Yes, she did.
When did she have the baby?
About 3 weeks ago.
Okay. And have you been in communication with her since she had the baby?
Yes, several times.
Okay. Or do you have personal knowledge as it relates to her health?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you go ahead and tell the judge how Miss Lim is doing since she had her baby?
Miss Lynn is still having complications from having the baby. She is running a fever because she has an infection. They're having a hard time getting her blood pressure under control. She's even had to go back to the emergency room due to her blood pressure. She has lupus, and that's causing part of these complications. They are also having problems with blood clots. She's had a baseball-sized blood clot, and so they're
Okay, this is a voir dire, I believe, and I don't know why I'm hearing all that clicking.
closely monitoring her on medication, prescription medications to try to get
So I think this is a voir dire.
How often does Miss Lim visit the doctor?
She just was at the doctor's office on Thursday, and she's in contact with him daily.
She maintains daily contact with the doctor?
Yes, sir. They're monitoring all of her vitals.
Okay. And did Miss Lim also have a high-risk pregnancy?
Yes, sir. Due to her lupus.
Okay. And did she miss a lot of work because of that?
Yeah, she missed several months of work.
Okay. Is she back to work, or is she still on FMLA duty?
She's out on FMLA.
Okay. Is Miss Lim, based on all of the circumstances that you just described, is Miss Lim able to report to court and testify in this case?
No, sir. Due to the symptoms, her blood pressure goes up and down continuously, and she never knows when she's had an episode, and that's causing migraines for her, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions from the defense?
No questions.
All right, any argument from the defense as to the requested finding? For the record, as the attorneys know, we previously took our testimony along with another witness who's pregnant as well, in case there arose a circumstance where she's unavailable to perpetuate her testimony, or her testimony was perpetuated. From the defense, any objection?
Yes, Judge, we do object. Again, I understand the nature of the situation. However, this being a capital case, again, we have offered that the witness be able to testify via Zoom. I do not think that there has been a sufficient evidence laid that this witness cannot testify via Zoom. Her testimony would be very brief and short. She could come today or tomorrow on Zoom and be done with her testimony very quickly. So we'll leave it to the discretion of the court. And we've had no medical testimony of any person with medical knowledge regarding her inability to, again, get on a Zoom. She's not hospitalized. To my knowledge, she is at home. And while under the care of her doctor, she is at home. And I don't know that anything's preventing her from, again, with the age of technology, getting on Zoom to do a very brief trial testimony.
Yes, sir. As authority, I would cite a case called Richardson versus State, 182, Southern 3rd, 918. It's from the First District Court of Appeals in 2016. That case, the First District said that the witness who had delivered less than 2 weeks prior to trial and had been seen by her physician on the morning of trial and had told the prosecutor that she was in, quote, a bad way and having difficulties. The First District said that that did meet the unavailability requirement under the former testimony exception. This case is no different. In fact, what makes this case different is that Ms. Lim's medical condition seems to be worse, not better than the witness in the Richardson case.
I suppose I should note too, Ms. Lim has testified before me multiple times. I can't even count how many times. So it's not, I'm really not in any situation that she's have some kind of fear of testimony, which helps me make a finding that I find it's true. She's suffering from significant medical consequences of childbirth, fever, infection, uncontrolled blood pressure. And it would be inappropriate for me not to find that she's unavailable. So I will find her that she's unavailable pursuant to the rule as a predicate to allowing her perpetuated testimony to be played before the jury. When do you intend on doing that?
This afternoon.
Okay, let me know when you're going to do that. I would give the jury an instruction that the testimony was taken pursuant to a procedure as if it's part of the trial. It was perpetuated, and they should consider it as if it's taking place during the actual trial.
Yes, sir.
All right.
No objection to that admonishment, Judge, so long as we don't tell the jury the nature of the reason.
Right, I'm not going to tell them whatsoever.
Yes.
So then the only other question that I have is, so the perpetuation of her testimony is on a video that I have on a thumb drive. I marked that as an exhibit. I was just going to ask the court to move it in as a court exhibit. And then she admitted 3 photos, I think, and 3 swabs that were admitted during hers. They're the same exact exhibit numbers from the prior hearing that we already did, and I would just move those before I play her testimony is what I guess the way that I was planned on doing it. I don't know if the defense has any objection to that.
I have her admitting 7 things. So I have her admitting 36 to 39, which are pictures of the truck. And then she also admitted 33, 34, and 35.
36, 37, 38, 39,
Yeah.
3 swabs.
33, 34, 35.
Correct.
All right.
And then the USB, which is just a video of what we filmed.
All right, so that'll be what we'll do. The USB will come into evidence part of the record as far as to memorialize what her testimony is. But let's be sure to separate it out from the other exhibits so that when we send the exhibits back to the jury, we don't actually send that exhibit back to the jury for deliberations.
The perpetuation.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, because if just like any other testimony, if they want to view that, they can.
Exactly. We don't want to just automatically send it back with the other exhibits. So we have to separate it out. It's part of the trial record, but it's not an exhibit for jury deliberation purposes.
I believe it is exhibit 149. So we'll have to make a note. 149 does not go back with evidence.
Yeah, so keep it in a separate
Once it gets in
place. In fact, you may want to even take it over to your office just to avoid that happening.
Okay.
Any other matters to address before we get started with the jury? I'm not sure if we have all the jurors in the back at this time.
Why would we not have all the jurors in the back at this time? Just saying. Okay, they went off sound, not me. That is them. So it looks like there's a witness that is has recently delivered a baby and has had some severe complications. So they're going to play a recorded deposition or prior testimony in lieu of her presence.
the record momentarily. Jurors are using the restrooms.
So we're on a short break while they do their thing. Do what you're gonna do. I am working on a update on a banner. Control Z. Come on, do what I ask. So I want to thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate y'all so much. It has been a gremlin day. That's what I call it, a gremlin day. And it's okay. We're working with the gremlin day. Sorry, JP. There we go. I have to save all this. What you guys don't realize is every time there's a witness, I have to recreate that slide. So this little thing that you see on the bottom with this photo and the information in it. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Share, download, transparency. There we go. It's all created on the fly, literally on the fly. And I'm doing that right now. So I just created one more that said outside of jury presence. Sometimes I am able to get all this done prior to the case going into, but doctor is done. I'm going to remove her. We'll get him back up. So who's this one? Oh, that. So I create these normally beforehand, but I don't always have the time. And I got to fix this. I don't like the way it looks. There we go. Share, download, transparency, download. So it's a lot. And I'm so grateful to have a mod in the background now. Yay. That little ding means I've created a new one and I'm replacing it over an old one. So there we go. Mo better. There we go. There we go. All right. So we are on a short break. I will go ahead and go back to this grandma case while we're waiting.
You're a 2-1, a .21. Okay, and 1 glass of wine does not do that. 2 glasses of wine doesn't do that. 3 glasses of wine doesn't do that. 4 glasses of wine doesn't do that.
Yeah, that surprises me.
5 glasses of wine doesn't do that. 6 glasses of wine doesn't do that. Okay? And even given your body type and, you know, other things, I'll give you, you know, probably 7 or 8 could get you there. Okay? The time of downsizing.
All right. That didn't last long.
The jury, while we sort this out so they can relax. We'll go off the record.
Oh, what now? I guess we're back over here. My apologies. You don't believe so? Hold on.
That her statements don't quite line up with the evidential facts.
And when we asked them about Marcella, what do you think they said?
Probably I used to be a pretty heavy drinker.
Craig.
You think?
Pardon?
Try again.
Try again.
That I'm a heavy drinker?
Hello.
Honest. Do you have a problem? Are you an alcoholic? How many glasses of wine did you have yesterday? Because it was excessive.
Yeah.
You would agree it was excessive.
And I'm surprised by that. I really am. I didn't think that I drank that much.
Seriously?
So I'm shocked.
Are you
when
kidding
tell
me?
That 6 glasses of wine, that's a lot of wine.
Right. So like.
Huh?
Sometimes we'll have a glass of wine with dinner.
You
Right.
think?
But is this like a daily kind of? We have a glass of wine with dinner. A typical dinner consists of.
I wouldn't say every day.
No.
No.
On 7 days a week, how many days would you say you have a glass of wine?
5.
5 out of 7. Okay.
Still, despite being faced with facts, Marcella continues to try to downplay and minimize her drinking.
You know, I've been doing this job for 23 years, Marcella. Specifically investigations for 8. Okay. And so I've talked to a lot of people, and a lot of people that, you know, try to deceive me. Okay. And at this point, you are trying to deceive us with how much you drank yesterday and where you were at between noon and 3.
Yeah, I understand.
Get it?
Oh, sure.
So this is your one opportunity to tell us the truth and look truthful and not deceitful.
If you were ever sitting in a room like she is in her in jail clothes and being recorded and all that, and you sit there and hear those words, this is your one opportunity. That means they ain't buying your shit. And you in very deep shit. And I'm cussing, I know, but there's no other way to put that, y'all.
Because there's only going to be one of 2 ways that you're seen. One way, you're a liar, no good criminal.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, that ain't
Second
funny,
way,
boo.
She's sorry for what happened. She wants to own up to what she did, and she wants to take responsibility. Who is the Marcella we're talking to? Is it a liar who's not going to tell us
So which multiple personality are we speaking with?
and be truthful? Or are you going to be truthful, remorseful for what happened?
Oh, absolutely.
Detectives lay it all out and let Marcella know that they don't actually believe what she is telling them, pushing her to reveal the truth.
So you woke up in the police car.
Yeah.
Okay. And then basically we wouldn't know the events after that.
No, I don't recall anything prior to that at all.
Okay. Okay. Each different, situation is a puzzle. And so I look for puzzle pieces. That's my job. I'm a impartial fact finder.
Okay.
Despite that opportunity, Marcella continues with her story that she has no recollection of the events or how much she had drunk, something that leaves detectives frustrated and angry.
Okay. So that's why I'm trying to get a full account.
Detectives get Marcella to make one admission and take some accountability for what had happened, as opposed to her continuing to spin her web.
1.
Oh, okay.
And so 3, again, between that 12:10 and 3. Now, part of the job, with collecting, video surveillance and putting pieces together is we talk to people. Okay. Just like how I'm talking with you, I take people's statements and those are puzzle pieces. Now, however, a lot of times people's statements aren't always 100% truthful and accurate.
Before ending the interrogation, the detectives make one last bold move, showing her a picture of the injured children, something they hoped would shock her into telling the truth.
Picture. I'm trying to paint a big picture or put together this big puzzle.
Okay.
And so I noticed that you had a phone. There was a phone in your car.
Yeah.
Do you get a black iPhone? Was it an iPhone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sometimes if we can see like who the person called or text or anything like that. And so
Don't do it.
Would you want us to do that to paint an accurate picture?
Still, with Marcella,
Don't ever give them permission to look in your phone. Don't give them any permission to look at anything without a warrant, even if you are guilty. Even if you are guilty, you think you're being compliant and you're being helpful and it's going to help your case. Boo! It's going to hurt you. Unless you're going to plead guilty and accept the consequences, don't do this.
offering no answers, detectives wrap up the interrogation and leave her alone in the room to contemplate things. But was she lying about her drinking habits or simply in denial? Ultimately, the evidence against Marcella was undeniable.
To be 5. Instead of celebrating his 5th birthday, we buried them.
Just heartbreaking remarks from the parents of 2 young children who were killed when an SUV slammed into a birthday party.
Marcella was found guilty of 2 counts of second-degree murder, 2 counts of operating a motor vehicle while intoxicated, causing death, and 5 counts of operating a motor vehicle while intoxicated, causing serious injury. Evidence found that she was more than double the legal limit, and the judge took this all into consideration when handing down the sentence.
I'm thinking about what I was going to say for over a year. All this terrible tragedy. I can't help it. I'm so very, very sorry for the loss of your children. So I pray for them every day.
Marcella was given 20 to 50 years behind bars, meaning that she would spend the rest of her natural life incarcerated. For Elena and Zane's family, no sentence can undo the loss. A birthday celebration turned into a lifelong nightmare, all because of Marcella's decision to drink and drive.
I don't want to show that part of the video again. Okay, we're back in court, y'all. We are back in court. I don't know who or what we are doing, but this is, I'll put that up, outside of jury presence. What? No wonder they have good mics. Look how they're hanging that low. This here is the defendant who is accused of red rooming his mistress. I want to welcome everybody for hopping in. Thank you so much for joining us. Hello, Weird Debbie M. By the way, Weird Debbie M, I do believe you are a winner. Winner chicken dinner. You won the giveaway at the end of the month. Where did it go? Where did it go, y'all? Oh, wrong group. I'm looking in the wrong thing. Yes, you did win.
Right,
So
we continue with the trial.
Weird Debbie M, what you need to do is go to Discord or get a hold of me in Discord. Give me your full name, address, phone number, and go into my YouTube page and look at my merch and see what you like. You may pick one item and I will have it directly shipped to you. Congratulations.
State may call its next witness.
Their mics are fabulously placed. Look at that.
So if you can come forward, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
You can head over that way to witness stand.
Good afternoon, doctor. If you could you state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
Ruel, R-U-E-L, Stossel, S-T-O-E-S-S-E-L.
All right, and obviously I called you doctor and you're wearing scrubs, but what do you do for a living? What is your profession?
High-risk OB.
And how long have you been working as a high-risk OB?
1993.
And where do you currently work?
I have a private practice in Palm Beach County, PJ Boulevard.
And how long have you had your own high-risk practice?
Going on 26 years now.
All right. When you say high risk, what are you referring to?
Situations where the mother has an underlying medical condition that impact on her pregnancy, and or the fetus has a birth defect or something going on that makes the gestation high risk or the unborn child high risk.
All right. Before I get into the particulars of this case, where did you go to school?
SUNY Stony Brook, Long Island.
And what degree do you have from there?
MD.
All right. And prior to that, did you have to go to undergrad?
Yes.
And where did you attend undergraduate studies?
CUNY, Brooklyn.
All right.
City University of New York, Brooklyn, sorry.
And what was your undergrad major?
Biology.
After you went to medical school, did you have to do a residency?
Correct.
What additional education did you have after you attended school, and where did you do your residency?
Residency at State University of New York, Downstate Medical Center in Brooklyn, and Kings County Hospital.
And as part of your profession, do you have to undergo continual training and certifications to maintain all your licensing and ability to practice?
That's correct.
What do you have to do?
Take mock exams, review articles, research articles, etc.
And how many years has it that you've been practicing as a high-risk OB?
I finished my fellowship at Albert Einstein College of Medicine in 1993 after I completed SUNY Downstate OBGYN residency.
Now, in this particular case, did you have a patient by the name of Mrs. Wise?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And do you recall, or what are the circumstances of her going to your practice?
She was referred by Florida Community Health. We were a referral practice for high risk here in St. Lucie. She was referred for total OB care and planned for delivery.
All right. So were you going to be, or were you her OB/GYN for the course of her pregnancy?
Yeah, correct. We were the maternal fetal medicine high risk obstetrical program that she was referred to.
And patients that have you as their doctor, how often do they come and see you?
Depending on the situation, at anywhere from 1 to 4 weeks, sometimes twice a week if they're very high risk.
And does patients that come to see you, do you maintain medical records for their visits and keep track of their care?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And did you do that for Ms. Wise's case? Did she have medical records?
Yes, she did.
And have you had an opportunity to review those prior to today?
Yes, I have.
At this time, the state would move into evidence by prior business notification. State's Exhibit 151, the medical records of the patient.
No objection, subject to our previous discussion.
Subject to previous discussion and ruling, that item will come into evidence at this time.
All right, so you just testified that you are a high-risk doctor and you do get referrals out of St. Lucie County. Is that right?
They referred to me for care.
What was the reason for Ms. Wise's referral to you?
It was a maternal condition of, she had a history of supraventricular tachycardia, or SVT.
And can you tell the jury what is SVT?
Basically means that the heart speeds up suddenly, and because this is going so fast, the blood flow patterns change. They can lose consciousness, have chest pains.
And based on this condition known as SVT, would that qualify her pregnancy as a high-risk pregnancy?
Yes, it does.
And did she regularly visit your office?
Yes, she did.
Did she ever miss any appointments?
No, she did not.
When she attended, or when she first was referred to your office, did she have to undergo a standard blood panel that you require of all your patients?
Yes, as part of the process, but because she was a referral and not starting care with us, we were waiting for the final labs to be referred from the prior clinic. So we did not have all the labs at that time.
All right. Did you eventually get all of her records?
When we found out that she didn't really go to have the records, we ordered all the prenatal panels, we call it.
Okay. And in Mrs. Wise's records, was there any evidence of there being any drug use or anything like that?
Not I'm aware of.
Now I want to talk to you about ultrasounds. What do patients at your practice get ultrasounds?
It's a core part of our practice, correct.
All right. And based on your review of the records, did Ms. Wise have 6 ultrasounds with your practice?
I think it was 5.
You think it was 5? And 5, why would she have so many ultrasounds?
The initial screening ultrasound to complete the fetal anatomy and check on the baby's growth rate. and then serial ultrasounds thereafter to finish up the anatomy, continue to monitor the fetal growth rate, make sure that the gestation is remaining healthy.
So I'd like to start with the first ultrasound. Do you have records that show she had an ultrasound on May 17th of 2018?
Yes, I have.
At that point in time, how far along was Miss Wise in her pregnancy?
Based on the ultrasound that was given to us, she was 18 weeks and 3 days when we saw her on that date.
And as far as your opinion, any issues with the state of either Miss Wise's health or the baby's health at that time?
She was clinically stable. It's just that she has these intermittent supraventricular tachycardia. The gestation as a size equal dates, and we did not see anything that puts the baby high risk for any birth defects or abnormalities.
So let's go to the next ultrasound. Are you showing that she also had an ultrasound on June 15th of 2018?
That's correct.
Okay, and how far along did you determine the pregnancy to be at that time?
She was 22 weeks and 4 days.
And is that showing consistent growth with the time of the last ultrasound leading up to this one?
Yes, that ultrasound composite was coming out at 22 weeks, 5 days. And by early ultrasound, she was 22 weeks, 4 days. And the size of the baby was appropriate, and we didn't see any birth defects.
All right, let's go to now July 13th of 2018. Did you also complete an ultrasound on that day?
Say the day again for me, I'm sorry.
July 13th of 2018?
Yes, we did.
How far along is Miss Wise's pregnancy at this point?
26 weeks and 4 days by that early ultrasound.
And what is the state of both her and the baby's health at that time?
At this date, we completed the anatomy survey of the gestation, the unborn baby, and we deemed it to be no gross malformations. The unborn baby's growth rate was appropriate at 2 pounds, 3 ounces at the 59th percentile, and seemed to be persistently in that 50th percentile zone for growth, which is appropriate. And she was doing well. We're just pending the cardiology evaluation because of the history.
Okay, is this any better? I have gained it up some more. The court did, sometimes when court, they come in and out. Sometimes it's all based on their feed and what they're pushing out. They may have lowered it. I don't know, but I've gained it up some more. Let me know if this is more comfortable.
Through the SVT.
I think that leaves us with 2 more ultrasounds left. Let's go to July 30th of 2018. Did you conduct an ultrasound on Miss Wise at that time?
Yes, we did.
All right, and how far along was she, and what was the status of both her and the baby's health?
The gestational age was 29 weeks. By measuring gestation was 29 weeks, 5 days by our ultrasound criteria, and the baby was growing at the 53rd percentile with an estimated weight of 2 pounds, 15 ounces, sorry.
And then the last ultrasound would be on August 13th of 2018. How far along did you determine the baby to be based on the ultrasound at that time?
Based at, 31 weeks.
And what's the status of the baby's health?
Amniotic fluid volume was normal. She reporting normal fetal movements. The biophysical profile, which are way of assessing the unborn baby by ultrasound, showed that normal fetal movements, normal breathing movements. Fetal tone was appropriate. So the baby got an 8 out of 8 for the biophysical profile, which is a good score.
All right. So from May 17th of 2018 up until the last ultrasound on August 13th, 2018, did she have a healthy growing baby?
Yes, sir.
Any indication that there was going to be any complications or any major things that you saw of concern?
At that time, no, but we're pending the cardiology evaluation of the mother's heart.
All right. Was there any indication to you that you saw that the child was not healthy?
By all our serial ultrasounds assessments, the baby was healthy.
Thank you, Dr. Stossel. I don't have any other questions.
Sir, you never received that pending cardiology report?
Because of her insurance, there was a delay. With her insurance, the primary care physician has to refer, and we had issues with them referring. So they eventually turned it over to us, and then we were able to refer on to a cardiologist.
Did you ever receive that report back?
Not I'm aware of.
No further questions for this witness.
State.
Just one. Throughout the whole pregnancy, I know you testified to the beginning, but was there any ever indications that Miss Wise was using any drugs or anything like
Not I'm aware of, no.
No further questions.
Any further recross?
No, you're not.
May Dr. Stossel be released from his subpoena at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to releasing Dr. Stossel?
No objection.
Thank you, Doctor. You're released from your
Hey, June, thanks for popping in. Yep, I already grabbed her on that one. She said she'd get a hold of me later. Thank you, love.
subpoena. You're free to leave or stay as you wish.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
Yes, sir. People state of Florida called Kenneth Barron.
State of confusion. Am I louder or softer than the court? I don't know. I have the court here and my volume's down here, so let me know. I'll down me up a little bit. Is this better? I changed my volume. Is this any better? Testing 1, 2.
Do you swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Just know that it's very difficult because the volume on their end keeps changing. Mine stays set, but I did lower it.
Afternoon. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Kenneth Barron, last name Barron.
Okay. And Mr. Barron, do you know an individual by the name of Jose Soto-Escalera?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
We used to work together.
Okay. How long have you known him?
Prior to working together, total probably like 10, 15 years.
Okay. And did you work with him at Waste Pro in August, in the summer of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. During your relationship, how would you refer to him as? Would you refer to him as an acquaintance, a friend, a really good friend? Where would he fall within that spectrum?
Probably in between an acquaintance and a friend, co-worker. You know, I did hang out with him a few times, you know, previous to Waste Pro.
Okay. Did you ever have any arguments with him or beefs with him or anything?
No.
Okay. Did you know the victim in this case, a woman by the name of Tania Wise?
No.
Had you ever met her before?
No.
Okay. Let me take you back to the summer of 2018. Did you have a conversation?
Uh-oh. That wasn't me, y'all. That's the court. That is the court. We have a sidebar. All right, guys. So while we're here, let's do the mic test. I need input because we have somebody who's struggling. Is my volume more balanced with the court? Do I need to be softer or do I need to be louder? Somebody let me know one way or the other. I aim to please. I am trying to keep it as balanced as possible. So we do have a sidebar. That's what I need. I need a sidebar one. There we go. Oh, state of confusion. Hi, June. Just talks. Are you? Oh, yeah, she's good.
She is overruled pursuant to previous court ruling.
Okay, I'll start over. Let me take you back to the summer of 2018. Did you have a conversation with this defendant, Jose Soto-Escalera, about a gun, a firearm?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury about that.
I completed my route and I was at the landfill dumping the truck. They have two different places you can dump the truck, on the hill or inside the building. So I was on the hill. He approached me on the hill and asked me about selling him a firearm.
Okay. And tell the jury about that. What specifically do you recall about that?
He asked me about.
When someone comes up to you and asks to buy a firearm whom you are not intimately close with, like a brother, sister, parent, even then, someone wants to buy a firearm for you and that's not a normal occurrence between you guys, boo, I'd be asking why and what's going on. And I probably would say nope, because I wouldn't want my firearm to unalive somebody.
Selling him a firearm. I asked him, like, what kind of firearm are you talking about? Are you talking about a large gun, small gun? Like, what are we talking about? And he just said, oh, he just wants something, something small, something like kind of like off the record, not like sell him something I personally own. Like he wanted something like off the street, kind of sort of.
Okay.
You have the floor,
So I asked
Angela.
him why, because I know he has firearms. How he got them, I have no idea, but I know he had some. So I asked him, like, I was under the impression that he could legally.
I'll sustain the objection. You need to ask a question, make sure the witness is answering the exact question that you're asking.
Sure. Go ahead. You said, let me take you back. So you said that he wanted a gun that I believe you said, you phrased it as off the records or off the books. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What did he specifically say to you? Did he say that he wanted a ghost gun?
Correct.
Is that how he phrased it?
That's how he phrased it.
Okay. Tell the jury specifically and exactly what he said.
He said, I'm looking for something like a ghost gun.
Okay. And what was your response to that?
I said, I don't have anything to do with any of that.
I'll overrule the objection as far as what he said in response. You can answer the question. I don't know if you answered it.
You can answer the question. I didn't quite hear what you said.
My response to what he said was, I don't have anything to do with that. Like all of my firearms are legal.
Okay. Okay.
So I don't have anything illegal to sell. I don't know anyone that has anything illegal to sell. And I was trying to figure out why are you asking me that? Because I was under the impression.
Hold on a second. Let's stick with the script, question and answer.
Yeah. Okay. So you didn't know why he asked you that. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So here's my question. This homicide occurred, Ms. Wise's body was found on August 24th of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
So as best you can estimate, when did this conversation occur with Jose Soto-Escalera regarding the ghost gun?
This was 2 to 3 weeks, 2 to 4 weeks tops. It was recent.
Okay. So 2 to 4 weeks prior to the homicide, the
Correct.
defendant is asking you if you can obtain a ghost gun.
Correct.
Okay. And why did he approach you? Are you a gun guy?
Yes.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Jury should disregard the answer.
Okay. So he approached you and that happened. So let me ask you this. What did you do for Waste Pro?
I was a route driver.
Okay. And are you familiar with the route first of all, are you familiar with your own routes? I would imagine you are.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And are you also familiar with the routes, the trash routes of the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. This victim was found on Johnston and Russo's Road, near the intersection of Johnston and Russo's Road. Are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. Did the defendant have a trash route along that area?
Yes.
On Russo's Road?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination? You're welcome.
Sure, I think you said that you knew my client for a long time before you started working at the Waste Pro together, is that right?
Correct.
And you knew his wife, Deb Soto-Escalera?
Yes, but I didn't know her a long time though.
Okay, but you knew her,
I know her, yes.
right? Because Deb also worked at Waste Pro, right?
Correct,
Okay, she was a route supervisor,
correct.
so that means she was over the people who drive the routes, is that right?
Yes,
Did my client have a person who rode in the truck with him?
yes.
Who was that?
I don't know.
Was it his brother Eric or his nephew Eric Alvarado?
That's what I was been told, but I don't know that, for sure. I don't know the guy.
Okay, understood. You said when the previous time you did that my client asked you for a gun, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but what he told you was that it wasn't for him, correct?
After I questioned him about that, yes.
Okay, so he said it wasn't for him and he told you that it was for his nephew, correct?
Nephew, cousin, something of that nature.
And you were ultimately fired from Waste Pro, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you believe that Deb had something to do with you being fired from Waste Pro, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
You didn't tell law enforcement that you believed Deb had something to do with you being fired?
A little bit, but not like it was all up to her, no.
Understood. No further questions, Judge.
Any further questions to the state?
No further questions.
May Mr. Barron be released from his subpoena at this time?
He may.
Any objection to releasing Mr. Barron from subpoena?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
State would call Janine Hiller.
I didn't catch that name. We'll wait. June, just letting you know, 67% want to play bingo with this particular trial. If we choose to do so, bingo will start tomorrow. Yes, sometimes we play battle of the comments. I do it to keep myself awake. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. Yes, thank you for the super chats I've received today from Miss Angela. That goes to support the internet bill. And let me tell you, it got expensive. It sure did. So now we're waiting on the next jury. Right now, it's an interesting case. Look at all the binders behind the defense team. Wow. And it looks like the defendant is actively helping his lawyers. You are so right. June just talks. Let me go back for that comment. Let me see where it is. There's Miss June just talks comment. I loved it. I think it's priceless. Thank you so much for the comment. Oh, she's pregnant.
Over the witness stand.
We have one witness that will not be appearing in person or in Zoom because she is pregnant and had a baby and had a complication and is not medically cleared to come testify.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Janine Hiller, and my last name is spelled Hiller.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a crime scene investigator and latent print examiner.
All right, and in order to be, I guess, what agency do you work for?
I work for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office.
All right, in order to be qualified for that position, do you have to have any special training or education?
Yes.
What is it?
So I have an Associate's of Arts degree from Indian River State College. And through my almost 13 years as a crime scene investigator with the Sheriff's Office, I have had numerous hours of training. Specifically, latent print training, I've had over 300 hours in friction ridge examination and forensic training in various forensic disciplines, over 700 hours. I'm a certified senior crime scene analyst through the International Association for Identification and a certified latent print examiner, also through the Association for Identification.
All right, and were you working in that capacity back on August 24th, 2018?
Yes, I was.
And were you called out or responded to an area of Johnson Road and Russos Road out in St. Lucie County?
Yes.
Before I get into specifics or showing photographs, how would you describe that part of the county?
It is a very rural area. There's not a lot of housing in that direct vicinity.
And that would be north of Indrio Road,
To the north of Indrio, yes.
close to almost the county line with Indian River County.
Yes.
As the crime scene investigator, what is your job when you get out to a crime scene?
As a crime scene investigator, when I respond to crime scenes, my primary role is to document the crime scene, analyze anything that might be in the crime scene, determine if it has any evidentiary value, collect and preserve that evidence.
And do you guys document the scene as it exists when you first arrive?
Yes.
How do you go about doing that?
Taking photographs.
Okay, now in this particular case, did you end up taking photographs?
Yes, I did.
Did you end up collecting evidence
Yes, I did.
and also swabbing evidence?
Yes.
At this time, I have a package that's been previously marked for identification, States Exhibits 40 through 102. If you could go through this and just let me know if you recognize these photographs.
Excuse me for the chill.
Yes, I recognize all the photographs in States Exhibit 4D through 102.
All right. How is it that you recognize them?
I took those photographs.
And these are the photographs of the scene as you saw it back on in August of 2018.
Yes.
Fair and accurate representation of the scene.
Yes.
This time, state movement evidence 40 through 102.
No objection, Judge.
Those items will be admitted without objection.
So I'm going to publish those photos that you just went through, and I'm going to ask you to go through these with me. All right, for the record, we have States Exhibit 40. What are we looking at here, Ms. Hiller?
This is an aerial photograph of the area of Johnston Road and Russo Road intersection that I took from a helicopter.
All right, and which out of the two roads we have, call it horizontal and one is vertical, which road is which?
The road that's vertical, that's going off into the distance, is Johnston Road, that's going towards the south. And then the road that's going towards the side of the screen is Russo's Road, and it's going towards the east.
So this road here that I'm pointing at?
Yes.
To the east. Going to bring up now State's Exhibit 41. What are we looking at here?
This is the same intersection. Now we're looking towards the north. So that road that's going off towards the right side of the screen is the Russos Road towards the east. And the one that's short vertically is Johnston Road towards the north.
State's Exhibit 42.
This is an image depicting the intersection showing that it's Johnston Road and Russo Road.
State's Exhibit 43.
This image is depicting Russo's Road looking towards the west, and beyond that tent area that you see is the intersection that was in the State's Exhibit 42, the intersection of Russo's and Johnston Road.
So the stop sign way in the distance, that's going to be Johnston Road out there.
Yes.
And now we have State's Exhibit 44.
This would be on Russo's Road looking towards the east.
State's Exhibit 45.
This is on Russo's Road looking towards the southern side of the road.
State's Exhibit 46.
This is also on Russo's Road, pointing towards the east where we started to see some portions of the victim.
All right. And so are you able to see where the victim is located in this photograph?
Yes.
Where's that?
The victim is located on the southern side of the road. So that would be the right area of the road in the grassy area. And there's a blue area that's within the green grass. That is the start of the victim.
And then what you're referring to is right here in this photograph?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 47. What are you documenting in this photograph?
This is just some of the overall pictures that we tend to take whenever we are documenting a crime scene. This is the victim still looking towards the east. You can see her head is to the east, her feet are to the west, and that's on that southern side of Russo's Road.
Now we have State's Exhibit 48. What do we have here?
This is a photograph depicting the victim on the southern side of the road.
Whoa!
Now, and
I don't appreciate
I'm
that
standing
at
on the
all.
road looking towards
No,
the
ma'am.
south, taking like just the overall picture to document the scene.
State's Exhibit 49. Same question.
This would be from the east looking towards the west, showing the overall condition of the scene. You can see the victim
Since her
still
face is not
there
showing,
in
it's
the
not gruesome, I
kind of
will
in the center of the picture.
Okay, I know some of you like to see these images, and that's fine. As you notice, I am allowing it. I just wish they would have given a warning. Not everybody can handle that kind of images. Even those can be disturbing. So, warning, graphic content. Be advised, graphic content. Just saying. Sorry about that, y'all. But thank God it wasn't worse.
And this is looking towards the west.
And we have now State's Exhibit 50.
This is just a closer up photograph of the victim prior to us moving her or doing any examination.
And then we have State's Exhibit 52. What are you trying to show with this photograph?
This is just the overall condition of how we find the victim and how, how she is looked in the conditions that she was found in.
Did you notice anything in her hands when you examined the victim at the scene?
Well, initially we were only able to see her left hand, which was clenched in a fist. You can kind of see there, and it appears to be grasping something, but we don't know exactly what's in that hand.
I think we're at State's 52. What are you trying to show with this photograph?
Well, I do have warning.
Again, we weren't able to move the victim just yet.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. We are not going to show that, guys. This is inappropriate.
We can start to see from this image that there's
No,
some
no, no,
form
no,
of
no, no,
injury
no,
on
not
her neck.
acceptable.
We can see some blood and a little bit of the cut injury that's there.
And what we have now is State's Exhibit 53. How do you guys go about moving a victim at the scene, and I guess what's that process?
I mean, every scene is different. For this particular scene, once the medical examiner investigator arrives on scene, we put a bag, it's a body bag, so that white material that is underneath her up next to her, so that we could roll her directly into that body bag and contain any possible evidence that might be on her backside. And she's just placed there for us to begin our initial examination.
Were there any immediately obvious injuries once you were able to move the victim?
Yes. So in this image, it's depicting the victim. This is exactly how she looked once we rolled her from that ditch area onto her back and into the body bag. You can see there's an injury to the right side of her neck.
And then we have State's Exhibit 54. What are we looking at in this exhibit?
This is a photograph of her right hand, which was underneath her body when we initially arrived. So just documenting the condition of her hand, and it's also closed into a fist and appears to be grasping something, and the hair tie that's on her wrist.
And we now have State's Exhibit 55.
Hold on, guys. Okay.
We found her and documenting anything that we see.
State's Exhibit 56. What?
Give me a second.
And we're just documenting the hands, the conditions of the hands. She's got her left hand now also is grasping.
I'm being
appears
cautious.
to be grasped. We don't know if there's anything else in there, but it is clenched into a fist grabbing that grass.
State's Exhibit 57.
This is kind of showing a position where we can start to see another injury on the left side of her neck, kind of around her collarbone.
State's Exhibit 58.
And this is just moving in closer to depict that image, or this image depicts that injury that we can start to see on the left side of her neck.
And then we have State's Exhibit 59. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So in the center of this photograph, there is material that we believed
I mean, we're going to ask more questions too. I know what the objection is.
You're withdrawing the question, asking another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
In your work as a crime scene analyst, have you ever had the opportunity to come across vomit?
Yes, I come across all kinds of bodily fluids, to include vomit, feces, urine, blood, saliva, and semen. This,
based on your experience and what you've worked with in the past, was there anything significant that you saw in this photograph that you felt you needed to make sure you documented?
while on scene, we observed the material that was in this hole where the victim's face was laying was consistent with bodily fluid that's consistent with vomit. So we documented that along with the blood that was there.
And this area that's in the center of the photograph where you can see a reddish color, where was the victim's head in reference to this?
Directly inside that little concave hole that's holding all of that.
They're going to
material,
show the
that
hole.
liquid,
I got it
the
previewed
white
up.
liquid and the red liquid.
And what was the condition of the victim's
Warning,
clothes
there it
when
is.
you took her out of the swale?
Warning, just had to do it.
Her clothing was wet. In some of the photographs, I don't know if you were able to notice, but like the middle portion of her pants were pure dry, but then there was areas where you could see that they were wet. The front side of her was wet. Her hair was wet and matted. And then Her clothing was, especially her top was very wet, and then her face and hair
We
were
got
wet.
another body
What
shot
was the
coming up.
condition of the ground where she was found?
So she was kind of in the swale or ditch, so it was also wet. You can see the glimmer of some of the water just below that that little hole where you see the white material and the red material. So you can kind of see the glimmer of the water that's
I'd leave
there.
the courtroom.
So now I want to go with State's Exhibit 60. Looks like we're now starting to see some markers in these photographs. What are these markers?
The cones that you see depicted in this photograph are cones that we place to identify any kind of specific evidence that we wanted to document, because we don't know when we're there, what's important and what's not. So we place markers for evidence that we want to document and possibly collect.
All right, for cone A in this photograph on State's Exhibit 60, or let me go actually to State's Exhibit 61. What was of
Warning, we are going to get some body shots, but we will not see face, blood, or gore, or anything like that.
significance that you observed for State's, for marker A?
This image is depicting tire impressions that we observed on the ground from the road, which is the left side, onto the grass. So that would be the grass is on the southern side of the Russos Road, and like this image would be towards the east.
And then I'll go with State's Exhibit 62. What is this?
This image is depicting a close-up photograph of those tire impressions that you observed with the photo marker A.
And State 63.
Also depicting that same tire marks with the photo marker A.
All right, now I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 64, and then I'll go up to State's Exhibit 65. What are you documenting in State 65?
This area is again on the southern side of Russos Road, kind of looking towards the southeast. And here is documenting a flashlight and some hair that is hanging from the tree and also on the ground. So the first cone, the one that's closest, I think it's B. That is the flashlight, and the cone further away, more in the ditch, is C, and it's marking hair.
And would this be State 66, a close-up of B?
Yes.
And then we have State 67. It looks like now we've moved on to cone D.
So this is kind of a little bit to the east of that area where you saw B and C on Russos Road. Again, looking to the east, cone D is marking that mark that's in the ground there right in front of it.
And what I'll do is I'll pull up State's Exhibit 68. What are we looking at in State 68?
Just the disturbance in the gravel and the divot that's different than everything else around it.
I'm going to go to States 69. Are we just showing more markers?
Yes.
States Exhibit 70. Is this the same thing?
Yes, so this is looking towards the east, kind of marking everything that we're finding directly around the victim, who's in the center of the screen at the top.
All right, we're at States Exhibit 71. Which marker are we looking at now?
This marker is photo marker number or letter F, and it's the start of a tire impression that was observed in the grass that goes from the grass area into the dirt on the road and into Russos Road.
Looks like we're now looking at marker G on State 71.
So F, G, and H, which we have in a line, you don't have F in this particular image, but is marking that brown area that looks like a tire was driving there.
And are you referring to, I guess, the furthest cones to the left, the brown area that's between those two cones?
Yes.
think we're state 73.
This is just the same area documenting all the cones that are within the vicinity of the victim. We're marking the tire impression that's there between G and H, a cup, and some beer cans that were around the victim's body.
I'll go through states 74, and then I'll go to state 75, states 76. What are we looking at in 76?
This is a paper napkin that was on the ground just to the left of the victim's body, a little bit ahead of, to the east of her head.
As the crime scene investigator, when you arrive on the scene, do you know all the facts?
No,
Do you, most of the time, do you not have very much information at all?
correct. I
So
don't have a lot of information ever.
So do you collect everything that you see?
Not necessarily everything, but we do a lot of documentation and collect a lot of material from most crime scenes.
So we'll go to States Exhibit 77, States Exhibit 78, States Exhibit 79, States Exhibit 80, States Exhibit 81, States Exhibit 82, States Exhibit 83. The photos that I just went through, what are you documenting in these?
Just all the photo markers and cones, with the exception of, I think it was 80, States Exhibit 82 and 83. Everything was on the south side of the road, except for that, this Coke Zero bottle was on the northern edge of the road. But we just document all those cones and all those items so that we know what is there.
So now we're going to pull up states 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. What are we looking at in this photograph? Cone U.
Let me check my report.
Yeah, this dude, I mean,
That's
this is
just
horrific.
a disturbance in the grass area that was noted that it was knocked down and in the dirt. So it was photographed and documented.
I'm going to go to States Exhibit 94, States Exhibit 95, States Exhibit 96. What are we looking at in States 96?
This is a photograph depicting photo marker V as in Victor, and it's a condom wrapper that was located close to the intersection of Johnston and Russo.
Ew.
States Exhibit W, or States Exhibit 97, photo marker W. What are we looking at here?
This image depicts photo marker W, also very close to the intersection of Johnston and Russo, and it's a t-shirt that was located on the side of the road.
All right, then we have States Exhibit 98, States Exhibit 99. Is this the same shirt?
Yes.
And then we have States Exhibit 100, States Exhibit 101, then States Exhibit 102. What are we looking at in 102?
This is the area to the west. So standing on Russo's Road, looking towards the west, the intersection of Johnston and Russo, showing the conditions of the weather and the intersection and everything that we see. You can start to see this is more towards the afternoon because there's some storm clouds there in the sky.
So now I want to talk a little bit about the physical evidence that you collected. When you collect physical evidence at a crime scene, what are the other tests that a crime scene investigator can do to those items? Or at least prepare for them to be tested by someone else?
You're asking what will I do with them once I take them from the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. So once we collect evidence as crime scene investigators, we can take them back to our lab and we can examine them for biological fluids, which would include the blood, saliva, semen, and urine, anything that might help us with our investigation. We can process it for latent fingerprints. We can collect DNA swabs from it. We can take clippings from it. We can do all kinds of things depending on what the item is.
And are you able to do fingerprint examination?
Yes, I am.
Did you examine items for fingerprints in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you also swab items for DNA in this case?
Yes, I did.
This time I want to show you what's been marked for identification, State's Exhibit 7. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I recognize State's Exhibit 7 as I have labeled it in my handwriting. DNA swabs, top portion of flashlight, PMB.
All right, so you testified earlier there was a photo marker that there was a flashlight that was found in the grass?
Yes.
And did you swab that flashlight for DNA?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and is that what State's Exhibit 7 is?
Yes.
At this time, State would move State's Exhibit 7 into evidence at 7.
No objection.
Now, I want to ask you some items about, and before I ask you about, did you do fingerprint analysis? How is it that you're able to do fingerprint analysis?
As I said earlier, I'm trained as a latent print examiner. I am a certified latent print examiner through the International Association for Identification. To become a certified latent print examiner, you have to have education. Depending on your level of education, you have to have a certain number of years in the field. For my level of education, I had to have a minimum of 3 years of work experience as a latent print examiner. I have to go through 2 years of super.
Okay, June just talks, and a lot of people, his defense is somebody else did it. She had a long-term boyfriend. Apparently, she had an affair on him with this guy. This guy had a wife. He had an affair on his wife with this woman, and she got pregnant. And he is claiming that another man, possibly 2 men, have done this, and it wasn't him. That's his defense.
Supervised casework while I'm in training or doing on-the-job training, in addition to all my classroom hours of training. And that, again, that was over 300 hours. And then once I meet all the qualifications for testing, I have to take a test. It's a 200 question test that I have to get a 85% or better to pass the first portion of the test. And then I have to do a comparison portion of the test, which I have to get 100% and make 13 correct conclusions.
And have you testified in court as a fingerprint analyst before?
Yes.
So in this particular case, did you process 10 separate items that were found on the scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and would those include 5 Bud Light beer cans, 2 Budweiser beer cans, a Coke Zero bottle, and a plastic cup?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain anything of evidentiary value from any of those items?
No, I was not.
All right, and what does that mean?
It means that I just wasn't able to obtain fingerprints from those particular items. Latent fingerprints are an unintentional recording or recording of digital or friction-rich skin on your fingers and palms or on the soles of your feet. And those fingerprints being left can be affected by the conditions of the item when you're touching it. It can be affected by the conditions where they are left.
That's a little interesting. Sidebar. So, wow, that's kind of unique. How are y'all doing today, y'all? We're getting a little bit after lunch kind of yawnies here. Wouldn't be surprised. I am. Honest, I am. I'm getting the yawnies.
There are certain, I guess, conditions that can affect whether or not you get fingerprints off of a certain item.
Yes.
Okay, and that can that be the, I guess, the condition of where the item's left?
Yes.
For example, if it's left outside
Yes.
in the rain or exposed to the elements?
I'll stay in objection to the last one of the question.
Can the elements or the weather have anything to do with the condition of a fingerprint?
Yep.
Yes. Fingerprints are mostly water, 98 to 99% water. So they are subjective to the conditions that they are in.
So from the items that you found, you didn't get any fingerprints.
Yes.
Now I want to ask you, did you also attend the autopsy on August 25th of 2018 of Miss Wise in this case?
Yes.
And was that autopsy performed by Dr. Linda O'Neill?
Yes, it was.
As the crime scene investigator, what is your role at the autopsy?
At the autopsy, my role was to document, again, take photographs, document and collect and preserve any evidence that we had found or collected during the autopsy.
And did you collect evidence at this autopsy?
Yes.
At this time, what I'd like to show you has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 9. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 9?
Yes, I recognize State's Exhibit 9, labeled as DNA Baby Boy Wise, and it's labeled in my handwriting.
All right. How do you go about, I guess, collecting a particular item of evidence in general?
It varies from item to item and what we're collecting and what we're doing. For this particular one, this is a blood standard, so the blood is taken from the person and placed on a card with 4 little circles of the blood.
All right. And this is the blood in this exhibit. This is the blood from baby boy Josiah Wise from the autopsy.
Yes.
At this time, they're moving to evidence with marked for identification. State's Exhibit 9. The evidence is 9.
No objection.
That item will come into evidence without objection.
What I'd like to show you is, did you also take swabs related to the victim's body during the autopsy?
Yes, I did.
What I'd like to provide you with is State's Exhibits 10 through 20. If you could go through 10 through 20 and just let me know if you recognize these.
I am anxiously waiting for my roadcaster. I've got the camera on. I'm watching. Oh, my lunch did not settle well. I had a piece of fried catfish.
Yeah, I had to have a preview of what was coming up with the pictures that they were throwing. Whew. One of them was gruesome. Poor mama. I feel for the mother.
Yes, I recognize all of these items.
All right, now I'd also like to show you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 21 through 25. Same questions. Can you let me know if you recognize those items?
Yes, I recognize States Exhibits 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25.
All right, so on August 25th of 2018, you attended the autopsy of the victim, Tania and Josiah, correct?
Yes.
And was a sexual assault kit performed on the victim, Tania, at that time?
Yes.
And does that include taking vaginal swabs, rectal swabs, and oral swabs?
Yes.
And is there also done swabs of the victim's both hands of her fingernails and then also hairs pulled?
Both hands, some of the fingernails, pulled head hairs are part of the sexual assault kit. And then, what was the other thing you said?
Was there also hairs that were observed and taken and placed into evidence?
Yes.
Okay, so as far as States Exhibits 10 through 25, are those the hairs and the swabs that you just described?
Yes.
Okay, and did you package each one of these items?
With the exceptions of the ones that are in these envelopes, these are part of the sexual assault kit envelopes, which are, I did collect these from the medical examiner's office, but I didn't personally put them in there.
But you were present during the autopsy, you collected them, and that's what's in those bags?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move into evidence which we marked for identification as States Exhibits 10 through 25.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
Did you also conduct, or were you also present when a search warrant was conducted at 2613 Cactus Circle on August 31st?
August 31st?
Or were you present for a search warrant at 2613 Cactus Circle?
Yes.
And what was your involvement for that?
I was there to document, much of my job is documenting, taking photographs. So again, that's what I was there for, to take pictures and assist with the collection of evidence if any was located.
All right, and did you collect any evidence during the execution of that search warrant?
Yes.
What did you collect?
Some clothing, some vacuum filters, dryer filters, that's all I can think of at the moment.
And I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 26 and 27. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I recognize 26 and 27.
How do you recognize those items?
I recognize them as my handwriting. States Exhibit 26 is hair from inside back of blue, underwear from Cactus Circle. These were not collected as part of the search warrant, but on a few days after the search warrant when I was actually examining the clothing that was collected from that search warrant.
So you were present at the search warrant. There was clothing items collected, and these were hairs that you pulled off then from that clothing.
Correct. And then States Exhibit 27, in my handwriting, that's here, in my initials on the tape, that's here, as hairs from the back of gray blue underwear from Cactus.
This time the state would move, it's been marked for identification is 27, 26 and 27, and evidence is 26 and 27.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
Did you take any DNA standards in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you take the DNA standard of one person by the name of Eric Alvarado?
Yes, I did.
This time I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 8. And if you could let me know if you recognize States Exhibit 8.
Yes, I understand. I recognize States Exhibit 8 as DNA standard buccal swabs of Eric Alvarado. It is in my handwriting, date and time of collection, and my tape and signature.
All right, I don't think, can you tell the jury how do you take a buccal swab?
A buccal swab means to take something from the mouth. So we take cotton Q-tips for the simplest form, stick them in the mouth, rub them around, collect saliva and skin cells from the inside cheek, and then place them into a container to protect them.
Is that what you did with that?
Yes.
Was that taken of Eric Alvarado?
Yes, it was.
Okay, at this time, the state will move in evidence is marked by identification is 8 and evidence is 8.
No objection.
That item will come into evidence without objection.
Were you also involved in a search warrant of a Dodge Ram on September 24th of 2018?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and did you, perform that search warrant by yourself or with someone else?
With other people.
Who else were you with?
Donna Carmichael and Detective Jason Cannon.
And if you could just describe for the jury, what is the process that a crime scene investigator goes through when searching something like a vehicle?
Our process is always take photographs. We document everything that we do prior to us touching it as we move along. So with something like a vehicle, we'll take photographs of the exterior of the vehicle from the front, the side, the back, the passenger side, just to document how we find it. And then we'll go to the inside of the vehicle and do those same kind of photographs, take photographs on the inside driver, the rear driver, the rear passenger, and then again on the front passenger, just to document the condition of the vehicle that's on the inside.
And are there ever an occasion as a crime scene investigator where you use something that is referred to as Blue Star?
Yes.
What is that?
Blue Star is a blood reagent that is used to help us find or visualize latent blood, meaning hidden, we can't see it.
Under what circumstances do you use Blue Star?
Anytime that we would have a suspicion that we might be looking for blood or want to try to find possible blood.
Did you end up using Blue Star in this particular case?
Yes, we did.
And how do you, explain for the jury, what's the process? How do you use it? How do you get it onto a surface?
How do I use it, and what was the last part of the
How
question?
do you get it onto a surface? Like, how does it work?
So the chemical is mixed the day that we decide that that we're going to use it, on whatever it may be. We can use it on a variety of things. The chemical is mixed in a spray bottle, so we can spray that chemical onto the object that we're looking for latent blood. We have to work in the dark because this particular chemical creates a chemiluminescence reaction. So we have to work in a dark area. And if we find possible blood, we'll get a reaction that emits light for us to see and visualize, and it's going to be like a blue chemiluminescence or luminescence that we will see. So we'll set up our area. We're in a place where we can control the lighting. We have a camera set up ready to take photographs for whatever we may see or not see.
All right. Did you do that for the Dodge truck in this particular case?
Yes.
Did you also collect items of evidence? I guess strike that. If you use Blue Star and you see a section that's lit up, what else do you do? What's the next step?
Oh, we take photographs of the area that we see, like as we are applying it. And then if we find an area of reaction where we get that chemiluminescence reaction, then we will remove that section or swab that section, cut that section, collect the whole thing if we can. Depends on what the object is.
All right. And what's the purpose of doing that? Why do you take it or why do you swab it?
So that we can send it for testing to see if there's any possible DNA and get confirmation whether there is blood and if it's human or not.
For the search warrant of the truck on September 24th, did you document that with photographs?
Yes, I did.
And at this time, I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 103 to 115. If you could look through those and tell me.
Yes, I recognize the photographs, States Exhibit 103 to 115.
Is that photographs that you took during the search warrant?
Yes.
And then does it also show the documentation of you using Blue Star on the defendant's vehicle?
On the Dodge Ram, yes.
On the Dodge Ram? This time, stay moving at it. Mark for identification. State's Exhibits 103 to 115.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
All right, for the record, we have what's been entered into evidence now as State's Exhibit 103. What are we looking at?
This is a photograph of that Dodge Ram in our evidence bay where we conducted all of the documentation and the application of the Blue Star. This is a front photo of that Dodge Ram and just kind of depicting how I'm finding it on that date. So I simultaneously will work around the vehicle, showing the front, the sides, the rear the best I can, and then the other side.
All right, and before I go through all the photographs, I want to talk a little bit about, I guess, where are we in the photograph? Where is this photo taken at?
This photograph is taken at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's in the crime scene processing bay. It's a secure bay that we have access to in our evidence custodians.
All right, now in this particular search of this car, did you collect items of evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what I'd like to do is show you first, I'll show you what's been marked for identification in State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 29?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize it?
I recognize it as it's labeled section of carpet from driver's side in my handwriting. And again, with my initials on the tape here.
Same question as to State's Exhibit 28. Do you recognize 28?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize 28?
This is a section, or this is a set of DNA swabs collected from behind the driver door handle, and it has my initials on the tape here and here.
All right. So when you did a search warrant on this car, did you swab multiple parts of the vehicle to see if you could get any DNA to send out for DNA analysis?
That was done post application of Blue Star based on where we had reactions.
All right, so items that you pulled during the execution of this search warrant were based on what you saw from the Blue Star?
That is correct.
So for State's Exhibit 29, why did you take this section of carpet from the driver's side?
Because we had a reaction in that area in the carpet, so we collected the whole area to be sent out for possible testing.
And I'd like to now show you also what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 30 and 31.
I recognize State's Exhibit 30 as being the driver's side seat cover from Dodge truck. I recognize it as my handwriting. My initials are here on the tape. And then State's Exhibit number 31 as my handwriting labeled as driver's side visor. And my initials here on the tape.
And same question for State's Exhibit previously marked for identification was 32.
Yes, I recognize this, the State's Exhibit 32 as labeled in my handwriting section of front driver's seat belt and my initials here on the tape.
All right, so for those items, the seat belt, the sun visor, why did you take those items from your truck?
Again, these were collected post application of the Blue Star. Anywhere that we observed a reaction with the Blue Star was collected or swabbed.
So at this time, the state would move into evidence which is marked for identification as State's Exhibits 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
And then what I'd like to show you again is State's Exhibits 155, 156, 157, and 158. Do you recognize those items?
I recognize State's Exhibit 155 as it is labeled swabbing from tarp of armrest, and my initials are here. State's Exhibit 156. I recognize as it is labeled driver's door armrest at pull bar and my initials here. State's Exhibit number 157. Labeled as driver's door panel top edge of storage area, and then my initials here on the tape. In State's Exhibit 158, DNA swabs from the seatbelt buckle, date and time of collection, and then my initials here on the tape.
All right, are these items that were also taken during the search warrant of the vehicle?
Yes.
And these were swabs that were done by you?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move in evidence with the marked for identification of State's Exhibits 157, 158, 156, and 155.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
So let's go back to the photographs that you took. So State's Exhibit 103 for the record, you've testified this is the truck that is the subject of the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, and then we have 104. What are we looking at?
These are the photographs of me just working around the Dodge Ram truck. So this is the driver's side vehicle from me standing at the rear.
All right, now we have State's Exhibit 105,
This is the rear of that same Dodge Ram truck,
State's 106,
the passenger side of the Dodge Ram truck,
State's Exhibit 107,
the front passenger hood area of the Dodge Ram truck.
State's 108.
This is a photograph depicting the interior driver's side area of the Dodge Ram truck.
State's 109.
This is a photograph depicting the same inside driver area of that Dodge Ram truck. If you would like, I can get up and.
If you could.
This is after the application of the Blue Star. And then here we see the chemiluminescent blue color that you see there is that reaction to the Blue Star.
All right, and then what I'd like to show you, if you want to just stay here for one moment.
Okay.
So we have State's Exhibit 111. This is State's Exhibit 111 now that we're looking at. What do you see of significance? And I guess who is the person that's in that photograph and what are they holding in their hands?
This image is depicting again that driver's side area of that Dodge Ram. This person here is the crime scene supervisor, Donna Carmichael, and she is holding the bottle of Blue Star that is being applied to the driver's seat of the vehicle. We're working in tight quarters there. Here you see that chemiluminescence reaction happening on the driver's butt area and a little on the center console.
All right, what I want to do is I want to go back one picture to, I guess, 110. So previously you showed us in this photograph, there was an area where you saw the Blue Star illuminated. What do you do with that section? What is the next thing that you did?
For this type of material and this particular vehicle, we determined that it would be best to just remove that whole carpet area out of the vehicle and send that whole section to the lab for testing.
All right, now if we go to the next two photographs, is this State's Exhibit 110? Has that piece of carpet then been removed?
Yes, so you can see the interior portion of the Dodge. The metal is exposed now, so we've removed this whole section.
And is that the same carpet that we just was admitted in evidence as State's Exhibit 29, the piece of carpet that you identified as getting from the search warrant?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 111, and now we go to State's Exhibit 112. What has happened now in this photograph?
Again, due to the material, we decided that we would just remove the whole seat cover, the bottom, and the backing to send to the crime lab for possible testing.
And so what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 112 is that the driver's side seat cover that was taken that was previously entered as State's Exhibit 30.
Yes.
All right, and now we have State's Exhibit 113. What is the significance of this photograph?
This photo.
Sorry, guys. I just was really struggling with my lighting, and it was actually starting to give me a little bit of a headache. So I've made a minor adjustments, and it's not so much blinding me, but giving me good coverage. So sorry about that. It's what happens when you have to tweak things when they're moving
Graph
in.
is depicting the driver's side door during the application of the Blue Star. Here, Blue Star does react with the iron and the blood, so we will get a reaction on metal surfaces here, and then we have some chemiluminescence reaction happening here along the door, on the handle, behind the handle, and then down.
All right, so Blue Star does react with metal.
Yes.
So on metal surfaces, it lights up.
Yes.
But there's not metal surfaces on all portions in this picture.
Correct. In the areas that I just identified on the driver pull bar, on the armrest, in that storage cubby area, there's no metal.
State's Exhibit 114. What were you, I guess, attempting to show with this photograph?
This is during the application of the Blue Star on the driver's side headliner and sun visor area. So there's some chemiluminescence reaction happening here and then along on the visor.
All right, and previously entered into evidence, State's Exhibit 31, the sun visor from the Dodge Ram. Is that the sun visor that we've already put into evidence as State's 31?
Yes.
And now we are looking at State's Exhibit 115. What are we looking at here?
This image is depicting, I'm actually in the truck, and this image is depicting the driver's side seatbelt. It's been pulled down to show the chemiluminescence reaction happening on the seatbelt here.
And in State's 115, was that section of the seatbelt removed from the Dodge Ram?
Yes.
And is that the section of seatbelt that's previously been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 32 that I just showed you?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Hiller. If you want to go back to the witness stand. Alrighty. Did you return to that Dodge Ram again on January 8th for the purpose of collecting additional evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what was that?
Tire impressions. So to collect known tire standards to send for comparison against the images that I had taken of photo marker A at the crime scene.
All right, and what process do you use in order to take samples from the Dodge Ram?
For this particular case, we did two process. We collected some ink standards of the tires and then some mat boards that the tires rolled over the mat board and depressed the tread into the board for the tire examiners to compare.
And would you do those for each tire?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification. I don't know if it's easier for you to stand up or however you want to do this. But we got State's Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. If you want to look at those and tell me if you recognize these. If you want to pass them to me after you look at them, that's fine. Here's one.
I don't remember if that's an inked impression of. I recognize State's Exhibit 1 as a rear passenger ink impression from the Dodge truck. It's in my handwriting. State's Exhibit 2 as a rear driver ink impression from the Dodge truck. In my handwriting. State's Exhibit 3 as rear passenger known tire impression Dodge truck. Also in my handwriting. State's Exhibit 4 as the front passenger known tire impressions from Dodge truck. In my handwriting. My initials are on all the tape here. State's Exhibit number 5. Rear driver known exemplars. In my handwriting. And again, my initials on the tape. State's Exhibit number 6. Front driver tire exemplars from Dodge truck. That was a lot.
All right, so State's Exhibits 1 through 6, are these the standards you took of that Dodge Ram truck that we previously just saw photographed?
Yes.
Okay, so what is inside of this brown envelope?
It's board. It's kind of in between like cardboard and foam, and you can, it will the weight of the truck will depress the tire tread marks into the board.
This time the state will move into evidence was marked by application States 1 through 6. In evidence is 1 through 6.
No objection. Those items will come into evidence at this time without objection.
Right here. Thank you, Ms. Hill.
Thank you.
Just briefly, Judge. Maybe you said that the blue star reacts with hemoglobin or the iron in hemoglobin, right?
Yes.
Okay. And hemoglobin can be present in other substances in the body other than blood. Is that right?
Not to my knowledge.
For example, let me ask it in a more clear way. You can have blood in your vaginal fluid, is that right?
You could.
Okay, not just when you're menstruating, but say you are having sexual intercourse. It could cause you to have blood in your vaginal fluids.
Yes, you could have blood during intercourse.
Okay, and likewise, you can have blood, which contains hemoglobin, and then the iron in that hemoglobin in your saliva too, correct?
If you have a wound that is bleeding, yes.
Or periodontal disease.
There'd have to be blood.
Right.
There'd have to be blood.
Or any type of gum injury.
Yes, any kind of injury.
Now, when you searched the truck on September 24th, 2018, I think you said that was pursuant to a search warrant at the Cactus Avenue residence?
The truck on September 24th?
Correct.
That was the search warrant just for the Dodge Ram at the sheriff's office.
Okay, I'm sorry. The truck was at the sheriff's office.
Correct.
Okay. When you did that on the 24th of September, where had the truck been prior to that search?
At the sheriff's office.
It had remained at the sheriff's office the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. From what date?
The truck was collected August 27th of 2018.
Okay, and remained at the sheriff's office, to your knowledge, until September?
Yes.
No further questions for this one.
Any redirect from the state?
No, sir.
May Ms. Hiller be released from her subpoena at this time?
Subject to recall.
You may step down, subject to recall from the attorneys.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the time for our mid-afternoon bathroom break. Let's take a 10-minute restroom break. Please leave your notes on your chairs. Don't discuss the case with each other, and we'll be with you for about 10 minutes. All right, the jury has exited and will be in recess for 10 minutes. Give you a chance to use the restrooms. Go off the record.
Okay, so we are in a short break. Not sideboard. Lunch break? Nope. Which one's the break? I had a break. Court is on break. Okay, there it is. Yay, found it. I did fix my lighting, guys, because y'all, it's hard because I got two windows coming in. I have two big lights, one little ring light, a light over here, kind of helping to balance because the sun kind of comes this way. So it's kind of odd, but it was also giving me a headache. So I went and did some things, but the odd thing is that the one light, I can't find the power cord to. So I have these batteries, which I've got to charge. But right now I got one working, so we'll see how long it lasts. It'll be an interesting thing to see how, say about 1:30. I'm going to time that battery and see how long it lasts. Come on. You're supposed to be charging. Don't give me any grief. There we go. So it looks better now. I have someone say it looks better now. Yay. Back to crocheting. What are you crocheting, boo? What are you crocheting, boo? I am looking for, that's what I wanted to show y'all. Oh gosh, y'all, this is so cute. Let me find it. It's in members. I found, okay, I can't monetize if I do this. I can't monetize if I do this. Let me demonetize. Let me get the monetization off because I know I'm going to get hit with this. I'm going to get hard You guys, please, if you've not subscribed, please go and subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything to do that. Please sub. I'd appreciate it. I'm going to demonetize so I can play this for y'all. Yeah, I know. And hopefully I don't get taken down, but we'll pop back up if I do. Turn off monetization. There we go. I'm going to play something. Hopefully I don't get dinged too hard for it. Here we go. Pray I don't get in trouble.
When we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. Oh, when it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can't go on pretending day by day that someone somewhere will soon make a change. We are a part of God's great big family. And the truth, you know, love is all we need. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make it brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a better day, just you and me. Well, send them your heart, so they know that someone cares, and their lives will be stronger and free. As God has shown us, by turning stone to bread. And so we all must lend a helping hand. We are the world. We are the children. We are the one to make a brighter day. So let's start giving. Oh, there's a choice we're making. We're saving our lives. It's true, we make a better day, just you and me. We get down and out, and there seems no hope at all. But if we just believe, there's nowhere we can fall. Well, learn and realize, oh, that a change can only come when we stand together as one. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. We'll make a better day, just you and me. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own life. It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me. We are the world. We are the children. Our children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. So let's start giving. It's true, we make a better day, just you and me. Oh, children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our lives. It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me. Yeah, yeah. We are the world. We are the world. We are the children. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. So let's start giving. There's a choice for me. Ever saving our lives. It's true, we'll make a better day. You and me. We are the world. We are the children. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. So let's start giving. We're saving our lives. It's true, we'll make a better day. Let's you and me. We are the world. We are the world. We are the children. Yes, sir. We are the ones that make a better day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me. Woo! That guy. We are the children. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. All right, did you hear what I said? There's a choice we're making. We're saving our lives. It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me.
Okay. What did y'all think about them apples? Angela, I need you in private chat. Okay, guys, while we're doing this, I have a moment with a lot of y'all on here. If you were in our Discord, we've had to change a few things. And so we had a bot that was helping us validate, but it was glitchy and difficult as hell. So we've changed that. So if you're having an issue getting into our Discord, please do me a favor. Go over to verify and verify yourself again. And then go into Discord rules and click on the X on the little check on the Discord rules. And it will allow you into the members section. You have to click on the Discord rules and agree to the rules in order to get in. Case one, if that is the problem you are having, let me know. Oh, are you timed out? I didn't time you out. I haven't touched anything. Let me go back and see when your last comment was. Why were you timed out? You were welcome in. I don't know why it was blocked. You were blocked at 12:49. Why is that? You shouldn't have been blocked at all because you're a mod. I'm going to remove your mod. Don't panic. I'm going to add you to mod again. Okay, try now because I have remodded you. That is weird. Okay, Swan, try again. I don't know why your comments were put in timeout or hidden, but try it again. Things have been glitchy. We've got gremlins in the house today, y'all. And when I mean gremlins, I'm talking this kind of gremlin. Okay, so please try again. But if you're in Discord and you're struggling, all of a sudden you can't access member stuff, go in to the rules and like the rule, go into the rules and agree to the rules. That may have been an accident because I looked at their comments. There's no reason for her to have been timed out. Which June? What? 86,000 seconds? That doesn't make sense. How do I fix this, y'all? I don't know how to fix this. June, I think that was an accident, Boo. And accidents do happen, guys. We don't always intend to do that. Anybody know how to unblock somebody? I remodded you. Let's see if that worked. What? So you got a 24-hour timeout? That doesn't make sense, June. I mean, okay, Swan, I will fix it. I see what she did, and it was accidental. I know what she was going for, and it was accidental. Okay, guys, we do not in any way no matter what, call people names, even if it's justified. Okay, Swan, I'm sorry. It was not you. She was trying to time out. It was somebody else that was next to your comment. Guys, I appreciate if we can't call people jerks and idiots and monsters and jackasses and stuff like that. I believe this person is horrible. In my humble opinion, is fine, but name calling is forbidden. And so, thank you, hello it Brit. Case one, it was accidental. Our apologies. I didn't know you could time out a mod. Hello it's Brit. I didn't know we could time out mods. I thought mod. Okay. Okay, wait. June, you can remove user from live chat timeout by clicking on the timeout message and say, I can't. It won't let me. I've clicked on it. It won't let me. I can't. I'm clicking on it and it's not allowing me to do that. It won't allow me. There's no 3 dots. There's no nothing. Let me get a hold of Angela. Can you get a hold of June, please, and see if she can undo it? I think she has to be the one to undo it. Sorry about that, Angela. We'll get you back, Boo. We'll get you back. That was a pure accident. Sometimes the live chat's moving, and when you click on it, and especially when you're working on a cell phone. So our apologies. We'll get you back, Boo. You did nothing wrong. Our clerical error. So just FYI and forewarning, we have had to adapt a zero tolerance for there went the light. I knew that wasn't going to last long. A zero tolerance for name calling. So we'll get you back in, honey. That only lasted 15, 20 minutes of lighting. I'll get it fixed. I just got to find the power cord. A lot of power cords to find. Let's see. Now this ain't working. Why is it not charging? It's being finicky. Okay, my apologies, Boo. We'll get you. So what'd y'all think about the little We Are the World? I love the Diana Ross and Kenny Rogers and the Cyndi Laupers. Those are my favorite. I mean, no, not Diana Ross. Tina Turner, Kenny Rogers, and Cyndi Lauper were my favorites. They were my favorites. we go. Getting the fan off my eyes. But we are currently waiting. Right now, we are going into witness number 9. They are moving quite well today. They said they thought it would be a 2-week trial. If they're moving the way they're moving now, I doubt it will be that long. Oh, I know Steve Barry, Tina Turner were cute. They were so stinking cute. You know, sometimes we need to do that. Oh, somebody asked how my game was doing. How my game was going in oh really? Happy birthday with Tina Turner. So anyway, somebody asked how my game was going. I'm building a little platform here. Kind of, you know, kind of building something here, just trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. Log snake, firewood. No, I don't want to do that. So I'm building a little area here. I got to go get some tools and some things out of my cabinet. Let me see what I can get. I got to decorate, you know. I don't do this very often. So let's see what I can get out and what we can do. I don't want chairs. I need tables. What kind of table do I want? No, don't want any of those. What if we did a low rattan? We'll move that to pockets. I wonder, I think that's going to be too big. Oh, let me see. I think I want to put something behind all that. So let me go in and get one of these. I don't need those. Just trying to make it a little warm, cozy. Let's get one of the lights. And let's move it into pockets and see what it looks like. We are waiting for trial right now. So let's see what I can do here. Uh-oh, there they are. They back. Are they back with sound? Do we have sound? No, we don't have sound yet. So we're waiting. I got to turn it around. I was in Tennessee and I was so disheartened. I was in Tennessee. Wrong way. When Tina Turner died. In fact, the day that she died, and we didn't know it at the time, we couldn't figure out why her museum was closed. And we were driving through Tennessee and we saw her big billboard and we wanted to go see her museum. Well, lo and behold, unfortunately, how's this looking? Let me see. Let me get a better view. Oh, that's kind of cute. I'm going to move it a little bit. But anyway, we were driving by and we were trying to go to her museum, but they showed closed. And we were a little bit disappointed because it was closed. And then all of a sudden we got an alert that Miss Tina Turner died. We're like, whoa. So we went to Loretta Lynn's. Thank you so much, Angela. Okay, Swan, please go see me in Discord in private messages. Thank you.
I do.
Thank you.
And you may inquire of the witness.
Good afternoon. Hello. Can you state
your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Sure. Mark Chapman, Chapman.
Okay. And Mr. Chapman, what do you do for a living?
I'm a firearms examiner.
Okay. And where do you work at?
I work at the Indian River Crime Laboratory here in Fort Pierce.
Okay. And how long do you work there?
Since February of 2005.
Okay. And do you also have experience doing tire impression comparisons?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and describe that experience to the jury, please.
Sure. In October of 1999, I was hired by the Indiana State Police Laboratory in Indianapolis, Indiana, as an IBIS technician. That's a computer database for firearms components. I worked at that capacity until January of 2004, and that's when I began training to become a firearms examiner. And that training lasted until January of 2005. I was hired by the crime laboratory here in Fort Pierce in February of 2005. And I continued as solely a firearms examiner until 2008. And at that point, I was accepted into the footwear and tire track training program. It was over in Largo, Florida at the National Forensic Science Training Center. And the training was provided by Ron Smith and Associates. So an individual from their company came and taught the class. And essentially it was set up with a combination of in-class meetings and then remote working back at the laboratory. So we would meet up for a total of 4 weeks during the whole course. And we went over collection, preservation, documentation, comparisons, and courtroom testimony, all related to footwear and tire track evidence. I think it totaled about 400 hours in all. And in July of 2009, the training was complete. And then before I was allowed to perform casework at the laboratory, I had to be competency tested. So that's basically, I was provided with mock cases essentially that are footwear and tire track related. I had to work the cases and successfully complete those before I was cleared to work actual evidence casework.
Okay. And tire track evidence, go ahead and explain that in a little bit further detail. What is the purpose of that?
So for a tire track exam or comparison, the idea is they're trying to compare an unknown to knowns that are provided. So the unknown would be the track at the scene. So a tire leaves an impression at the scene. It could be in the dirt. It may be on the pavement. That is somehow collected by the agency. And in the process, if it's done properly, they'll photograph the impression if they're going to take photographs of it with a scale in the photograph. And I'll talk about why that's important later. So that's submitted. So that's your unknown. And basically what that means is at the scene, and when it's given to me, I don't know the origin of this tire impression, right? It's just left at the scene. So what the agency will do is if they find a suspect vehicle, typically they would roll the tires themselves. So essentially you would impound the vehicle, and then there's different ways to do it, but the most common way is to get pieces of mat board or like really dense cardboard, and you would ink the entire circumference of the tire, and then you roll the tire across the mat board and it leaves an impression. It's kind of like a stamped impression, but you're rolling the entire circumference, and you get the impression on the board, and then those boards would be submitted to the laboratory. So I have my knowns. So I have test impressions from the vehicle tires. So we know what vehicle those tire impressions came from, and I'm asked to compare it to the unknown, the photograph from the scene. So what I do is I take the image that's given to me, and with that scale, what I can do is that I can print that photograph life size. So I put it into a photo editing software, and I basically tell it to, if I say this is an inch, then change everything to 1 inch. So when I print it, that tire impression, that photograph of the tire impression is the same size as it was when it was taken at the scene. And this allows me to compare it to the knowns. And those are life size as well. They're taken directly from the tire, right? So what I would do first with a comparison is I'm going to look for class characteristics. And class characteristics are characteristics that I can use to either include that unknown impression or exclude it. With tire, class characteristics would be the width of the tire, the number of ridges and grooves. So ridges is the part of the tire where the tread element exists, and in the space between is the groove. So some tires may have 4 ridges and 3 grooves. Some may have 5 ridges and 4 grooves. And the width of the tire will change. And then the shape of those elements within the ridges are different shapes. So those are just class characteristics. So for example, if you went and took your car to get new tires, you're going to get 4 the same tire. They're all going to be the same class, right? They're going to be the same size, same width, and they all have the same tread elements. Let's say, to give you an example of a class difference, let's say you've got your full-size pickup truck and then you have a compact car. They're going to have very different size tires, right? So those are different class tires completely, just solely based on the width of the tire. So that's what I look at first. I have to see, okay, do these class characteristics match up between the unknown and the known? And if they do, then I would take one step further and look for individual characteristics. But if they do not, then I could exclude the tire if the class was different.
Okay. And how many tire track comparisons have you done over the course of your career?
But the tire track examination was sunsetted a few years back, so I think I did a total of about 60 to 70 comparisons.
Okay. Have you ever testified in court regarding tire track comparisons?
Yes.
How many times?
It's only been probably 2 or 3 times now.
Okay. And have you, did you conduct a tire track comparison, in this case, the state of Florida versus Jose Soto-Escalera?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show, if we could publish state 62. We're looking at state 62 and then 63. Okay. Do you recognize those photos?
Yeah. So that's a copy of the photograph that I used to conduct my comparison.
Okay. So that's your unknowns, correct?
Correct. Yes.
State 62 and 63.
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you what has already been entered into evidence as states 1 through 6. You recognize those?
Okay. I'm gonna just look at my markings.
Absolutely. Yeah.
On the outside of each of the packages, there's the lab number, the item number, and my initials. So inside would be the mat board containing the known tire impressions.
Okay. And are these tire impressions that were taken from a silver Dodge Ram?
I couldn't tell you where they were taken from. They were submitted to the laboratory.
Okay.
And that's all I can say.
So you get these tire impressions and then you compare it to the unknowns. Is that correct?
Correct.
And describe
in specific detail your comparison. I know you touched on it a few minutes ago, but if you can go ahead and describe in specific detail your comparison.
Sure. So as you can see, there's a scale in the photograph. So what I did was I tightened it. I get rid of basically all the extra gravel and grass that doesn't contain the impression. And then I adjusted it to life size. And then I actually printed it onto a piece of acetate, clear acetate. So you have a transparency type comparison. It was what's going to happen. So you have the unknown on the clear acetate. And what I did was I laid it over top the inked impressions on these mat boards. And so initially I have to look to see if class is in agreement, right? And in this case, it was not. So it was a different size. The width was different. The known tire impressions were wider than the unknown impression.
Okay, meaning that the vehicle that left these impressions right here is excluded.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it a better way to say excluded than the vehicle that left these impressions did not leave those tire tracks?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. May Mr. Chapman be released from his subpoena at this time?
He may.
Any objection to releasing him? Thank you, Mr. Chapman. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish.
All right. Thank you, Ron.
He's like, I'm out. I'm on the clock, boo. I got a case to deal with. I'm out. How was the sound after we came back from break? We still good?
Next witness or on an item of evidence?
Your Honor, at this time, stay with the previously recorded testimony of witness Kayla Lynn.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the testimony of a witness was previously taken by the attorneys in my presence in this courtroom on a previous date and preserved for purposes of this trial. We call this perpetuated testimony. This perpetuated testimony is about to be presented to you, and you should consider it just as you would live testimony, and you may proceed.
Your Honor, during the played testimony prior to playing it, the state would just move into evidence. State's exhibits 33, 34, and 35. They're the swabs from the passenger side of the Dodge truck, as well as state's exhibits 36 through 39, which are the photographs of where those swabs are taken, which will be detailed inside of the video.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence at this time.
We're going to have a volume test.
The city will call Caleb Lim.
If you raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence that you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Video.
Whenever this way, just watch your step.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could please state your full name, spell your last name for the record.
My name is Kayla Lim, last name is L-I-N-B.
How are you?
I work for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office.
Did
How
y'all
long
catch
have you
that?
worked with the St. Lucie County?
Wow, that's horrible. Did y'all catch this? I didn't catch her name.
Name for the record.
My name is Kayla Lim, last name is L-I-N-B.
Kayla.
How are you?
I work for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office
How long have you worked with the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office?
for 12 years.
And if you could, what is your job title and employment duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I am currently the crime scene supervisor.
And what may your job duties entail as a crime scene supervisor?
I oversee the work of other investigators and our crime scene assistants to ensure that we're processing various crime scenes with the most proficient and professionalism that we can.
And do you have any training and experience that allows you to be able to perform those duties?
I do.
And what is that?
I have 686 hours of crime scene training in the classroom. I have a bachelor's degree in criminalistics, and I also have 160 hours of fingerprint training.
Now, as far as this particular case that brings us here today, were you working for the Sheriff's Office back in August of 2018?
Yes, I was.
And what were your job duties at that time?
I was a crime scene investigator at that time, working general crime scene investigations.
And on August 25th, 2018, did you provide assistance to another crime scene investigator?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
I assisted CSI Vasquez on the scene.
And did you also provide assistance to another crime scene investigator that also worked on this case?
I assisted my supervisor at the time, which was Donna Carmichael.
And the assistance that you provided to Donna Carmichael, what did that entail?
I assisted her with processing a silver Dodge truck for DNA.
And where was the Dodge vehicle process?
It was located in the sheriff's office parking lot.
And when you say that you processed that vehicle, what exactly is it that you did?
I swabbed various areas on the passenger side for areas of possible DNA.
Right. If you could, can you explain the process that you go through and how you swab the DNA?
So we use a sterile swab. So it's kind of like the Q-tips that you use to clean your ears or remove makeup from your eyes. It's in a sterile packaging. The package is opened while wearing gloves. I then use a sterile drop of water and put one drop onto the sterile tip. And then I swab the area of interest for several seconds. And then I place that swab back into the packaging, which then goes inside an envelope and is submitted to evidence.
And where was the truck located at within the sheriff's office?
It was located in the parking lot.
So what I would like to do is I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification as states exhibits 36, 37, 38, and 39. If you can take a look at these photographs and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you recognize those photographs?
These are photographs of the vehicle that I assisted with processing.
Is this the vehicle as it looked on that day, August 25th, 2018?
Yes, it is.
And this one state would move into evidence, which would mark for identification, states exhibits 35 through 39.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence at this point. Now, you described this vehicle. The vehicle that you described, did you then go inside and swab different parts of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
All right. And once you have collected the swab, what's the next process in the investigation?
They're sealed and submitted to the evidence unit until they're decided whether they're going to go to the lab for testing or not.
Okay, how does that process work as far as you swab the vehicle? What do you do with the swab? How do you put it into evidence?
So it's sealed with evidence tape. An evidence voucher is created and submitted as the paper trail for the said evidence. And then our evidence unit takes the item in and stores it until it's ready for trial.
All right, what I'd like to show you now has been marked for identification that states exhibits 33, 34, and 35. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize those exhibits?
My handwriting is on the envelope, and I also have signed the evidence tape indicating that I sealed the swabs.
Are these the swabs that you took back with CSI Carmichael back on August 25th of 2018 of the Dodge truck?
Yes, they are.
This time the state would move notice, it's marked for identification, states exhibits 35, 34, and 33.
I'm going to pause this for those who are just hopping on. The reason why they are playing a recording of this, I think this may have been part of a grand jury, or I don't know where she testified, but she had given birth to the baby, which she's pregnant with here. And unfortunately and sadly, she herself, the baby's fine, but she herself is going through some infections and high blood pressure and other medical problems since giving birth. And the judge deemed it was not wise or necessary to have her testify when they have this recording, hence the recording.
Okay. Does that will come to evidence at this time that I object? All right, so what we have now on the screen is going to be State's Exhibit 36. And if you could, and you don't have to stand up just yet, what is State's Exhibit 36?
This was just a general photograph just showing what the vehicle was that we were processing.
All right, so this is the Dodge truck that you processed on the 25th?
Yes, it is.
And where at the sheriff's office is this located?
It's located on our west side parking lot of the sheriff's office.
All right, so does the sheriff's office have primarily two main parking lots?
We do, and this is in the security area.
And if we could now go to the next State's Exhibit, which would be State's Exhibit 38. What are we looking at in this particular photograph?
It's a photograph of the front passenger area.
And is there any area in this photograph that you swabbed, in which you then collected it to send to the lab and tested?
Yes, I have.
Okay, where in this photograph did you swab this truck?
May I approach so I can point to it?
Yes, and if you would bring the corresponding exhibit with you.
Yeah, so for this picture, it was going to be this pull-up bar right here. And that's going to be exhibit 34.
So State's Exhibit 34, you swabbed the pull-up bar?
The pull-up bar right here, yes.
And what is the process that you do to get the swab?
So again, we'll take the sterile Q-tip, as we call them, the cotton applicators. It takes 1 drop of sterile water. I use this clean set of gloves, and then I will do all sides of the handle and then place the swab back inside the packaging, which then gets placed inside the evidence envelope and then sealed and submitted to evidence.
And now I'd like to switch to State's Exhibit 37 for the record. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 37?
This is a picture of the front passenger door.
And do you see a portion in this picture that you swabbed for DNA?
Yes, so this would represent me swabbing the door handle.
And is what you pointed to on the screen, is that the black door handle?
Yes, it's the black door handle.
Okay, what State's Exhibit did you swab the black door handle with?
That's going to be exhibit 35.
So state's exhibit 35 is the swab for the passenger front door handle.
Yes.
And for the record now, I will switch to state's exhibit 39. What portion of the vehicle is looking at state's exhibit 39?
This is a photograph of the rear passenger area.
And do you see an area in this photograph that you also swabbed for DNA?
Yes, for this I swabbed the pull-up bar in the rear passenger area.
And what is the state's exhibit?
Oh, sorry, rear passenger door. Sorry, my bad. It's this one. Sorry, it's
Right.
this right here to pull the door. Sorry, I apologize.
So as far as the state's exhibit, what number are you holding?
33.
So state's exhibit 33 would be a swab of where this photograph.
This area right here, so the door pulls, so that's what you would use to pull the door shut.
So after you pulled the swabs in this case, you placed them all into evidence,
Yes, I did.
and then subsequently are they then sent to the laboratory for analysis?
These 3 swabs are yes.
And outside of this, after you did this, did you have any additional involvement in this?
I took a photograph of an item that was requested back in January of 2019. It was a carjack, but that was the only other involvement I had after this.
I don't have any other questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Do you still need me up here? Yes, sir. Oh, I'm right here. You know, you can sit down. Thank you.
Being you're aware that my client voluntarily brought his truck there to the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and he voluntarily gave consent to search that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions?
Any further questions? Can you speak? No, Your Honor. All right, thank you. Ms. Stephan, can you roll? All right, and the state stands to witness your item. They will call Christopher Newman.
Hello, Miss Deborah. Welcome aboard. This is interesting. It was a very unique and interesting case. I will say that. Okay, we have a new witness.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to deal with is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Ooh, he's handsome. Yeah, I said it. I said it.
Good afternoon. If you could please state your first name, spell your last name for the record.
My first name is Christopher. My last name is Newman, Newman.
All right. How are you currently employed?
I'm currently a detective / bomb tech with the state of Florida's Criminal Investigations Division.
All right. Do you have any prior law enforcement experience before doing that job?
Yes, I started with the Fort Pierce Police Department in 1999, and I worked road patrol and undercover investigations, and I was a training officer. Then I went to the state alcohol, tobacco, and beverages. I worked there for about 4 years. I made a lieutenant, and then I worked for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And during your time with the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, what were your job duties with them?
I started off at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office on road patrol, and then I went to I can't remember the name of the unit. It was basically like a street crimes unit, and then I went into criminal investigations.
Okay. And is that what most people refer to as a detective?
Yes, sir.
And do you get assigned to criminal investigations?
Yes, sir.
What job duties were you working with at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office for this particular case? What was your involvement? What was your relationship to this case?
I was the lead detective for this case.
Now, as the lead detective, what are your job duties? How do you first get involved, and then what do you do once you
get assigned a case?
I first got involved when we got called out to the scene, and there were several detectives there, and whoever the supervisor is picks who's going to be the lead detective. So you don't know until you get there. I was picked, and then you pretty much start running the investigation and supervising other detectives and assigning out duties to do.
All right. So in this particular case, did you have the opportunity to go out to the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where was that?
It was on Russo Road, I believe it was.
All right. And as the detective, are you out there picking up evidence? What do you do when you get to the crime scene?
Once I got to the crime scene, we do a walkthrough, just get an overall sense of what's going on in the crime scene, and start sending out detectives to do interviews with any witnesses.
All right. So as a detective, you want to talk to people that may have information about the case.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Now, as the detective, did you learn as to whether or not the victim in this case, Tania Wise, had a boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who did you learn was her boyfriend?
A Bradley Rodriguez Jr.
Now, in addition to Bradley Rodriguez, did you learn of any other male individuals that may have had contact at some point with the victim, Tania Wise, in this case?
Yes, sir. There were several. There was a black male named Mark Burke.
Okay. Who's that?
That was apparently another boyfriend that she had in between two different instances of dating Mr. Rodriguez.
All right. What about someone by the name of Giovanni Alvarado?
Yes, he was supposed to be somebody that she knew and would talk to.
Okay. Did you learn of the existence of someone by the name of Eric Alvarado?
Yes.
Who's that?
That was Mr. Escalera's cousin, I believe.
Could it be his nephew?
Nephew, yes, sir.
And then did the name Jose Soto-Escalera come up?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when that came up, did you request to conduct an interview with him at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, we did.
All right. Back in August of 2018, did the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office have a interview room?
Yes, we did.
And was it capable of recording interviews?
Yes, it was.
Video and audio?
Yes, sir.
And did the defendant come in on August 25th, 2018 to do an interview?
Yes, sir.
And was that video recorded?
It was.
Prior to today's date, have you had the opportunity to view what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 150?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you recognize that item?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is the thumb drive that I viewed because I also initialed and dated it.
At this time, the state would move in evidence which was marked for identification as State's 150, but I would ask for everyone to approach.
Sidebar. Why am I glitching? Everything's glitching today.
That item will come into evidence at this time without objection from the defense. And ladies and gentlemen, the item that you're about to consider, listen to, review, has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited and that you notice it has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to and consider the evidence. And you may publish the item.
I get some basic information out of the way first.
for me? Jose. S-O. S-O-T-O. Escalera. Yes. C-A. 1012 76. Your address? 2613 Southwest Cactus. Cactus, yeah. Yes, sir. Yes. What's the phone number? 772-200-6163. So you work at Waste Pro, right? Yes, sir. How long you been there? I just started back. I want to say like 2 months. Where'd you work before that? Room service. I was a driver for independent delivery service. So you were the driver of one of the trucks? Yes, sir. For the contractor, right? Yeah, for the contractor. Yeah. Who'd you work for? Ricardo Rivera. So you got a nickname? Peachy. Anybody else? Honestly. Bradley, that used to be my helper. Bradley, what's Bradley's name? Bradley Rodriguez. Okay, do you do anything in your spare time for like, what's your hobbies and anything? I ride motorcycles. Yeah, motorcycles? What kind of motorcycles? I got a Gixxer 1000. Street bikes? Yeah. Street bikes. You work on them yourself? Or? Yeah. I don't like to touch them. Unless it's motor work, then I'm bringing somewhere else. Electrical and everything? Huh? Electrical and everything? Depending on what it is. You ever hook up other people's bikes? Yeah, it's been a long time though. It's been a while since that. All right, so are you friends with Bradley? Yeah, they look up to me. I'm like an uncle to them. Do you have a nickname? Who? You. Joselito. Joselito. That's you? Yeah. Okay. So you and Bradley friends, you still stay in touch with Peachy too? Yeah. I seen them this Friday that just passed at the gas station. Yes. Okay. Did you know a Tanya? Yeah, Bradley's girl? Yeah. Mm-hmm. How'd you know Tanya? Well, he was the one that introduced her to us when we started coming back around. Do you guys hang out after work or anything? No, just he just. He did his own thing. I never hung out with him like that. Kids are hard headed. Yeah, we just worked after work. You know, his way out home. So how'd you meet Tanya? Through Bradley. Through Bradley? Yeah. Where'd you meet her at? They came over our house in an apartment that me and my wife used to live. Right here in St. Lucie, West Dakota. We had a Christmas.
Died bomb. Y'all. We are, the question is what was he out on bond? No, there is no bond. He was denied bond. Oh, don't worry. Thank you so much for answering, Angela. No, he had no bond. I don't know. Don't know. I have no idea. June just talks.
Step into the jury room for a second. Please do not discuss the case.
Oh, snap. Let's see. Maybe procedural. Y'all, if you've not already, please like this the live. Put ILIKED if you like the live. We got a lot of likers. We just don't have a lot of commenters. I don't know. We're gonna see. I was trying to fix something digitally here. It's driving me crazy.
So is it a defense witness? That...
It's a defense penalty phase witness. I think is there a felony Ricardo Rivera here? Mr. Rivera, you've been listed as a witness in the case.
Oh, somebody's been sitting in the courtroom. Oh, okay. A defense witness has been sitting in the courtroom listening to the testimony. Oh, snap. This sucks. Big time.
The rule of sequestration. Witnesses in the case, even if you're going to be a penalty phase witness, if we get there, you can't be present to hear the other testimony. I'm afraid you're going to have to leave the courtroom, sir. Is that correct, Judge?
That is correct. Also, don't watch any media reports of the case.
Okay.
What about the other people that are with them?
I don't know who they are.
Are you?
We didn't vote
Okay, you
before
too.
we did yours.
Are you also? She's a witness in the case.
Yes.
What's her name?
Right.
That's last name?
Do you want to check the hallway for anybody else on either side of the case, or you're comfortable with that?
I'd be checking.
With our witnesses
Okay.
are fine.
Are you a witness in the case, man?
Okay.
All right, so you folks need to exit at this time, Mr. Rivera and the young lady.
Thank you.
Yeet. Yeet. You've been yeeted. Adios, amigos.
All right, well, that's actually kind of better news than I thought. I thought you were going to say that you're playing the wrong tape or something like that. The wrong one went into evidence, and we couldn't unring the bell to
How
something.
can they still be a witness?
All right, let's bring in the jury. We'll continue.
But I want to know.
Okay.
You're going to permit them to still be a witness, and they've been sitting here listening to testimony? Boy, dire them at least. Do something. This isn't appropriate. He was denied bond. 0 bond. Denied. So why did you not? Oh.
Do y'all need a restroom break since we're waiting for them? You good?
I'll tell you, we have an hour and 20 minutes.
So that works out perfectly. It takes us just about.
They go to 4 o'clock our time.
That's the remainder of the interview?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there may be a couple blank spots. It's not a full hour.
Okay.
I think I'm at. Let me see. I might be able to turn it up on the TV. Oh yeah, we can go up a little bit lower.
Oh yeah, thank you.
All right, so if you can radio to the other Bala to bring them in whenever they're ready. Just let us know when they're coming in. All right, jury is entering. All right, please continue with the presentation of the evidence.
Christmas party. He came over earlier and his. Bradley's mom? Yeah. Wanda.
Trying to say her real name, but I couldn't get it out.
Yes, Romanita or something. Yeah, some crazy crap. I can never pronounce it either.
Did you ever keep in touch with Tanya?
No, sir.
No?
The only time we talked was when her son came over our house, because I have a 9-year-old, and she used to drop him off, and he stayed with us for the weekend. That was the only.
So you would watch her kids sometimes?
Yeah, because he come hang out with my son, so we take him for the weekend, and then she would come back and pick him up.
I remember her son's name?
Jamar.
So you just watch him every weekend,
Yeah,
once in a while, or?
It went in the beginning. She was bringing them, and then it just stopped. I don't know.
How would she get in touch with you for bringing him over?
She would call. She would call, or yeah, she would call my phone or let Bradley know or whatever.
How would you describe Tanya? Like if you had to describe her to somebody, like personality-wise, who she is, what would you say?
She was pretty mellow, I could say, but kind of crazy. I don't know. Talking ghetto talk.
Did she?
She used to strip. That's what it was. She was a stripper or something like that. I never saw her, so I don't. I just knew about what people say.
Where did do you know where she used to strip at?
No, sir.
How long you been married?
You get this right, so I'm gonna kill me. 2.5 years now.
Were you married before, or?
No.
Do you have a kid with anybody else?
I have several kids. I got 4 boys.
And 4 boys. What are the ages?
What's Jose's name? I want to say 25.
Okay.
Jose's 25. Damien's 24. Joel's 17, and AJ's 9.
That's a big spread, man.
Yeah.
Pretty well, a little bit. Almost stone, man.
I started when I was younger, the first 2. I was like 15.
Different moms, or?
Yeah.
All 4?
Huh?
All 4 different moms?
No, 3.
3? Which 2 have the same?
Jose and Damien.
First 25 and 24,
Yeah.
close things.
Yep. That was my first surgery.
Is everybody local here, or they live anywhere else?
No, they're around. Just like I don't speak to them like
You have a Facebook account?
Yeah, I have a Facebook.
What's your name on your Facebook?
To be honest, I don't even know how I was on here. I don't even. My wife's the one that looks all this shit up for me. You want to look at it?
Yeah, if you can show it.
When it comes to shit like that, I'm not a genius.
I'm not a genius for stuff like that. Jose Escalera.
Something simple. I don't remember. I don't know.
Do you ever post on here, or the most?
I don't like. I tell you, I'll be honest here. I'm not the smartest with that shit. My wife's the one that sometimes post shit for me.
You share an account, or?
No, she got her and I have mine. But like I said, I don't.
You don't mess with it?
Yeah, I just hate like and be nosy and shit like that. But I want to post and I let her do it for me, but she don't want to do it. She showed me 50 million times.
I'm the same, but I don't even have one, man. I can't even. Are you friends with Tanya on here?
No, sir.
You're not?
No. Many people I have in this family, and a couple of friends. Not too big on that Facebook stuff.
Were you ever friends with Tanya?
Not on Facebook, no. She never remembered.
When she would come over, excuse me, when she would come over, did she ever talk about, besides Mark, any other boyfriends besides her, Mark and Bradley?
No, sir.
Do you know Giovanni or Gio?
Gio.
Got a brother named Javi or Javier?
I know 2 Gios. One's a mechanic
You know his name or?
I don't know what Gio you're, because the only Gio I know is Beachy's son.
Beachy's
That's
son?
Giovanni Rivera. That's the only Gio that I know.
That's Giovanni Rivera?
Yeah, and then the mechanic Gio. I just know him by Gio, but I don't really know his name.
That's, well, Giovanni Rivera is Peachy's son, right?
Yeah. So yeah, okay.
How old?
22, I think.
So you got a brother?
Gio, yeah, Jacob.
Jacob?
That's Beachy's son too, yeah. Little guy.
And they live around here?
Yeah, they live in the same house.
Mechanic Gio.
His son, he fixes Hondas and stuff like that, but I don't really know too much about him.
You know, how old is he?
So older guy, I say he's in his 30s, I think.
30s. You know where?
I don't know what it feels like to have a husband red room a woman who's pregnant, but I do know what it's like to be a wife of someone charged of an insanely serious crime and go through what they're doing right now. My ex-husband was found guilty of a bad crime and went to prison for it. So I kind of have an idea what it's like, but it sucks all to say the least.
He's from?
Like, he lives here, I guess.
Here, but did he live anywhere else?
I don't know.
I don't know my
They're from Puerto Rico. We all Hispanic. That's where we already come from. So I'm trying to be
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Okay. How long have you had that phone number you have? Long time?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
When was the last time you think you talked to Tania?
Tuesday, Wednesday. She was supposed to bring Jamal over Friday.
Meaning yesterday?
Yeah.
You talked to her on the phone or?
Yeah, it was on the phone. I talked to her on the phone. She had what was it she asked me? She was asking me about Jamal. If he can come over.
Tuesday?
I think it was Wednesday.
Would it be on a phone call?
I always delete everything. So unless they want to look on my phone bill, that's fine. Yeah, it was Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. Cause it was Wednesday. I spoke to her Wednesday and Thursday. Matter of fact, because I remember telling my wife when I got home, I said, hey, guess who found to bring Jamal over, he can come over.
What time did you speak to her on Thursday?
I want to say it was after 8.
After 8?
Yeah. Because I was home having dinner. Can I grab that? Yeah.
Who's that?
My wife freaking out. I'm getting some nervous right now. I don't know why.
And when she called you Thursday around 8 at home, you have dinner, what'd she say?
No, she said, you guys are going to be home. So
She texted?
No, she called me. She said, hey, Jamar wants to come over. I said, all right, cool. That's fine. And then, because I'll pick up AJ. I'll have AJ. And that was it. It was fast. I wasn't even on the phone with her, not even 3 to 5 minutes, something like that.
What time did she get there with Jamal?
She never showed up.
She never showed up?
No, she never did. And I'm glad I didn't tell my son, because last time my son was kind of buttered. Oh, when is he coming over? So I just stopped. When she brought him then, he was there. She was supposed to bring him this Friday. She never called or nothing.
Did you reach out to her?
No.
When's the last time you fixed someone's motorcycle?
Shit. I was working on one of my buddy's Pete's bike.
Pete?
Yeah, but that shit. Matter of fact, they stole his bike. Then they recovered it, brought it over to my house, and he took it back because it was too much. I guess he salvaged it, so I don't know what happened after that.
How long ago was that?
About 2 months ago, I want to say.
let me, kind of just put this on the table. What we say in here is between us and here. Understood?
Yes, sir.
I'm not telling your wife anything, okay? If you don't want to say certain things because you think it's gonna get back to your wife or something like that, I mean, this is just us talking. I'm just saying.
No, I hear you, I hear you.
Okay? Because a lot of guys maybe sometimes in contact with other females, whether there's something there or not, their old lady may get a little jealous, so they may not tell the exact whole truth because they're trying to, so when they go home, they gotta sleep with that other girl that night and nobody wants drama.
Trust me, I hear you. I hear you.
So did you have any other involvement with Tanya?
No, sir.
None?
No.
Other than just watching her kid?
No. I was just bring Jamal over. She hung out with us. Randy would come over. And then they eat.
Those houses in Fixer
For me?
Yeah, have you ever gone to anybody's house in Fixer Bike?
When you do fix bikes, is it just in your garage or?
Yeah, they bring it to the house, change a tire, change, stretch it, load, stuff like that. But she's never seen me work on anything. She probably heard that I know how to fix it, but never do that.
Oh, she used to dance, right?
Yeah, she was a stripper. That's what I'm saying.
That maybe you were the father of the child. There's no chance.
No, nothing to do with that.
Absolutely positive. No way.
No way. No way. If I was to do something like that, I would take responsibility for it. And what happened with my first two.
So you've done it before, right?
What?
Taking responsibility.
Yeah, I got 4 kids from 3 different chicks, so if that was the case, but.
Would you have a problem giving a DNA sample to rule you out as the father of that child?
I don't care.
Would it be an issue?
So what were you doing Thursday night?
I was home. I went to fix a friend's battery. It was loose or something like that on his car, and I fixed it.
Who's the friend?
Andre.
Andre?
Yeah. Figueroa.
Figueroa that used to work with?
Yeah. It was it's a gray Gabin. That's what it is.
Mitsubishi?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you do that at?
At his house.
Where's that?
Right there. I just know how to get that. I don't even know the name of the street.
Is it in Fort Pierce or Fort?
No, it's Fort St. Lucie. It's actually down the street from here. It's on Selvix.
On Selvix?
Yeah.
And you were there from what time?
I want to say 8 something. Almost 9. Maybe I was there for like an hour and 20 minutes because I remember I was getting fucking bit by mosquitoes.
So what time was it when you got home?
Like 9, almost 10 o'clock. 10. Yeah. I don't know exactly. I wasn't really keeping track of time. So.
In that time, did you call anybody or?
No.
Use your phone or anything like that?
So you were working on cars during that time?
Yeah, I was fixing the battery. It was loose or something. Something was wrong with it.
Is it running?
Oh, yeah, it's running. The terminal is loose.
Okay.
Are you friends with any guys that you're working with? Are you friends with any of the guys that work here? I mean, you've only been there a couple months.
Yeah, I know them from before, but I'm not tight. Like I said, I just go to work, do my job, get in and try to get out. Because my wife is a supervisor where I work at, so, Jose getting favoritism, so I don't like to hear none of that shit.
What do you drive?
I drive a rear loader.
No, I mean for a personal vehicle.
I drive a truck.
What kind of truck?
A Dodge Ram truck.
What year?
05.
What color is it?
Right.
Do you ever lend your truck out to anybody?
Mm-hmm.
You never lend it out?
No, I haven't. I don't.
Sorry, so you don't know what, I mean, the only two Giovanni's or Gios that you know would be, one would be Peachy's kid, which he lives here. He's got a brother named Jacob, and the other one's an older guy that fixes Hondas.
Yeah.
And you don't know where he's. And you wouldn't have asked Tanya to come over and dance.
Where am I gonna do that? My wife's like me, like flies on shit. My wife gets a fit if I don't call her from here to where I live at. Give me a heads up, you're coming home, shit like that, so.
So you wouldn't try to arrange something for two guys?
What am I gonna get out of that?
Well, shit's about to get real, okay? So I'm gonna tell you why we brought you in. Because Tanya's dead.
What?
Because Tanya is dead. We found her deceased Friday. And we've been interviewing everybody that has contact with her, so we're trying to iron out everybody's stories. Because there are a lot of things flying around, people saying stuff about other people. And
it's always like that. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Wow.
So that's why I'm saying,
that's crazy.
Right now we need to be, I mean.
I don't got nothing to do whatever you want to
like I'm saying,
Yeah, it's kind of critical.
If anything between, even if there was, like I said, if there was nothing that you think is gonna get you and your old lady in trouble, we're not saying nothing, okay? Because we want everything to come out now and be open.
I know what you're getting at.
We don't care about petty stuff like that.
No, she's the one that's how we know about her. Listen, I'm trying to keep my life straight. I've been through some shit. And the last thing I need is any shit like this or whatever.
What kind of shit you been through?
Just shit in general. Just with my kids and, trying to get, I started going to church, so.
So you're trying to turn your life, do the right thing.
Do the right thing. And so far, everything's been good, so.
Did you know she was pregnant?
Yeah, pregnant.
Did you ever know her to lie?
She make up some shit. She like using guys. That I know. She uses shit out of my helper. Just manipulate him. I try to tell him. Don't be falling in love with no stripper. You know what that shit is all about. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Learn the hard way. So, little stupid shit like that. They used to get in little arguments, but can't get in that shit.
And who's that with Bradley? Do you think she was manipulating Bradley?
Always asking him for money and shit like that, using his car.
Did you ever see them get into a fight?
I seen them argue before over the phone.
Anybody get into a physical fight? You ever seen?
No, I've never seen none of that. But she said one time, she did say he hit her. Yeah, that he hit her. I remember that. Broke her nail or some shit. She was all dramatic. My wife was with me. Because this was in front of her house.
Was this separate from the time that the police were called?
No, this was after.
That's what I'm saying. It was a different incident.
Yeah,
right?
this was a whole different incident.
Okay. So they got into it. She broke her nail.
Yeah, she said he hit her and broke her nail. Yeah, my wife was with me. I remember that.
Do you remember when that was?
No, I don't. That's crazy. Wow. Whew.
That was a fight with Bradley.
Mm-hmm.
With Bradley that time?
Yeah.
The other time we were talking, that was with.
That was when the black dude Mark. Listen, she fucking so many dudes that she talked to, and God knows what she did.
What do you mean?
No, I'm saying because she knows a lot of guys, so I don't know. Like God knows what she's done. I don't know. I'm just saying.
You ever been with her? Never had sex with her?
Hand to God.
Hand to God. I'm good. Y'all can ask me, like I said, y'all can ask me whatever y'all need, I'm here.
You ever loaned your truck to her?
No,
You ever been inside your truck?
a long time ago when me and my wife went to Cheddar's. That was the day that the guy beat the shit out of her.
The first one?
Yeah, the black dude.
So
We went to Cheddar's, me, my wife, and her.
So she hasn't been in your truck since March?
No, she's never, that was the only time she was on the truck.
Okay, so I'm sure you watch TV and you understand about DNA, right? When was the last time you saw Tania?
I haven't seen her.
Shit. It's been a while. Okay. So there would be no reason to find your DNA on her, right? And you said you were willing to give a sample of your DNA?
Yeah.
Now, she was pregnant. Okay?
Okay.
And we're gonna take DNA from the child who's also deceased.
Okay.
Right? So there's not gonna be any surprises. We're gonna have to contact you in a little bit and be like, hey, why are you coming
You
back?
guys do whatever you gotta do.
But I mean, I'm not gonna be coming back to you in 6 weeks when I get the results back saying, hey, what's up with the,
I'm good.
you've never had sex with her?
I'm straight.
Did you ever have sex with her?
No.
Did you have any kind of dealings with her outside of just friendship?
No.
Never had any kind of business dealings with her?
Never.
Never called her, but let me ask you this. Because the reason that I got your number originally was because, do you know Michael? Michael or Elizabeth?
No, I don't know who that is.
Michael is Tanya's brother. Did you ever go by Tanya's mom's house?
Yeah, the day that I went to bring Bradley. Matter of fact, yeah, I remember. I brought Bradley there because Bradley was calling her for the car. They got into a little scuffle. She slung her clothes or some shit. Took her phone. And I brought her to her brother to the store right there on Lucie Boulevard. I guess he works at the cricket place or some shit like that. Yeah, I remember that. Her mom was outside, matter of fact.
Did you ever tell anybody in Tanya's family that Bradley was stalking her from down the road? You'd seen his car on her street?
How do I know that?
So you wouldn't have said that to anybody?
No, I wouldn't know that. I'd probably say he's probably a stalker, but I've never seen any of that.
So when somebody said that I should ask you about it, you don't know why?
I'm just being honest.
Well, since you said you'll do the DNA thing, we're gonna try to get you out of here real quick. I'm gonna go get that started. Okay, so do you need water or anything like that, man? You good? All right. You need to text your wife, tell her you're okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna call her right now. That's what I'm gonna do.
All right, call her right quick. I'm gonna get that started, all right?
Sorry, guys, I had to make some adjustments with the lighting and angles. I'm just trying to get
Hey,
where I'm not
I should be out of here shortly.
a weird angle now that I'm contacted. It's a little different.
No, they're asking me some questions about Tanya fucking being dead. So, whenever they ask me, I just answer the truth with them. They got me in some little interrogation room here. Yeah, that's what I'm not. I guess they want to get a DNA test or something. I don't know. Yeah. No. I don't know, swab or something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just tell them what they, need to know. You guys are still there? Where's my truck? Okay. You know, I'm here. They still didn't tell me what the fuck's going on, though. They said she's dead, so I don't even know what the fuck's going on. Yeah. Yeah, I told them everything. Yeah. That's fine. I don't got nothing to do with it. I don't got nothing to do with it. I don't know. The detective said there's a lot of people talking. He said, she said they're just trying to get shit on. Let's see. That's crazy. This shit is crazy. For what? About what? You feeling better? Huh? Yeah, they're here. I'll call you in a little bit. They said they shouldn't be gone, so. Alright. Good.
You got to spell your name for me.
Last name?
First name first.
Jose J-O-S-E. Soto, S-O-T-O. Escalera, E-S-C-A.
E-R-A?
E-R-A.
Spanish?
Yes.
Date of birth?
10/12/76.
Your address?
2613 Southwest Captain Circle.
C-A-C-T-U-S?
Yes, C-A-C-T-U-S.
Sir?
Yeah.
Is there an apartment number or anything, or is it a house?
No, it's a house.
That's 4 St. Lucie?
Yes, sir.
34953?
Really? How's it now? Testing?
You got the cool job?
Yes.
Two.
Two, yes, two.
I mean, you poking me with a damn needle.
Oh, no, sir, it's a swab, it's just a swab for the inside of your mouth.
Well, that's how I know about that. That's how I found out my son was on.
Yeah, it's the exact same.
That is weird. I didn't touch anything.
All right, just verify all this from.
Okay, how's it sound now? That is so weird. Let me listen. Give me a second. I'm listening. Sorry. Okay. All right, we're back. Okay, good. Can't wait for.
Can I take a picture of this if you guys don't mind? Or I'm not?
No, you're fine,
No,
that's fine.
We're gonna finish yours.
Just verify your information is correct as I wrote it. That's an 10 1276, 2613 Southwest Cactus Circle, 34953. Today's August 25th. It's a little after 1641, which is 441. Down there it says, I, Jose Escalera, hereby voluntarily consent to the collection of buccal swabs of the inside of my mouth on members of San Luis County Sheriff's Office for DNA testing. You agree with that? Just a signature right there. And the date right here is 8/25.
Oh, there was something that I had to tell you guys. His mom, Bradley's mom, called me this morning to tell me that he had gotten arrested and all that shit too. So
okay,
I just want to make sure you guys know that's the issue.
Just get a couple thumbprints. Just relax your hand a little bit. You can rub that like that and go. Just want to slap it out a little bit. There you go. Just relax.
This is a weird interview.
Rub it like that. This is a crime scene supervisor.
Is it me or does this feel like a strange interview? It just feels weird.
Carmichael, she's going to conduct the swabs.
Like you said, painless. Don't have to stick your tongue out.
That's the DNA test for the fetal match to see if he's the daddy.
You guys tried reaching me?
I'm not sure. We may have.
I never even seen the reason why, because they did something stupid. If I was going to the gym and they were looking for me, you just call me directly and tell me what it was for. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't remember if we did or not. It's been a long couple of days. Please take a couple of pictures.
Okay. Me?
Yes.
Yeah, just to show who you are.
That way we.
If I can just get to the stand right there.
Can you
for
take
me?
this off? Or?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Okay, and if I can get just put your arms out like that for me, show you not. Put your hands out like that, just show you not having injuries or anything. Okay, bring your arms closer to your neck.
This way, whatever.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just a note of warning, if you ever find yourself in a position where they're asking to take your DNA, they're asking to take samples of hair, fingernails, if they're asking to take pictures of your body, your hands, or whatever, may I advise you that you not do it? Don't do it. Don't do it. Y'all. Get a warrant. Am I free to leave? If I'm not, read me my rights. And then I invoke the right to call an attorney and not answer questions. So many times people go wrong with this. It just blows my mind.
Okay, none on your legs or anything, right?
I work with branches and shit like this, so you can see scratches. My wife is.
You do the
yard waste collection? That's what I was doing today. I was doing that today.
When I come back there and they sit down, before they ask a question, my mouth would say, am I being detained? Am I free to leave? Okay, I'm free to leave. All right, bye-bye. If you want to question me, do so with my attorney present. Otherwise, I'm not talking. I don't care if I'm innocent. I don't care if I just saw an accident and they have me coming in. I would never speak to the police. I've been there, done that. Even though I wasn't guilty of anything, been there, done that, and I won't do it again. No, you want to talk to me? I'm going to have a lawyer present.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Oh, do you want?
Do you need water or something?
Yeah, I'm still, how much longer do I need here?
Not too much longer. I'll be right back.
I bet they are just as perplexed as we are. This is the woman he was screwing or porking and has a baby on the way with. He supposedly loved her, or she was just a beauty call, or it was just a one night stand. I don't know which. Don't care, but the mother of his child is unalive, and that means the child that was his that's inside of her is unalive, and he is acting like this. If I would be going ape nuts if my child was unalive, and I had nothing to do with it. Get a lawyer or get a rope, because I'm the one. The only choice you have. You're tricking yourself here, dude. Cover your face with the hat so they can't see it. Get on the phone and start making phone calls. Start Googling, what should I do? I want to know what he did right now on the phone. I want to know what he's doing.
What is this?
That's what I would be singing. He's left so much room to hang himself. I know lawyers must really get so frustrated. They go, why did you keep talking? You shut up and call me. You can't talk your way out of this, boo. You cannot. It ain't gonna happen. I am covering the ticker. If you realized earlier there's a ticker on here, I'm covering it up. It was just too much for me. All of you who are joining me today, thank you so much for being here with me. I greatly appreciate it. It has been a day of gremlins, y'all. Everything that we have done, we have had a day of gremlins. I kid you not. Camera wouldn't work this morning. Lighting's acting up this morning. Discord's acting up this morning. StreamYard's acting up this morning. It's a Monday.
I got two things that I want to ask you because Rob said she was found dead. What the fuck happened?
Well, that's what we're still working on.
And then his mom, because since you were talking so fast, I don't want to leave nothing out. His mom called me at 1:25 a.m. this morning.
Who's mom?
His mom. Telling me he got arrested.
Wanda called
You at 1:25 a.m. It's right there. Right? Just want to make sure you guys got all that shit.
It was this morning.
But I didn't get to it. So I got to work. That's when I called her.
You called her at 6:31?
Yeah, I believe so. I know I called her back, but I was already at work. She was telling me he got arrested for some shit with Tanya, some shit. Oh, this is fucking crazy.
What did she say she get arrested for?
I guess for drugs and some shit that they found Tanya or something. I don't fucking know. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to piece stuff right now because you telling me she's dead.
Oh shit, that's a fact.
That's crazy. Wow.
You mind if our guy takes an image of that phone call and everything like that?
Yeah, take a picture. I don't care.
I mean, if I give it to them and they just take a snapshot of it.
I would like to see it. That's what you're saying.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you think?
To get the call log there.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
No handy the phone, no working the phone.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna. I'll take it to them so you can get it back, so.
Yeah, that's
Thanks for just a minute, correct?
This is crazy.
So it's
SCALE. This is crazy.
What kind of cell phone?
That's iPhone 7 something.
The 7 or 7 Plus? The big one or the regular one?
It's the bigger one.
The big one, yeah. You know what color it is?
My phone is black.
Black.
This is crazy.
Stupid is,
Everybody.
Well, then,
Mother, everybody.
what we do in these cases is, it's just as important for us to rule people out, and because you have contact with her, it's very important that we start, it's like a weed garden. It's like a weed garden. So we start pulling weeds and getting rid of people, that way we don't have to waste time looking at you. Once we can get everything done, make sure Jose's not in this.
I got you.
So you're out, and we don't have to waste time calling.
I see what you're saying. I got you.
You get everything knocked out while we're here the first time.
I got you.
They're gonna get that knocked out real quick, so you get it from that.
That's crazy. It's nuts.
Do you keep in touch with Wanda on a regular basis, or you just know her? Or?
Oh, that's what I'm saying, Brad. He's like my nephew.
He is your nephew?
No, he's like my nephew. His mom, they were my neighbors at one point.
They were your apartment?
Old house.
Oh, okay.
That's how I met Brad.
I'll read this out to you, just to make sure you understand that. I, Jose Soto-Escalera, understand that I have the right to refuse a search, either by authorizing give permission to St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office and employees to make a full complete search of my cell phone. It's the iPhone 7 Plus Black that we just collected, located here at 4700 West Midway Road, St. Lucie County, Florida. I understand that I give my consent for the above described cell phone and digital data within to be searched. I'm giving up the right to privacy for these areas. I also understand if items are located in the area my consent is given for, then these items can be used against me in court of law. I'm giving my consent freely and voluntarily without compulsion or threat of any kind. Okay, you understand that? Yes. Just sign right there. And print underneath, and the date is August 28th. I'm sorry, August 25th.
I'm like, oh, let's do it.
dude, why are you, I guess this is what we call nervous laugh. Are we nervous laughing?
Wow, this shit's crazy.
I know.
But what happened? Like, what was?
She was just found.
You guys not even telling me now. I don't even know what.
Well, we're not releasing a lot of the details of the still ongoing investigation, but she was found deceased and is suspicious. So that's where we're standing right now. And what we're doing now is there's so many names and so many people and so many families and boyfriends that right now we are doing the process of elimination.
I got you.
Okay, which is why we brought you in here to talk to you on your own free will.
No, like I said,
because you know, further we can basically, I don't mean to be mean, but further we can kick you to the curb.
Let me ask you something. Since we're in here, what did Bradley get arrested for? What is he being charged with?
Bradley got arrested for marijuana. Had nothing to do with us. He got arrested for marijuana.
You know, he smokes weed like a fiend.
Yeah, we know that.
That's what he's arrested for.
That's what his dad got arrested for.
They're in jail for weed. That's it.
So how the fuck does his mom know?
We talked to Bradley about Tania.
But did you talk to her mom today?
We haven't talked to Bradley's mom at all.
So how the hell did he get mom?
He probably called her to get bail.
Probably called her from jail.
Yeah, because how did she know?
He probably called her trying to make bail.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Because he did say she's supposed to be coming down. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So we
should be staying in my fucking house. Thanks.
But in big cases like this, if we can knock out.
No, I see you try to eliminate as much.
Exactly.
I see what you're saying.
We got all these people giving different stories. And Jose lent a truck. Rented a truck. Let's say she ain't been in the truck.
Never done this shit.
Well, if you let me look in the truck, take swabs in the truck, I'll roll your truck out. That means you're telling the truth and they're lying.
Yeah.
So you get plucked out.
How could you not know by the way that you are being questioned that you are not the prime suspect? Oh, let us look at your truck, dude, because we want to rule you out. All we got to do is take a few swabs and prove that everything's fine. We're going to rule you out. Boo, they're not ruling you out. They're ruling you in. I'm speechless, and it takes a lot.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah, that's crazy. This shit is crazy, man.
Dang.
Speaking of, would you have a problem with that?
And so she's never been in your truck, other than
Yeah,
like
she
long time
before,
ago?
yeah.
So like, George, you know, DNA degrades, right? So if it's like 6 months ago, we're gonna find the DNA and you're not gonna hear it from us, so.
You said a Dodge pickup.
Yeah.
05?
Yeah.
I just, whatever you gotta ask me, just ask me. I don't like curveballs.
So that's what I'm being
Last
honest
when
with
you look
you.
in your truck, make sure it's not a crime scene.
It's outside.
To swab DNA and all that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm being honest with you. Be honest, you know,
I just wanna know what the hell happened.
Single cab or extended cab?
No, it's single cab.
Single cab? Step side? Regular bed?
Regular bed. That's crazy, man.
How long you lived down here in San Lucie County?
I came in here in 93.
Where do you mostly, when you lived down here, has it all been down in Port St. Lucie?
Yeah, I've just been all over the place.
You ever live up in Fort Pierce? Never. Oh, man.
Jose, this is the exact same form we just did. What I changed was I put, instead of your phone, this is for an 05 Dodge pickup truck, gray in color, with a single cab and regular bed. It's located here at the sheriff's office, parked out back. And you understand that we are looking for a search of your vehicle for DNA trace evidence of crime.
You are going to give me permission to search your
Protections at the bottom are the same. It says I'm giving up the right to privacy for these areas. I also understand that items located in the area of my consent is given.
I feel like I'm watching a legal train wreck about ready to happen, and we can't stop it, but we're screaming, put the brakes on, put the brakes on. It's a dead end ahead. I'm just saying.
These items can be used against me in court of law. I'm giving my consent freely and voluntarily without compulsion or threat of any kind.
Signature.
Same signature, print and date.
What days you guys get off over there? Where? At Woodsboro?
It all depends. You guys got me on soon?
Your normal work week, what's your days?
It all depends. It's got like Mondays is my heavy route, so 5:30, 6 o'clock, sometimes 7.
But I mean, like, you work Monday through
Saturday, I run the day off.
You only get one day off?
Yeah, Sunday's only day off. And I'm in church doing stuff with my church and shit like that.
Where's the church at?
Discovery, it's back there by US 1. So it's out of a school. We're doing it out of a school right now.
Is that the one behind like Kidman?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay.
Yes, sir.
At the, what is it, Sandy
Bridge.
So she can use that time to do like that.
Oh, the other thing that was rule you out.
Hell no, they're not.
You said you talked to Tania on Wednesday. She was supposed to bring them tomorrow or on Thursday. Is that right?
Friday. She was supposed to drop them off Friday so you can spend the weekend over.
Okay, she wasn't bringing him over on Thursday.
No.
Okay.
She was letting me know. She let me know, hey, it's good. I'm gonna bring them Friday. She never showed up.
So you talked to her on Wednesday
Yeah.
to set that up, and then you talked to her again on
Thursday.
Thursday verifying that was gonna happen.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And she never showed up. I was like,
You said Thursday, was that the day you were working on the car?
yeah, Dre's car, the gray car.
Dre?
See if Mark can find it.
You know Drake's last name?
Figueroa?
Figueroa, you already said that.
That's fucking crazy.
And after you worked on Drake's car, where did you go?
So,
Went home? Yeah. Stayed home the whole time?
yeah, I've been home ever since then. I tell you, I was maybe gone for, I want to say an hour, 10 minutes or something like that.
Okay. And then you
I
went
was
back home?
Yeah, I was home.
Stayed home?
Yeah, I didn't go nowhere else. I was home.
When did you leave the house again?
In the morning to go to work.
The whole time?
5 something, I can't remember. My wife is before me.
Okay. About what time you wake up?
So, 4. I'm up around like 5:10. I'm up 5:10, and then my wife leaves because she makes my lunch and all that.
Right.
And then I go straight to work. I'm good.
You work Friday?
Yeah, I work every day.
What was your scheduled work time Friday?
What do you mean, like start?
Yeah, you start time on Friday.
We got to punch in at 6:15.
6:15, what time do you get off on Friday?
Oh, shit. Shit, I can't even remember. I know it was 5, almost 6 o'clock.
5, 6
I'm not sure. Time card knows they have all that shit you guys need.
So you punch in and out?
Yeah, I punch in and out, yeah,
Okay.
yes, sir. Yeah, I can verify that, you don't want to do that too. I just can't remember. I know I got home late. She was crazy. Wow.
Do you or any of your neighbors have video? You have video at the house? That'd be easier for us. That's a quick rule out. And if you got video or something, watch it.
That's why when I get my house, that's why I want cameras in my house. That's exactly why I want shit.
I say that, I got the cameras in my house, man.
It don't hurt to have them, bro.
No,
It don't hurt to have them.
somebody comes to me, where were you at Friday? Hold the phone.
Yeah. That's a good idea, man. I'm glad you brought that shit
I'm
up.
there, I'm still there. You know,
I'm glad you brought that shit up. That's a good idea. Now, when I get my house, that's what we're trying to do right now. This shit is crazy, man.
You got no video at the house at
No,
all?
sir. That's the rental we rented.
Oh, it's a rental house?
It's a rental.
If we needed to, the Voice Pro has you punching it out.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna excuse myself.
Trying to change. Right, I said I appreciate it.
Oh, this shit's aggravating. Embarrassing.
Maybe.
I'm just getting dragged here for shit that I don't got nothing to do with.
Were you close with Tanya or just not really?
I'm not tight like that, that's what I'm saying. I'm not. I just see her, hey, hi, what's up? I know that Bradley's girl, shit like that, but we're not tight like that.
We have her kid over, right?
Yeah, her son comes over and stays over.
delete yourself off her Facebook? When I pulled up her Facebook earlier, you were friends with her. That's how I got here.
I don't fuck with Facebook like that. I don't even know how to do that. No, I don't have her on. I never had her. Never.
You didn't delete anybody else?
No, I don't even know how to do that. My son usually use my phone, and he probably was fucking with it. He just ran me like a $300 phone bill a few weeks ago. But, and like I said, my wife's the one that handled my Facebook stuff. So I never added her. She was never. That's crazy. She was never on my Facebook. Never had her on. My wife would have questioned that. I got shit popping up on there. I don't even know how it's getting there. Like I said, I don't request people like that. I don't even know how to.
So you've never had any kind of sexual relationship with her? You guys ever talk a little dirty or anything like that?
She's flirtatious with her mom. Like I said, she's ghetto because she talks about how she does shit, but she never tried none of that shit on me. And that's what you're trying to ask me.
Well, I'm not saying that you guys actually did anything, but she ever flirt with you like that?
She never tried me like that. Never.
How'd she get along with your wife?
They're pretty cool. So we went out to dinner, her, me, and Brandy before we hung out.
We weren't tight.
No, we wasn't tight like that. Like, hey, come over, hang out. It's not like that.
So is there a difference between going out and eating and having a kid over and hanging and being tight?
Yeah, because we hung out with her because of Bradley. I'm tired with Bradley. Yes, I'm tired with Bradley.
So after Bradley and her broke up, how was your contact with her? Did it keep the same?
We talked, but like she'll bring him over, and then she never brought him over, like shit like that. But yes, being on the phone and having a long conversation, none of that.
So your kids were introduced while she was dating Bradley and hanging out with you guys through Bradley, and then because your kids were friends.
Yes, sir.
She would still bring them over once in a while.
They like I said, they were in a pretty fucked up relationship. They used to fight and yell and all that shit. One day they're together, one day they're not. But that's their business.
Did Bradley's mom and dad come into money just lately? Or do you know anything about that?
She probably got Bradley's from the. I don't know.
Did Wanda like Tanya?
Yeah, she was pretty cool with her.
You never heard Wanda or anybody bitching about Tanya?
How stupid could you be?
On your phone, what do you have Tanya listed as? You have her in your contacts?
Yeah, she's in the contacts. She's under Loca.
Loca?
Yeah, crazy. LOCA. And then her old number, like I said, I had an old number that she had before. Is under Tanya. The new number that I spoke to her is under Loca.
Do you remember what the old number was?
No, it's still in the phone if I'm not mistaken.
So you have a Tanya contact that's an old number.
Yeah, that was her old number. What says Tanya, that's the old number.
She has a TANIA?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
And Loca is.
That's the current number, yes, sir.
So the one that she called you on Wednesday about the kids getting together was on.
Yeah, Loca number, yeah. shit's crazy.
I appreciate you cooperating on this. This gets us out of your area and you out of ours.
No, I got,
We can move on.
my wife is the one that's freaking out.
We'll try to, however you want to spend it, her, you can spend it, her, okay?
No, I
Not that I
got,
would say
listen, I don't got to lie to my wife. If there's one thing I learned, bro, let me tell you something. I've been through some shit. Telling the truth is the most easiest shit to do. Nah, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you the story over. I'm giving it to you all the first time. I don't gotta sit here and try to keep lying. No, fuck that.
It's the easiest way, because every time you tell the story, it's the same story.
Exactly. I'm good, so.
Where's your wife at now?
Probably out there waiting for me.
Do you have any questions for us?
This is fucked up.
Well, that's a statement.
I wonder if
Can't necessarily disagree with you.
I wonder if the siren's going off. Is he hearing sirens at all? I'd be like, I done messed up. Sam
I said they came to the house. I guess you guys went to the
Same.
house or something.
I done messed up.
Like 16 deep or something like that.
I have no idea. I'm just out with other stuff.
We got teams running around doing different things, and some of them got 2 guys, some of them got 20. It just depends on.
Oh, yeah, let me ask you about, her old boyfriend, Mark. You said that he
I
beat
know,
the crap out of
yeah, I
her.
know of him because of the shit she said when she was with Bradley, when she used to, we used to talk and hang out, and that's not a good guy.
Do you know if she was still in contact with him any or no?
Knowing her, yeah. Knowing her, yeah.
You think so?
Like I said, when she talked to me like I was my brother or uncle. The way she talks, that ghetto talk, she just don't care. It's just the way she was.
So it wouldn't surprise you if she was still in contact with him or anything like that? Or?
I wouldn't doubt it, because she said she loved him, and for God's sake, she still got him on Facebook. So.
How do you know if you weren't friends with him?
Because the picture that your buddies picked me up over here at the sheriff at the job, he showed me a picture of him. So that's why I know. I know who he is because I've seen him.
You actually met Mark?
Not like this, but I've seen him in pictures. I know who he is.
Oh, so she showed you a picture. You didn't meet face to face,
No,
just through photos?
I never saw him.
My camera keeps slipping, y'all.
Did she, after her and Bradley were going around
Stay.
and after her and Bradley broke up, did she ever talk about Mark again or anything like that?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know. Was she talking to your wife when she would call your wife and chat?
No, because my wife was a little disappointed out of her because the shit she used to do with the stripping and all that, my wife don't know. I just know that shit with a lot of guys, bro. And she knows fucking Crip members.
Yeah.
Dozen Crips, shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
She ever mentioned it by name?
No, she never mentioned it. That's what I'm saying. She was real. She wasn't stupid. No, she wasn't stupid. She wasn't a stupid chick, that's for sure.
A lot of stuff going on, that's for sure.
What?
Oh, man. How long you been a cop? Sure.
Been here for 13 years.
You guys have dispatchers here, right?
Not in this building, but
You know, on the 7 mile an hour?
yeah.
My kids, mom, it's related to her father.
Okay. See her very much?
Well, no, I see her on Facebook, but when I see her at the gas station in the morning, on the street.
Seems to be the meeting place.
That's what all you guys have that. You guys act like you got.
Oh,
shit, it's crazy.
Everybody drives a truck, one's up there at one point or another.
I like what I do. Cool job, pays the bills.
You work a set number of hours, or you just drive your route until your route's done?
You gotta pick that shit up till you're done. You can be done. There's heavy days and there's light days.
Right.
Like my Monday route, I can get done between, it's a heavy, so 5:30, 6 o'clock. Tuesdays, fucking 1:30, 2 o'clock. Wednesday is a bad day because I don't fucking get in there till like 7. My only early day that I know is Saturday. Like today, I wouldn't know. I would have been off like 2:30, but it was a little extra shit out there. And then Sunday we got work road Sunday.
You guys work hourly or you get a salary? Or?
I get by the day, but anything after a certain amount of hours, it's like Chinese overtime shit.
So if you can knock your route out by 1 o'clock, you're still getting your till 5 pay.
Yeah, you get your flat rate, you make money, but the longer you're out there, the less. That's the way I look at it. I just did it because of the benefits.
Right.
Because with the other job, the money was good, man, but it was the late fucking nights that they were in French. People don't have no compassion, no.
Did they take taxes out on you at that place? That was all cash money.
Under the table, but then my wife was like, we gotta buy a house. My wife just fixed my credit. I had a 356, it's up to a 766 right now. So that's what we're trying to do, get a house. She just
it's hard to fix credit when you're not making the tax.
So now that I'm on the books, hopefully I can get something and see what happens. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm shooting for. I just want
the bank won't recognize that money is
I just want a house with a pool, man, so I can enjoy that shit and drink some beer and just, that's it. I used to go out when I was young. I used to party and shit like that. You get older, I'm like, fuck that shit. I look back and be like, I blew a lot of money going out drinking and shit like that.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Connecticut from Bridgeport.
Really?
And moved here in 93. This shit right here wasn't even here. Like, you couldn't get back here. Way back in Torino, you couldn't get through there. None of that. All was closed.
Yeah, 93 was it?
Yeah.
Was 95 even done there? Or they still building on it?
It wasn't. They were still building on it. They just started on it.
So I'll change around here a little bit.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I still might go. Like, fuck. Wow.
Did he give you a card?
No, nobody gave me another card.
That's the case number.
Okay.
It's my name and number on the front. It goes to,
You know who I delivered to? I was hoping I got you. Mascara.
oh, yeah?
Yeah, I've been to his house over there in Point West in Vero.
Uh-huh. If something pops into your mind,
No, definitely.
I should have told
This
them
is
this,
crazy,
or
man. This is crazy.
I forgot about that, or they need to know about this or that.
Yeah.
Call that number. I'm not at the desk, especially now, I'm not at the desk at all. But it goes to a voicemail,
Okay.
and then it emails me, so I get it, and I'll get back to you as quick as I can.
It's being weird, y'all.
If you think of anything, or,
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I
Hear
can
something.
remember anything she always said, but
yeah.
fuck. Like I said, she pops up in and out. She was just one of those, so.
Well, you
Like, if you ask me about Bradley, I can tell you with Bradley, because I worked with Bradley for
Right.
such a long time. He was my neighbor. I see
you
him
have,
grow up.
you have connections that are intermingled in amongst this circle. So if you hear something or you see something.
No, definitely, 'cause I don't want to
Give me a call. Let me know what's going on.
This is crazy. It's fucked up. Does her mom know what's going on? Like, what happened to her? Like, because I know your partner said.
Well, it's, when you watch crime shows on TV, right?
Yeah.
You know, some things we tell people, some things we don't.
No better.
Part of the game.
Soda. Maybe
Most
not.
of it we just don't. Someone will tell us.
I got you. I see what you're saying.
That's the way you just got to lose.
I always wanted to be a cop, and I just never got to it. I don't know. I always wanted to be. What is that, you guys? I was talking to a gentleman in Okeechobee, like undercover, busting people in their house and shit like that, like street shit.
Yeah. It was my gig. Did a lot of time in the schools.
Yeah.
All the kids.
What's like the worst case you ever seen at work, shit like that? Like,
This one's up there. So many different.
I got you.
Different places to
look.
It varies. Yeah, I've done a lot with fire service, EMS, and law enforcement. I got like 26 years in now in public service. So it's pretty much.
That's cool then.
Been to the race.
That's cool. That's cool.
One time I went to that retirement check.
Handy cover.
Can't get you out here.
I have no idea. Okay, guys, I don't understand. It's like the camera is all of a sudden have a weight on it. I don't know why, but it's slowly till. Day of gremlins. No camera this morning. Lighting has had issues. Monitors have had issues. Discord and StreamYard have had issues. So, y'all, it's one of these things. It's one of these things. It's a day. What a day this has been. What a rare mood I'm in. Why, it's not like almost being in love. It has been a hell of a day, y'all. Thank you for sticking with us. And I don't know how long this interview goes on, but the more and more and more I listen to this interview, all I keep hearing are jail doors. That's all I keep hearing. That's all I keep hearing. I don't know why I want to do the taser, but I won't. Love you, June. I hope you feel better.
You ain't texting? Did you use any apps or anything to communicate with her? Snapchats?
Listen, I don't even know how to use
Facebook
that.
Messengers, any kicks, any of that? EMS? Just
Like I said, I don't fuck with my phone like that.
just text and
phone calls.
phone calls. You ain't texting?
Yeah, I text.
Text and phone calls?
And that's it, but I don't use my phone for nothing else. My wife will be the first one to tell you I'm not that great when it comes to that.
I feel you, man. Some of that stuff.
Like like shit pops up on the phone. Like message, like what you said, message the wave. There's a wave shit on there or something. You wave. I get people. I don't even request these people. I don't know how the fuck it even gets there. So I don't know you.
I just see him drowning. He's drowning. He's drowning. drowning, y'all. Are you ready for the defense? I'll tell you what the defense is going to be. We already know. He's going to put on the defense that the long-term boyfriend did this because there's a history of violence. And they're going to say also that there's another boyfriend as well, Johnny. 2 other people, but they didn't even entertain those 2 people. And it's like they just targeted him. Yep.
Oh, shit.
Did he just say, oh, shit? Seriously, did he? See, my camera's moving. It doesn't want to stay still.
I think I get off work early or something. Shit. You can't catch a break, man.
Well, this was my kid-free weekend. All my kids went to exercise. All at the exercise. That's pretty. Weekend plans.
I'm telling you, I'll be doing this shit right here.
That's it.
It's got a mind of its own today. It's just like, two plus two equals 4. Angela, I don't think 2 plus 2 equals 4 in this situation. I think 2 plus 2 equals life. Or maybe not alive. Maybe 2 plus 2 equals 6 feet under.
The big green ones, yeah. Things are dangerous. You gotta watch them. Especially when they got loaded, they don't stop the brakes. It's crazy.
Saying 2 plus 2 equals 6 feet.
Yes, sir.
We got a winner.
Thank you. I thought y'all were gonna steal my phone.
Nothing like that. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let me run, double check. Nobody got anything else I need to know, and we can get you up out of here.
Have we got anything else I need to know? Okay, so now they're going to come back and arrest me. How much you want about the arrest is about ready to happen.
You got a business card?
Yeah, she'll fuck back and tell you doing shackles, the 2 laws about
They gave it.
The jury, we've reached the end of our court session today. We're going to break from this case and resume tomorrow morning at 8:45 in the morning. Please be downstairs at 8:45. You should have a better experience in the morning with parking because there's going to be less jurors reporting to the jury clerk. Please remember, don't talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, about the case. Don't do any research in any form whatsoever. Avoid all of the media coverage of this case. Enjoy your evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Please leave your notes on your chairs. See you tomorrow morning, 8:45.
So what do y'all think about today? It has been a very interesting day today. At least everything is working today, but it's still been a very interesting and intriguing day today. I keep being reminded of that song that goes, I don't want to go to work today. Don't want to go to work today. I think all of my technology was saying the same thing.
We'll conclude Detective Newman's testimony in the morning. Any other issues to take before we break for the case?
Not for the defense, Judge.
Just scheduling, we're well ahead of schedule. I think there's an outside shot. We could rest tomorrow.
Probably Wednesday, but outside shot tomorrow.
We're doing really good. Okay. From your side, does that present any challenges? Okay.
Well, maybe in getting defense witnesses here, but I'll be able to include
Right.
them more fully on that tomorrow. I'm
That's
gonna
what I
do
meant.
Mitigation
Yeah.
expert this evening.
Well, you still have your interpreter testimony from the state. Right?
Yes.
You have that bar. That's,
Correct.
You're factoring that into it.
And there's
more-
yeah.
And you have your DNA experts as well.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
But there is a chance that tomorrow afternoon, probably the state might be resting. So if you
Yeah,
wanted to
a
get
chance.
your defense witnesses lined up.
Right, because we've got to get that.
Did I just see that? That they may be resting tomorrow
What do you
afternoon?
mean, if there's a second phase?
Are you
Oh, for the guilt phase, that's okay.
Right.
Well, so as far as that's concerned, though, especially if we're on track and we get done earlier, I do intend to give you all a break, of a day or so between the
Good,
two
because
phases.
even if I can get my Connecticut witnesses here, the state will need to be closing, so they'll need to.
Right. So I do intend to do that, if possible, yeah.
I can't believe I just saw him say they're going to rest
I
tomorrow.
thought you were saying Jeff. All right, we'll see you all in the morning, 8:45. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Oh my gosh, y'all, that is insane. Are we sure about that? I think we are saying the same thing. What? I like how my friend does it. She goes, what? We are resting tomorrow, y'all. Amazingly enough, tomorrow is going to be a rest for the prosecution. Boy, we can't. Wow. Okay. And there we go, y'all. This is going to be a fast trial. I didn't think it was going to be this fast, Ms. June. Did you? Oh my gosh. Well, that's going to be interesting. Let me see what my comments are. Wonderful. Okay, guys. So let's do this. Let's give it a quick review of everything that's going on today, so we kind of can get a catch up for those who weren't here in the beginning. So basically what's happened is Christine Gabin is the first witness of the day. Well, let me go to the opening statements. In the opening statements, the prosecution, Justin Kramer, argued that Soto-Escalera, Redrum Wise, who was 38 weeks pregnant, to conceal the affair from his wife. They presented evidence of a nearly severed neck injuries inflicted on Wise. The defense, Ashley Minton, suggested that Wise worked as an escort, brought her into what? Wise is working as an escort and brought her into various individuals, including longtime boyfriend and handler. Someone who dropped her off the night of the Red Room. They implied that the other men could be responsible. So witnesses, first testimony was Christine Gabin. Gavin testified that she found the body on the side of the road drainage ditch after initially mistaking it for a bag. And she went, yeah, that doesn't look like a bag. And so she called 911. Deputy Joshua Gilkey, first responder, described arriving at the scene and meeting with Gavin and securing the area, noting the condition of the remains. William Mullen's witness was a pizza restaurant owner, testified that while driving home late on August 23rd, the night before, he observed a truck on the side of the road behaving suspiciously. He later contacted the police when the road was blocked off. Elizabeth Bedola, the victim's mother, testified about her daughter's let me get this over here. I can come on. Will you cooperate, please? Thank you. Sorry. testified to the excitement of her second child and plans to name the baby Josiah Thomas. She also discussed Wise's relationship, including with Soto-Escalera, and identified Brandy Rodriguez Jr. as Wise's long-term boyfriend. The medical examiner, Linda O'Neill, the associate medical examiner, detailed Wise's autopsy, identified a large head wound caused by blunt force trauma, a 19-centimeter cut across the neck. She confirmed that the unborn child was healthy but died after the mother's death. Dr. Rural Dosos, obstetrician, testified that Wise's pregnancy, noting that both the mother and child were healthy with no abnormalities detected. The former co-worker Ken Barron, testified that Soto-Escalera had asked him about obtaining a lead shooter, suggested prior intent and planning to the Red Room. And then we've watched a lot of that testimony, of the interview of the defendant. Okay, so we have watched that. Wait a minute. Okay, I don't understand how you're not a part of the server. Okay, we'll get a hold of you. All right, so that is where we are. Now, tomorrow we will start off with witness number, I don't know why it says court break. That is not where I last had it. Should have been, oh, that's why, number 12. We will be starting off with witness number 12, first thing in the morning. We will be live 8 a.m. Central, 7 a.m., 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central. Then it goes 9 and 10. No, excuse me. Back it up. 8. 7:45. They're supposed to report at their time. They're going to start at 8. Are they starting at 7 o'clock in the morning? Is that what he said? I got to go back and hear that mess. So we're going to start at 8 a.m. They're starting at 9, 8, 7, and 6. So you West Coast, my apologies, at 6 a.m. Just confused. I don't know. I don't do well with time zones. So this case is really a sad case. And it was even sadder watching that interview. And he's sitting there thinking he's helping, and all of a sudden he realizes he's in a train wreck and he's about ready to hit something. Oh my gosh, it is so horrible. And I feel bad, but I don't feel bad. They, thank God, have taken the camera off of the mama, but they kept that camera on mama all morning this morning. Sorry, what time Eastern is going to be? 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock way west, California. So I'm so sorry. Court starts at 9 o'clock their time, 8 o'clock my time. West Coast time is 6 a.m. Oh, I'm so sorry. But they're already talking about resting. I'm like, what? They're already talking about resting the case? I'm like, oh my God. That's insane. That is insane. All right. Let's do the giveaways real quick, and then we will see y'all tomorrow morning. I've got a lot of work to do, y'all. We got everything out of the shop now. Now I got to get everything put away, and it's going to take a while. All right, let's get ready for the draw. Let's get some fun music on. Tell you what music Angela likes. Angela, She's a country girl. Right, Angela? She's all. No Nightbot, you can't play. I don't hear it. I just feel the beat on my ears. I can't hear it. Amy Evans, congratulations. We got ice subs. Watch Nightbot win. Where am I going? Are you a line dancer, Angela? Deborah, congratulations, beloved. You have won the entry for tonight, y'all. Well, everybody have a great evening. I do need to inform you of changes in our Discord. If you're finding that you're not able to get in our Discord for some reason, that's okay. Just go in and go back. And why? I can't. There we go. We have had to make some changes in our Discord. So what we're asking everybody may have to do is go up under the members rules. Let me get up under my, come on. Everything is running weird. I can't click. There it is. So you go up to members only, go up to responsibilities and click on that and agree to it. Go ahead and we're having to redo. Oh, there it is. Discord rules. Go up under your Discord rules. Let me share this screen so y'all can see it. Let me share. Stop sharing. Screen share. Guess it's going to be window, Discord, share. Okie dokie. So what you're going to do, oh, maybe I will go back to Tiny. Let me go down here. There we go. So what we're going to do is you're going to come down here to the Discord rules. Okay. You're going to click on it and you'll see a little arrow right here. You're going to check on that. See, you can check it and it'll let you in. Also, when you go to verify, go on in here. Well, I can't because I'm already verified, but go ahead and verify yourself. That way, y'all, thank you very much. Now you're going to get where I want you, which is here. Thank you. We're having to redo a few things because the verification was getting a little difficult for some of you, and I don't know why everything has to be so difficult. So we're working on making things a lot smoother for you. We have added a few categories in our Discord, so please go in and have some fun. Look around. Come join us for a little bit. Greatly appreciate you. Congratulations to the winners. Have a good night, everyone. We will see you tomorrow for a new day, a gremlin-free day. I'm going to go smudge. I'm going to go bless. I'm going to go do anointing. I'm going to do it all, y'all, because the gremlins have been hideous today. All right. We'll see you tomorrow. Get some rest. Bye. Oh, wait. Movie night event posted. Come join us. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.